Chapter 1. Silver Linings. The dream always started the same way. Running through moonlit woods, heart pounding not with fear but exhilaration, her body feeling simultaneously foreign and more right than it ever had before. Tonight, just as she neared a clearing where something important waited, a shrill beeping yanked Lily Carter from sleep. Her hand slammed down on the ancient alarm clock, silencing it before it could wake Rose. 4:30 a.m. Again, always. Lily lay still for a moment, savoring the last fragments of the recurring dream before it dissolved completely. Through the paper-thin walls of the tiny cottage, she could hear her grandmother's labored breathing. The sound anchored her to reality, to responsibility. With a sigh, she pushed aside the threadbare quilt and swung her feet onto the cold floor. The cottage had never been properly insulated, and the early April chill crept in through every crack and crevice. Rose's medical bills meant the heating stayed at the absolute minimum required to keep pipes from freezing. She padded to the bathroom, avoiding the floorboard outside Rose's room that creaked loud enough to wake the dead. The mirror reflected a face that always surprised her. Amber eyes with strange silver flecks that caught the light, high cheekbones, and full lips that gave her an exotic look, at odds with the small mountain town of Silver Ridge. Her mother had been Hispanic, her father white, but both were long dead. A car accident when Lily was 8 had left her in Rose's care. After a quick shower in lukewarm water, Lily pulled her damp hair into a practical braid. Her diner uniform, a pale blue polyester dress with sunny side embroidered over the heart, hung freshly washed, if perpetually faded. It smelled faintly of detergent and desperation. "Lily?" Rose's thin voice called from the bedroom. "Is that you, mijita?" "Just me, abuela," Lily answered, pushing open the door. "Sorry if I woke you." Rose's bedroom was meticulously clean but crowded with medical equipment. An oxygen tank stood beside the bed, tubing leading to the nasal cannula Rose wore at night. Medication bottles lined the dresser in neat rows, sorted by when they needed to be taken. Rose Carter looked tiny in the double bed, her once strong frame withered by illness. Despite her fragile appearance, her dark eyes remained sharp and watchful. Those eyes had always seen too much, Lily thought, as if Rose was constantly scanning for threats. "Your shift starts early today," Rose said. Not a question. Rose tracked Lily's schedule with military precision. "Mike needs me for the breakfast rush," Lily explained, crossing to the dresser where she measured out Rose's morning medications into a small plastic cup. "I'll be back to make you lunch before heading to the Gorain place." Rose's expression tightened at the mention of the Gorain estate. "You're working too much." "We need the money," Lily reminded her gently, helping Rose sit up to take her pills with a sip of water. "Besides, Mrs. Porter pays well for night cleaning." "The Gorains," Rose muttered. "Always the Gorains." Lily had heard this before, Rose's inexplicable dislike of the town's wealthiest family. She'd never explained it, and Lily had stopped asking years ago. "I made your favorite oatmeal with cinnamon," Lily changed the subject. "And Mrs. Henderson will check on you at noon." Rose grimaced. "That woman gossips more than she helps." "But she comes free," Lily reminded her with a gentle smile, placing a kiss on Rose's forehead. "I'll see you at lunch." In the kitchen, Lily worked quickly, preparing Rose's meals for the day and packing them in the refrigerator with clear labels. Her own breakfast was a granola bar eaten while walking to the diner, no time for anything more. The pre-dawn air was crisp and silent as Lily made her way through sleeping Silver Ridge. The small town, nestled in the valley below the mountains, was picturesque in daylight but held an eerie quality in these dark hours, when the businesses along Main Street stood dark and empty. Only the diner's lights shone through the gloom, a beacon of warmth. Mike's ancient pickup truck was already in the lot. The owner of Sunnyside Diner was many things. Loud, opinionated, sometimes insensitive, but never lazy. Lily found him in the kitchen, kneading dough for the day's biscuits, his massive forearms dusted with flour. "Morning," he grunted without looking up. "Coffee's fresh." Lily poured herself a cup before tying on her apron. "Anything special today?" "Blackberry pancake special." Mike slammed the dough onto the counter with unnecessary force. "Delivery came yesterday, and you'll be slammed. Whole town's talking about the Gorain boy coming home." Lily paused, mid-sip. Gabriel Gorain? He's back? Mike snorted, back to claim his throne, more like. Finishing college and traveling the world while his mama ran the business. Now, suddenly, he's ready to take over everything. The Gorain family owned half the businesses in Silver Ridge, including the massive tech company that employed a third of the town. Diana Gorain had run it all since her husband's death 15 years ago. Lily knew this because Diana's signature was on the checks Mrs. Porter gave her for cleaning the estate. I thought he was working at their overseas offices, Lily said, starting the morning prep routine. That's what they said, Mike replied with the tone of someone who believed otherwise. But he's been gone since he was 18. 14 years without setting foot in Silver Ridge, then suddenly he's back for good? People don't change that much. Maybe he missed home, Lily offered, arranging bacon on sheet pans. Mike's laugh was short and bitter. People like the Goramans don't get homesick for places like Silver Ridge. They're different. There was something in his tone that caught Lily's attention. Different how? Mike looked up, flour dust floating around him like mist. For a moment, he seemed about to say something significant, but the delivery door banged open as Tessa, the other morning waitress, burst in. "Have you heard?" Tessa exclaimed without preamble. "They're throwing a gala, a formal gala at Gorain Estate to welcome Gabriel back." "Who told you that?" Mike demanded. Tessa pulled off her jacket, her eyes bright with excitement. "My cousin works landscaping for them. Diana Gorain is flying in people from New York for the catering. It's happening in 2 weeks." "Invitation only. See what I mean?" Mike said to Lily. "Different." The first customers began arriving at 6 a.m. sharp, the same regulars who came every morning for coffee and gossip before heading to work. Lily moved between tables with practiced efficiency, pouring coffee and taking orders while half listening to the buzz of conversation. Every table, it seemed, was discussing the same thing, Gabriel Gorain's return. "Heard he's bringing a fiancé from Europe," stated Frank Wilson from behind his newspaper. "No, that's wrong," countered Martha from the bank. "Betsy in HR at Gorain Tech says he's still single and Diana is beside herself about it. Apparently he's supposed to marry within the community, whatever that means." "Means Diana wants grandchildren to inherit the empire," Frank replied. "I heard he's taken over the east wing of the house," whispered Darlene, the postmistress. "Had it completely renovated, no one allowed in but Mrs. Porter. Well, I heard—" Martha leaned in conspiratorially before noticing Lily waiting with the coffee pot. She straightened. "Oh, Lily, just a refill, please." Lily poured the coffee, keeping her expression neutral. The Goramans were Silver Ridge's version of royalty, and gossip about them never ceased. Usually, she found it tedious, but today, she caught herself listening more intently. Gabriel Gorain, she'd never met him, but she'd dusted his childhood photographs countless times while cleaning the estate. "Anything else I can get you?" she asked the table. "You work at the Gorain place nights, don't you, honey?" Darlene asked. "Cleaning?" Lily nodded, already knowing where this was headed. "Seen him yet? Gabriel?" Frank asked bluntly. "I work after hours," Lily explained patiently. "The family's never there then. Shame," Martha sighed. "They say he's even more handsome than his father was." The bell above the door jingled and a hush fell over the diner. Lily turned to see Patricia Reeves entering, her designer clothes and perfect blonde bob instantly making the diner feel shabbier. As CFO of Gorain Tech and Diana Gorain's right hand, Patricia rarely graced establishments as common as Sunnyside. Lily approached her table, order pad ready. "Good morning, Ms. Reeves. What can I get you?" Patricia glanced up, her cool blue eyes assessing Lily without warmth. "Just coffee, black." As Lily poured, Patricia's phone rang. She answered immediately. "Patricia Reeves, yes." "Diana." "I'm handling it personally. The gala invitations go out today." "Yes, Victoria is very excited to see Gabriel again." Lily set the coffee down and retreated, but not before catching Patricia's next words. "The Alpha's return will settle everything just as we planned." The phrase struck Lily as odd. Who referred to a CEO as the Alpha? But before she could consider it further, a crash from the kitchen demanded her attention. The morning rush blended into lunch service without a break. By the time Lily's shift ended at 2 p.m., her feet throbbed and her lower back ached. Still, she couldn't go home yet. First, she needed to check on Rose and prepare dinner, then catch the bus across town to Gorain Estate for her night cleaning shift. As she hung up her apron, Mike emerged from his office with her paycheck. "Here," he said gruffly, "added a few hours of overtime." Lily knew there hadn't been any overtime. This was Mike's way of helping without making it charity. "Thank you," she said simply, tucking the check into her purse. Mike cleared his throat. "You still working nights at the Gorain place?" "I need the money, Mike." I know. He ran a hand through his thinning hair. "Just be careful up there, especially now." Lily frowned. Careful of what? For a moment, Mike looked genuinely troubled. "Sometimes big houses have big secrets. The Gorains." He trailed off, then shook his head. "Never mind, old superstitions." "About the Gorains?" "About powerful families in these mountains," he said cryptically. "Just watch yourself, Lily, that's all I'm saying." Outside, the April afternoon had warmed considerably from the morning chill. Lily walked quickly toward home, turning Mike's strange warning over in her mind. The Gorains were wealthy and somewhat reclusive, yes, but they employed half the town and funded most of Silver Ridge's public works. What could possibly be so concerning about them? As she rounded the corner onto Maple Street where the cottage stood, Lily couldn't shake the feeling that something was shifting in Silver Ridge. Gabriel Gorain's return, the strange tension in Mike's voice, Patricia Reeves' odd comment about the alpha. It all swirled together with the fragments of her recurring dream. For the first time in years, Lily found herself curious about the family whose house she cleaned. Tonight, perhaps, she'd pay a little more attention to the photographs, the books, the subtle details she'd overlooked before. After all, Rose always said that knowledge was power, and Lily had the distinct feeling she might need both soon enough. The last rays of sunset painted the mountains in fiery gold as Lily stepped off the bus at the entrance to Gorain Estate. The wrought iron gates stood open for her arrival, but they always seemed to Lily like the jaws of some enormous beast, ready to snap shut. Beyond them, a winding driveway cut through immaculately landscaped grounds, leading to the imposing stone mansion perched on the hillside like a sentinel overlooking Silver Ridge. Exhaustion weighed on Lily's bones as she trudged up the drive. After leaving the diner, she'd spent 2 hours with Rose, cooking and cleaning before rushing to catch the last bus that would get her to the estate on time. Her feet ached in the sensible black shoes she'd changed into for her cleaning shift, and her lower back throbbed dully from hours of being on her feet. The massive front doors of Gorain Estate remained firmly closed. Night cleaning staff like Lily used the service entrance around the side. As she rounded the corner of the house, motion-sensing lights flickered on, illuminating a path to a modest door. Lily always felt the contrast keenly, the grand carved oak front entrance for the Gorains and their guests, and the plain steel utility door for people like her. The door opened before she could reach for her key. Mrs. Porter stood there, her tall, angular frame silhouetted against the bright interior light. The head housekeeper's silver hair was pulled back in its usual tight bun, not a strand out of place despite the late hour. Unlike most of the household staff who went home at 5, Mrs. Porter lived in a private apartment within the estate. "You're 3 minutes late," Mrs. Porter announced instead of a greeting, checking her watch with exaggerated precision. "The bus was delayed," Lily explained, stepping into the warm hallway. "Traffic on Main Street because of a delivery truck." Mrs. Porter's expression remained stern, but something in her eyes softened slightly. She'd been the one to hire Lily 2 years ago after overhearing her at the pharmacy, desperately trying to negotiate a payment plan for Rose's medications. "There's been a change to tonight's schedule," Mrs. Porter said, leading Lily toward the staff room where cleaning supplies were kept. "Mr. Gabriel is arriving tomorrow evening, and we need his study prepared." Lily paused in the act of hanging up her jacket. "His study? You mean the one in the East Wing?" "The very same." Mrs. Porter's voice held an unusual note of tension. "It's been closed off since he left for college. Diana ordered it opened and aired today, but it needs a thorough cleaning before his arrival." The East Wing of Gorain Estate had been off-limits to cleaning staff for as long as Lily had worked there. Rose's inexplicable warnings about the Gorains echoed in her mind. Is there something special I should know about the room? Lily asked, gathering her cleaning cart. Mrs. Porter's lips pressed together briefly. It contains valuable family heirlooms and Mr. Gabriel's personal belongings. You are to dust, vacuum, and polish the surfaces, but touch nothing more than necessary. Under no circumstances are you to open any drawers, cabinets, or move objects from their places. Understood, Lily nodded, though curiosity prickled at the back of her neck. You'll start with the study, then complete your regular duties if time permits, Mrs. Porter continued, handing Lily a heavy brass key. This opens the east wing entrance. Return it to me before you leave tonight. The key felt unusually warm in Lily's palm, almost vibrating with energy. She must be more tired than she thought. One more thing, Mrs. Porter added as Lily wheeled her cart toward the door. If you notice anything unusual, come find me immediately. Unusual, Lily echoed. Like what? Mrs. Porter's expression became unreadable. You'll know if you see it. With that cryptic statement hanging in the air, Mrs. Porter turned and walked away, her sensible shoes clicking on the polished marble floor. The main portion of Gorain estate was familiar territory to Lily. She'd spent countless nights dusting the antique furniture, polishing silver picture frames, and vacuuming priceless Persian rugs. The house always felt too large for the small family that owned it. Diana Gorain lived there alone since her husband's death, with Gabriel away and their daughter Emma at medical school on the East Coast. The East Wing, however, was new territory. As Lily approached the heavy oak door separating it from the main house, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was crossing some invisible boundary. The key slid into the lock with surprising ease, turning smoothly despite years of disuse. The door swung open without a sound, revealing a long hallway illuminated only by moonlight streaming through tall windows. Lily found the light switch, and crystal wall sconces flickered to life, casting a warm glow on mahogany paneling and more family portraits. Unlike the formal oil paintings in the main house, these were more casual photographs. Camping trips, graduation ceremonies, family vacations. Lily slowed, studying the images of a young man she assumed was Gabriel growing from a serious-eyed child to a strikingly handsome teenager. In every photo, he stood slightly apart from others, his expression intense, even when smiling. Something about those dark eyes seemed to follow her as she moved down the hallway. At the end of the corridor stood another door, this one carved with an intricate pattern of leaves and what looked like animal forms dancing around the edges. No lock this time. The ornate handle turned easily in Lily's grasp. Gabriel Gorain's study was nothing like she'd expected. Instead of the sterile, modern office she'd imagined, the room was a blend of old-world sophistication and natural elements. Bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, broken only by enormous windows that offered a panoramic view of the mountains and forest beyond. A massive desk of polished wood dominated one end of the room, its surface bare except for an antique lamp and what appeared to be a carved wooden box. The room smelled of cedar, old books, and something else. Something wild and earthy that made Lily's nose tingle. Beneath her feet, a rug woven with geometric patterns in rich blues and silvers covered most of the hardwood floor. Above, exposed wooden beams crossed the vaulted ceiling, from which hung a wrought iron chandelier designed to look like tree branches. Wow, Lily breathed, momentarily forgetting her exhaustion. The space felt alive somehow, as if it had been waiting for her. Ridiculous thought. She shook herself and began methodically working through the room, starting with dusting the bookshelves. Many of the volumes were old, their leather bindings cracked with age. Their titles spanned various languages, not just English, but what looked like Latin, Greek, and several Lily couldn't identify. Some appeared to be scientific texts on biology and genetics, while others seemed to focus on mythology and folklore. As she worked, Lily couldn't help but form a picture of Gabriel Gorain in her mind. Scholarly, perhaps, but with interests spanning well beyond the business world he was born to command. Despite Mrs. Porter's warnings, she found herself running her fingers along the book spines, wondering which ones he valued most. After finishing the bookshelves, Lily moved to the seating area near the fireplace. A cluster of leather armchairs that looked well used despite their quality. Above the mantel hung a large painting of a forest scene, under moonlight, wolves barely visible among the trees. The artist had captured an unusual quality in the wolves' eyes, an intelligence that seemed almost human. Finally, Lily approached the desk. Unlike the rest of the room, which merely needed dusting, the desk's surface required polishing to remove a faint layer of haze that had accumulated during years of disuse. She worked carefully around the few items present: the lamp, a leather-bound journal that appeared to be a planner, and the carved wooden box. The box drew her attention. About the size of a thick hardcover book, its dark wood gleamed with a rich patina that spoke of age and frequent handling. The lid was carved with the same leaf pattern as the door, surrounding what appeared to be a family crest, a stylized wolf standing proudly beneath a full moon. Something about the image resonated within Lily, calling to her like a half-remembered song. Before she could consider the consequences, her hand reached out of its own accord, fingertips brushing the carved moon. The world stopped. Heat surged up her arm like liquid fire, not burning but awakening every nerve ending it touched. Lily gasped as the sensation spread through her chest, down her spine, to the tips of her toes. Her vision sharpened suddenly, the room's details springing into focus with startling clarity. Dust motes dancing in the air, the individual threads in the carpet 50 feet away, the grain patterns in the wooden beams overhead. Her hearing expanded next. The distant hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen wing, mice scurrying in the walls, an owl hooting from a tree outside. Scents assaulted her nose. Old paper, furniture polish, cedar, and that wild earthy smell she'd noticed earlier, now amplified 100-fold. The room around her dissolved, replaced by a forest bathed in silver moonlight. Lily found herself running, but not on 2 legs. On 4 powerful limbs that carried her effortlessly through the undergrowth. Joy surged through her body, pure and primal. The forest welcomed her, embraced her as one of its own. Ahead, a clearing beckoned, and within it, a dark shape waited. Another wolf, massive and black as midnight, watching her approach with gleaming golden eyes. "Miss Carter?" Mrs. Porter's sharp voice shattered the vision. Lily stumbled back from the desk, nearly knocking over her cleaning cart. The room snapped back into focus, ordinary once more. Her heart hammered against her ribs and her skin felt feverish. Mrs. Porter stood in the doorway, a strange expression on her face. Not anger, as Lily had expected, but something closer to fear, mixed with wonder. I'm sorry," Lily stammered, her voice sounding wrong in her own ears. "I was just cleaning the desk and—" "Did you open the box?" Mrs. Porter's question came rapid-fire, urgent. "No," Lily held up her hands. "I just touched it. I swear I don't know what happened. I felt—" Words failed her. How could she explain what she'd experienced? Mrs. Porter crossed the room with surprising swiftness for a woman her age. She studied Lily's face intently, then glanced at the carved box. "The Alpha's medallion," she murmured, almost to herself, then, more loudly, "You're pale as a ghost, girl. Come with me." Too shaken to argue, Lily followed Mrs. Porter from the study, pulling the door firmly shut behind them. Instead of leading her back to the main house, Mrs. Porter guided her to a small sitting room off the hallway. She gestured for Lily to sit on a velvet-upholstered chair, then disappeared briefly, returning with a glass of amber liquid. "Drink this," she ordered, handing the glass to Lily. "Just a sip." The liquor burned Lily's throat, but settled warmly in her stomach. Some of the strange buzzing sensation began to fade. "Better?" Mrs. Porter asked, studying her carefully. Lily nodded, finding her voice. "What happened back there?" "What's in that box?" Mrs. Porter's lips pressed into a thin line. "A family heirloom, very old, very valuable." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "Some people are sensitive to certain objects, their energy, if you will." "Energy," Lily repeated flatly. "You're saying I had some kind of psychic reaction to an antique?" "I'm saying nothing of the sort," Mrs. Porter replied sharply, "merely that you appear to have had a strong reaction to something in that room, and I'd prefer you don't mention it to anyone. The Gorains are very private about their possessions." Lily wanted to press further, but the steel in Mrs. Porter's gaze warned against it. Besides, what would she even say? that touching a carved wooden box had briefly transformed her into a wolf running through the forest, she'd sound insane. "I should finish cleaning," Lily said instead, setting down the empty glass. Mrs. Porter nodded. "Complete the study, then you may go home. I'll arrange for someone else to handle your regular duties tonight." This was unusual. Mrs. Porter never altered the cleaning schedule. As Lily returned to the study, she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd stumbled onto something significant, something that connected to her recurring dreams and the strange warnings from both Rose and Mike. The carved box sat innocuously on the desk, looking like nothing more than an attractive antique. Lily gave it a wide berth as she finished polishing the desk, then moved on to vacuuming the intricate rug. All the while, she felt as if the wolf in the painting watched her, its eyes following her movements across the room. When she finally finished, Lily gathered her cleaning supplies and took one last look around. Whatever had happened when she touched the box, the room now felt different to her. Not just a space belonging to a stranger, but somehow connected to her in ways she couldn't begin to understand. As she closed the door behind her, a peculiar certainty settled in her bones. She would meet Gabriel Gorain soon, and when she did, nothing would ever be the same again. The grandfather clock in the main hall chimed midnight as Lily returned her cleaning cart to the supply closet. The sound echoed through the empty house, making it feel even larger and more imposing than it did during her normal shifts. Her encounter with the strange medallion had left her both drained and oddly energized, a contradiction that tightened the muscles across her shoulders. Mrs. Porter waited by the service entrance, the brass key to the east wing held expectantly in her palm. "Everything finished to satisfaction?" "Yes," Lily replied, dropping the key into the housekeeper's waiting hand. "The study is clean. I didn't move or open anything." Mrs. Porter studied her face for a long moment. "You still look peaked. Perhaps you should call in tomorrow night." "I can't afford to miss a shift," Lily said, more sharply than she'd intended. The mere suggestion sent anxiety spiraling through her chest. Rose's medications, the electric bill due next week, the repairs needed on the cottage roof. "I'm fine, just tired." "As you wish." Mrs. Porter's tone cooled. "Though I should inform you that Mr. Gabriel will be arriving tomorrow evening. The family will be in residence." Lily paused in the act of buttoning her jacket. "Will that affect my duties?" "You'll clean as usual, but restricted to the main rooms only." Mrs. Porter's gaze sharpened. "The East Wing will be completely off limits again. No more chances to investigate the strange medallion then." Lily felt both relieved and oddly disappointed. "I understand." She turned toward the door, then hesitated. "Mrs. Porter, what did you mean earlier about the medallion? You called it the Alpha's medallion." The older woman's expression shuddered completely. "I said no such thing. But I heard—" "You must be more tired than you realize," Mrs. Porter interrupted smoothly, opening the door. "Good night, Miss Carter. The last bus left 30 minutes ago. Do you need me to call a taxi?" "No, thank you. I'll walk." Despite her exhaustion, Lily preferred the 40-minute walk to spending money on a cab. Besides, the cool night air might help clear her head. "Very well. Be careful. These mountains hold dangers after dark." The door closed behind Lily with a decisive click. Outside, the night had grown considerably cooler, and a thick mist had crept in from the surrounding forest, blurring the edges of the carefully manicured lawns. The full moon hung low and heavy in the sky, casting everything in silver light that turned the mist into a ghostly sea. Lily pulled her jacket tighter and started down the long driveway. The night felt unusually alive around her. Crickets chirping, owls calling, small creatures rustling in the underbrush. Had these sounds always been so distinct? Or was it a lingering effect from her strange experience in Gabrielle's study? The gatehouse stood empty at the end of the drive. The security guard must be making his rounds on the far side of the property. Lily punched in the exit code on the keypad, and the wrought iron gates swung open with a soft mechanical hum. Beyond them, the road wound downhill toward town, bordered on both sides by dense forest. As she stepped through the gates, movement at the edge of her vision made her freeze. There, at the tree line across the road, a tall figure stood motionless, watching the estate. Watching her. Lily's heart lodged in her throat. The figure was too far away and too shrouded in shadow to make out clearly, but something about its stance suggested coiled power, a predator observing potential prey. Moonlight glinted off what might have been eyes. "Hello?" she called, her voice sounding thin and vulnerable in the night air. "Is someone there?" The figure didn't respond or move. For the space of 3 hammering heartbeats, Lily considered retreating to the gatehouse to call security. Then a cloud passed over the moon, plunging the forest edge into deeper darkness. When the light returned seconds later, the figure was gone. Lily released a shaky breath. Maybe she'd imagined it, a trick of moonlight and trees, her mind still unsettled from the odd happenings in Gabriel's study. Or maybe just a hiker using the public trail that ran parallel to the estate's boundary. She started walking again, faster now. The mist swirled around her ankles as she moved, and shadows seemed to deepen in her peripheral vision. The strange alertness that had gripped her in Gabriel's study returned. Every sense heightened to an almost painful degree. The fabric of her jacket suddenly felt too rough against her skin. The distant hoot of an owl might as well have been directly beside her ear, and the scents: damp earth, pine resin, wild mushrooms, and something else, something musky and animal that made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. A twig snapped in the forest to her right. Lily spun, peering into the darkness between the trees. Nothing moved, yet she couldn't shake the certainty that eyes were watching her, tracking her progress down the road. "This is ridiculous," she muttered, forcing herself to continue walking. "No one's following you." But her body disagreed. A primal instinct deep within her bones screamed, "Danger, predator, run!" Instead, she maintained a brisk walk, unwilling to give in to what was surely just paranoia. Another sound, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, this time from directly behind her. Lily whirled around, her hand instinctively reaching for the pepper spray in her pocket. The road stretched empty behind her, mist curling like ghostly fingers across the asphalt. Yet she could have sworn a low growl drifted from the trees. That was no dog or coyote. The sound was too deep, too large. Wolf? There hadn't been wolves in these mountains for decades, at least none officially documented. Yet Rose often warned her never to hike alone, claiming the old predators had never truly left. Lily abandoned dignity and began to jog, her worn sneakers slapping against the pavement. The downhill slope worked in her favor, gravity pulling her toward the safety of streetlights visible where the road curved toward town. Her breath came in sharp bursts, clouding in the cold air. Behind her, something kept pace in the woods, moving parallel to the road. She could hear it, the swift, near-silent passage of a large body through underbrush, branches whispering aside. Not chasing, but following. Escorting? The strange thought popped into her mind from nowhere. When the road finally intersected with the first street of Silver Ridge proper, Lily nearly cried with relief. The presence in the woods stopped at the town's edge. She felt its absence like a physical change in air pressure, the watchful energy simply vanishing as she passed beneath the first streetlight. She slowed to catch her breath, her legs trembling with adrenaline and exertion. Was she losing her mind? First, the vision in Gabriel's study, now imagining stalkers and wolves. The downtown area stood deserted at this late hour, shops darkened and streets empty. Lily cut through alleys and side streets, taking the most direct route to the cottage on the town's eastern edge. By the time she reached Maple Street, her rational mind had nearly convinced her that stress and exhaustion had caused her to imagine the entire episode, until she saw the light burning in Rose's bedroom window. Rose never stayed up this late. Her medications made deep sleep a necessity, and she was religiously disciplined about her routine. In bed by 9, lights out by 10. Something was wrong. Lily hurried up the cracked concrete path to the front door, fumbling with her key. Inside, the cottage smelled of the medicinal herbs Rose sometimes burned when her breathing was troubled. "Abuela?" Lily called, dropping her bag and rushing toward the bedroom. "Are you okay?" She found Rose sitting upright in bed, oxygen mask discarded on the nightstand, her frail hands clutching a small leather pouch Lily had never seen before. The old woman's eyes were fever bright, her silver-streaked hair loose around her shoulders instead of in its usual neat braid. "Lily!" Rose gasped, reaching for her. "Gracias a Dios. I felt it. I felt them." "Felt what?" Lily took Rose's hands, alarmed at how cold and clammy they were. "What's wrong? Do you need me to call Dr. Mercer?" "No doctors." Rose gripped Lily's wrist with surprising strength. "Listen to me. They're coming back. After all these years, they're returning." A chill that had nothing to do with the night air trickled down Lily's spine. "Who's coming back?" Rose's gaze darted to the window, then back to Lily's face. "The Gorains, their son, the true alpha." Her voice dropped to a hoarse whisper. "And the others will follow, they always do." The same word Mrs. Porter had used, alpha. Lily's pulse quickened. "Abuela, you're not making sense. Gabriel Gorain is just coming home to take over the family business. What does that have to do with us?" Rose's eyes narrowed, suddenly lucid and penetrating. "You've felt it already, haven't you? The calling. The pull." Unbidden, the memory of the medallion's touch flashed through Lily's mind. The heat, the vision of running through moonlit forest on 4 legs, the waiting black wolf. Her reaction must have shown on her face because Rose released a soft, resigned sound. "Oh, mijita, I hoped we would have more time." She pressed the leather pouch into Lily's hand. "Keep this with you, always. It will hide your scent until you learn to control it." "My scent?" Lily echoed, bewildered. "Rose, you're scaring me. I think you're having some kind of episode." "The moon," Rose interrupted, her gaze drifting to the window where moonlight spilled through the thin curtains. "The moon is calling you, just as it called your mother, just as it called all your bloodline, though we fought against it for generations." Lily opened the pouch, finding it filled with dried herbs that released a sharp, pungent scent. "Rose, please, you need to rest. Whatever you're worried about, we can talk about it tomorrow." "Tomorrow may be too late." Rose grabbed Lily's arm again. "Promise me you'll stay away from the Gorain boy. Promise me, Lily. He'll recognize what you are, even if you don't yet understand it yourself." "What I am?" Lily repeated, a knot of fear and confusion tightening in her stomach. "Rose, I don't... Promise me." The desperation in Rose's voice was unbearable. "Okay," Lily soothed, tucking the blankets around her grandmother's thin shoulders. "I promise, I'll stay away from Gabriel Gorain." The tension drained from Rose's body. "Good. Good girl." Her eyelids fluttered as exhaustion overtook her. "The herbs, wear them. They won't be able to track you." Within moments, Rose had fallen into an uneasy sleep, her breathing still labored but steadier. Lily sat beside her for a long time, the leather pouch clutched in her hand, mind racing. Everyone was acting so strangely. Mike with his cryptic warnings, Mrs. Porter with her talk of energies and the Alpha's medallion, and now Rose rambling about scents and the moon calling. None of it made sense. Yet Lily couldn't dismiss the mounting evidence that something unusual was happening, to Silver Ridge, to the Gorains, and, most disturbingly, to her. She moved to the small window, pushing aside the curtain to look at the nearly full moon hanging low over the mountain. The same mountains where, just an hour ago, something had followed her through the darkness. Something large and predatory that had stayed just out of sight. "The moon is calling you," Rose had said. Standing in the silver light streaming through the window, Lily felt a subtle pull, like an invisible tide tugging at her blood. Her skin prickled with awareness, the same heightened sensitivity she'd experienced after touching the medallion. For the first time in her life, Lily Carter wondered if the recurring dreams of running through the forest on 4 paws might be more than just dreams. And for the first time, she allowed herself to consider a terrifying possibility. What if Rose's ramblings weren't delusions at all, but warnings based in a reality Lily had yet to comprehend? She closed the curtains with a decisive snap, shutting out the moonlight. Whatever was happening, she had more immediate concerns. Rose's health, bills to pay, shifts to work. Fantasy and folklore could wait for another day. Yet, as she prepared for bed in the small room adjacent to Rose's, Lily found herself placing the leather pouch of herbs on her nightstand, its pungent scent filling the room like a shield against the night, just in case. Chapter 2. Invitation to Moonlight. The week following Lily's strange encounter in Gabriel Gorain's study passed in a blur of double shifts and mounting bills. Despite Rose's warnings, nothing unusual had happened during Lily's nightly cleaning at the estate. She hadn't glimpsed the mysterious figure in the woods again, and the east wing remained firmly locked. Even her dreams had quieted, offering normal, forgettable sleep instead of the vivid wolf-running visions. By Friday morning, Lily had almost convinced herself that stress and exhaustion had caused her to imagine the whole episode. Almost. The leather pouch of herbs still sat on her nightstand, its sharp scent permeating her small bedroom. Rose hadn't mentioned it again, seeming not to remember her late-night ravings about the moon and the Gorains. But sometimes Lily caught her grandmother watching her with a guarded expression, as if waiting for something to happen. "Working today?" Rose asked as Lily set a breakfast tray on her lap. The older woman looked better this morning, her color improved, her breathing less labored. "Just the dinner shift at the diner," Lily replied, straightening the oxygen tubing that Rose had tangled during the night. "Then cleaning at the Gourmets as usual." Rose's fingers tightened around her teacup. "Be home before midnight. The full moon peaks tonight." There it was again. Rose's strange fixation on the moon phases. "I always try to catch the last bus," Lily assured her, choosing not to engage with the moon comment. "Mrs. Henderson will come by around 4 with your groceries and medication." Rose made a dismissive noise. "That woman gossips worse than a teenage girl. All she talks about is the Gourmet gala tonight." Lily paused in the act of folding laundry. "The gala is tonight? I thought it was next week." "Moved up, according to Mrs. Henderson. Something about Gabriel Gorain's schedule." Rose's dark eyes tracked Lily's face. "The cleaning staff won't be there during the event, will they?" "No, I'll be done hours before guests arrive." Lily placed the folded towels in the small linen closet. "Mrs. Porter moved my shift earlier." Rose nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Good. Stay away from their celebrations, especially under the full moon. Those people—" She trailed off, and Lily sighed internally. Those people. The Gourmets. Rose never explained her suspicion of the family who provided both Lily's night job and, indirectly, many of the medical treatments keeping Rose alive. The rest of the morning passed uneventfully. Lily paid bills online, wincing at their dwindling savings. Then did minor repairs around the cottage before leaving for her diner shift. The town hummed with unusual energy. Shops displaying formal wear in their windows, the florist loading arrangements into delivery vans, everyone talking about the Gourmet gala. "You'd think royalty was coming, not just the boss's son," Mike grumbled as Lily tied on her apron at the diner. "Might as well be royalty in Silveridge," Tessa replied, refilling salt shakers. "Did you hear they flew in a chef from New York and a string quartet from somewhere in Europe?" Mike snorted. "All that money to welcome home a boy who couldn't wait to leave this town behind." Lily kept her head down, focusing on prepping for the dinner rush. The less she thought about Gabriel Gorain and his family, the easier it was to ignore the nagging questions that had plagued her all week. Questions about medallions and wolves and moonlight visions. The Friday dinner shift was just hitting its stride when Lily's phone vibrated in her pocket. Unusual, almost no one called her except Rose, who was likely napping, and Mrs. Henderson, who would be at the cottage already. Excusing herself for a moment, Lily stepped into the back hallway to check the caller ID. Gourmet Estate flashed on the screen. A cold finger of apprehension traced Lily's spine. Had something happened at work? Was she being fired for touching the medallion after all? "Hello?" she answered, bracing herself. "Miss Carter?" Mrs. Porter's normally composed voice sounded frantic. "Thank goodness, we have an emergency." Lily's heart skipped. "Is something wrong with my grandmother? Did something happen at home?" No, nothing like that," Mrs. Porter assured her quickly. "The emergency is here. 3 of our serving staff for tonight's gala have called in with food poisoning. Something about bad shellfish at a birthday celebration last night. We're desperately short-handed for an event of this magnitude." Lily leaned against the wall, relief making her knees weak. "I'm sorry to hear that. Will this affect my cleaning schedule?" "Miss Carter, I'm calling to ask if you would be willing to serve at the gala instead of cleaning tonight. The request was so unexpected that Lily laughed. Me? Serve at the gala? Mrs. Porter, I have no training as a server for formal events. It's not my first choice either, Mrs. Porter replied with a touch of her usual crispness. But we're desperate, and you at least know the layout of the house. The catering manager assures me they can give you a crash course in formal service before guests arrive. Lily hesitated. I don't even have the proper clothing. Uniforms are provided, and Mrs. Porter paused meaningfully. I'm authorized to offer triple your usual pay for the night. Triple pay. The figure danced in Lily's mind, enough to cover Rose's breathing treatments for the month with some left over for the roof repairs. But Rose's warnings echoed just as loudly. Stay away from their celebrations, especially under the full moon. I don't know, Lily hedged. My grandmother isn't well, and I understand if you can't help us, Mrs. Porter interrupted, a note of resignation in her voice. I'll try the staffing agency again, though they've already sent everyone available. The Gormainis won't be pleased, but wait, Lily said, making a rapid decision. I can do it. I need to arrange care for my grandmother, but I can be there. The relief in Mrs. Porter's voice was palpable. Excellent. Be at the service entrance by 5 o'clock. The event begins at 8, but you'll need preparation time. After ending the call, Lily leaned her forehead against the cool tile wall, trying to process what she'd just agreed to. Serving at the Gorain Gala meant being in the same room as Gabriel Gorain, the mysterious alpha whose medallion had triggered such a strange reaction in her. Rose would be furious, but triple pay. They desperately needed the money, and it was just one night. What could possibly happen? Everything okay? Mike asked when Lily returned to the dining room. Yes, but I need to leave early, she explained. Mrs. Porter called from the Gorain estate. They're short-staffed for the gala and want me to fill in. Triple pay. Mike's bushy eyebrows drew together. You're going to be at their fancy party tonight? Something in his tone made Lily pause. Just serving food and drinks. Why? Mike glanced around the diner, then lowered his voice. Just be careful, Lily. The Gorains and their friends, they're different. There it was again, that same cryptic warning. Different how, Mike? You said that before, but what does it mean? The older man looked uncomfortable. It's not my place to say. Just old mountain superstitions, probably. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Go on, then. Can't pass up triple pay. Lily stopped at a neighbor's house to arrange for Rose to have company for the evening, then rushed home to break the news. As expected, her grandmother didn't take it well. Absolutely not. Rose struggled to sit upright in bed, her face flushed with agitation. You promised to stay away from them. I promised to stay away from Gabriel Gorain, Lily corrected, laying out Rose's evening medications. And I will. I'll be serving food, not socializing. I won't go anywhere near him. You don't understand, Rose insisted, gripping Lily's wrist. Tonight is dangerous. The moon is full and strong. Their kind will be at their most powerful, most likely to recognize what you are. Lily gently extracted her arm. And what exactly am I, Abuela? You keep hinting at something, but you never explain. Rose pressed her lips together, conflict evident in her eyes. It's not that simple. There are things about your parents, about your bloodline, things I promised to protect you from. Then tell me, Lily urged. Help me understand why you're so afraid of the Gorains. For a moment, it seemed Rose might finally explain. Then she shook her head. There isn't time. Just promise me you'll wear the herbs. She nodded toward the leather pouch. And take this. From beneath her pillow, Rose withdrew a thin silver chain with a small crystal pendant. The stone appeared clear at first glance, but as Rose placed it in Lily's palm, it caught the light, revealing swirls of pale blue within its depths. Moonstone, Rose explained. It will help shield you from their influence, help you maintain control if you start to feel strange. Lily slipped the chain around her neck, tucking the pendant beneath her shirt to humor her grandmother. I'll be fine, Abuela. It's just a catering job. She kissed Rose's forehead. Mrs. Cortez will stay with you until I get home. Try not to worry. Rose caught her hand. Be home before midnight. Promise me, Lily. I promise, Lily assured her, though secretly she wondered if that would be possible. Formal events often ran late, and the last bus to their side of town left at 11:30. As she gathered her things to leave, Lily caught Rose watching her with an expression of pure dread. Something cold and heavy settled in her stomach. She'd written off Rose's warnings as the fearful ramblings of an aging woman, but now she wasn't so sure. Too many strange things had happened lately to dismiss entirely. Slipping the herb pouch into her jacket pocket, Lily headed for the door. She couldn't afford to turn down the work, no matter what Rose feared. But perhaps a little caution wouldn't hurt. The Gourmand estate was transformed when Lily arrived at the service entrance. Delivery vans lined the circular drive, workers unloaded crates of champagne and exotic flowers, and temporary lighting had been strung through the gardens, waiting to be illuminated after sunset. Inside was even more chaotic. The normally serene Great Hall buzzed with activity. Florists arranging enormous centerpieces, sound technicians adjusting speakers, and a harried-looking woman with a tablet directing traffic like an air controller. Mrs. Porter spotted Lily and beckoned her over. "You're here. Good. Follow me." She led Lily through the kitchen, where a team of chefs in white coats worked with military precision, then down a corridor to what appeared to be a temporary dressing room. Inside, several women were being fitted with identical uniforms, sleek silver dresses with mandarin collars and cap sleeves. "Beth will get you sorted," Mrs. Porter said, gesturing to a stylish woman measuring another server. "Report to Jean-Claude in the kitchen when you're dressed. He'll explain your duties." Left alone among strangers, Lily hesitated by the door. The other servers were clearly professionals, their postures perfect as they stood for alterations. Most ignored her, but a few cast curious glances her way. "You must be the replacement," a friendly voice said. Lily turned to find a petite woman with short auburn hair approaching. "I'm Beth, wardrobe coordinator. You're Lily, right? The night cleaner?" "That's me," Lily confirmed, relieved by the woman's warmth. "I've never done this kind of work before." Beth waved away her concern. "Don't worry, honey. Stand straight, walk gracefully, and don't spill anything on the guests. That's 90% of the job." She circled Lily, eyeing her critically. "Let's find your size. Strip down to your underwear behind that screen." Lily complied, suddenly self-conscious of her plain cotton bra and bargain store underwear compared to the sleek, expensive undergarments she'd glimpsed on the other servers. When she emerged from behind the screen, Beth was waiting with several dresses. "Try this one first," she suggested, holding out a garment of flowing silver fabric. "You're taller than most of our girls, but I think this might work." The dress slipped over Lily's head like cool water, settling against her skin with surprising weight. Beth helped zip it up, then guided Lily to stand before a full-length mirror. The woman staring back was a stranger. The silver dress transformed Lily's usual appearance, highlighting her olive skin and making her amber eyes seem more golden than brown. The cut was modest yet elegant, emphasizing her natural curves without being revealing. "Well, well," Beth murmured, circling Lily with professional interest. "No alterations needed. It fits you perfectly." Her fingers brushed Lily's shoulder. "My goodness, you're warm. Do you have a fever?" Lily shook her head. "I always run hot. My grandmother says it's my metabolism." Beth's hands moved to Lily's waist, smoothing the fabric. "And such muscle tone! Do you work out regularly?" "Just work," Lily replied with a self-conscious laugh. "Double shifts keep me moving." Beth sounded skeptical. Her hands continued their professional assessment, but Lily couldn't help noticing how the woman's touch lingered, almost reverent. "You have the physique of a dancer or an athlete. Perfect proportions." Not what I expected from someone working 2 menial jobs. Heat crept up Lily's neck at the frank assessment. Her body had always been naturally lean and strong, but no one had ever commented on it quite so directly. "Turn around," Beth instructed, her voice taking on an odd quality. "Let me see the back." Lily complied, catching Beth's expression in the mirror. The stylist was staring at her with undisguised fascination, her eyes lingering on the curve of Lily's spine. "Beautiful," Beth murmured, almost to herself. Then, seeming to catch herself, she cleared her throat. "The dress, I mean, it suits your coloring perfectly." As Beth adjusted the fabric at Lily's shoulders, their eyes met in the mirror. The stylist froze, her gaze fixed on Lily's. "Your eyes," she whispered. "They have silver in them. I've never seen anything like it." Self-conscious, Lily looked away. "Just a genetic quirk. My mother had the same thing." "No, it's more than that." Beth leaned closer, her expression intense. "They almost shimmer, especially in this light." The moment stretched uncomfortably until Beth abruptly stepped back, resuming her professional demeanor. "Let's do something with your hair. Take it down, please." Lily removed the practical elastic band, letting her dark hair fall loose around her shoulders. Beth ran her fingers through it, making a pleased sound. "Such thickness, such shine. When was your last haircut?" "I trim it myself," Lily admitted. "Professional haircuts aren't in the budget." Beth made a sympathetic noise, then began gathering Lily's hair into an elegant twist. "The silver uniform brings out something in you," she commented as she worked. "Something wild, untamed." She secured the twist with pins, then stepped back to assess her work. Her final touch. From a velvet-lined case, Beth selected a crystal hair clip shaped like a crescent moon. She positioned it carefully against Lily's dark hair, where it caught the light and scattered it in tiny rainbow prisms. "There," she said with satisfaction. "A little luck for your first gala." "It's beautiful," Lily breathed, touching the clip gently. "But isn't it too fancy for staff?" Beth's lips curved in a secretive smile. "This isn't part of the uniform. It's a gift. From me to you." "I couldn't possibly—" "Please," Beth interrupted, her expression suddenly intense. "I want you to have it, for protection." The word choice struck Lily as odd. Protection from what? Beth blinked as if coming out of a trance. "From spilling drinks on expensive dresses, of course." She laughed, but the sound had a forced quality. "Consider it a lucky charm. Moonstone has special properties, you know." "Moonstone?" The same crystal Rose had given her, now hanging beneath the silver dress. "Coincidence?" "Thank you," Lily said, uncertain what else to say. "It's very kind." Beth stepped back, her professional manner returning. "Now, shoes. Size?" By the time Beth finished with her, Lily barely recognized herself. Silver dress, elegant updo, subtle makeup enhancing her eyes and lips, delicate silver flats, a concession to her height. The other servers wore heels. The transformation went beyond appearance. She felt different, as if the clothes were armor, preparing her for battle rather than a simple uniform. "Last thing," Beth said, producing a small atomizer. "Our signature scent for the evening. All the staff will wear it. The Gorains are very particular about fragrances at their events." A mist of perfume enveloped Lily, subtle notes of jasmine and sandalwood with an undertone of something earthy and primal. The scent triggered an immediate response in her body, a pleasant warmth spreading through her limbs. "What is it?" she asked, breathing deeply. "A custom blend," Beth replied, watching Lily's reaction carefully. "Do you like it?" "It's intoxicating." The perfume seemed to intensify the strange alertness Lily had experienced in Gabriel's study, her senses sharpening until she could hear conversations in distant rooms, detect the individual components of the dishes being prepared in the kitchen. Beth nodded as if Lily had confirmed something important. "You'd better get to the kitchen for your instructions. The guests will arrive soon." She hesitated, then added in a lower voice, "When you see him, Gabriel Gorain, try not to make direct eye contact. It's safer that way." Before Lily could ask what she meant, Beth was called away to help another server. Left alone, Lily touched the moonstone clip in her hair and the pendant beneath her dress, drawing comfort from their presence. Everything about this evening felt significant, laden with meaning she couldn't yet grasp. As she made her way to the kitchen for instruction, Lily wondered if Rose had been right to worry. Perhaps there was something unusual about the Gorains and their gatherings under the full moon. Perhaps wearing 2 moonstones for protection wasn't excessive after all. Because despite her attempts at rationality, Lily couldn't shake the feeling that she was walking into something far more significant than a simple catering job, something that might change her life forever. The Gorain estate's grand ballroom glittered like a scene from another century. Crystal chandeliers threw prismatic light across marble floors, illuminating floral arrangements that seemed to defy gravity, white roses and silver-dusted lilies spiraling toward the vaulted ceiling. Floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the gardens now aglow with thousands of tiny lights, the full moon rising majestically over the mountains beyond. "Remember," Jean-Claude, the catering manager, instructed the servers gathered in the adjacent preparation room, "you do not exist except to serve. No speaking unless spoken to. No lingering, move like ghosts among the guests." Lily balanced her silver tray of champagne flutes with careful precision, mentally rehearsing the proper serving techniques she'd been hastily taught. The uniform dress suddenly felt too constricting across her shoulders, her skin unusually sensitive to the fabric's texture. She attributed it to nerves. Serving Silver Ridge's elite was a far cry from refilling coffee cups at Sunnyside Diner. "Your table 3 for dinner service," Jean-Claude continued, pointing at Lily. "But first, circulate with drinks for 40 minutes. Go." The ballroom doors opened, and the servers dispersed into the crowd like silver fish released into a stream. Lily followed, stepping into a world she'd only glimpsed through windows while cleaning. The guests had arrived during her preparation, filling the space with a low hum of sophisticated conversation and subtle displays of wealth. Designer gowns, heirloom jewelry, perfectly tailored suits. Lily recognized some faces from town, business owners, doctors, the mayor. But most were strangers, presumably the Gorain connections from out of town that people whispered about. She moved as instructed, offering champagne with a polite murmur, keeping her eyes appropriately lowered. Most guests took glasses without acknowledging her presence, continuing conversations as if she were indeed a ghost. "Absolutely unprecedented for an alpha to remain unmated for so long," a silver-haired woman in sapphires was saying to her companion. "Diana must be at her wits' end." "Gabriel has always been stubborn," her companion replied, a distinguished man with a scarred jawline. "But even he can't ignore pack law forever. The spring gathering is 6 weeks away, and tradition demands—" They fell silent as Lily approached with champagne, eyeing her with sudden suspicion until she moved away. Alpha, pack, the same strange terminology she'd heard before. Near the grand piano, a cluster of younger guests sipped drinks while casting frequent glances toward the main entrance. "Victoria's father is pushing hard for the match," a young woman in emerald green confided. "But my cousin works directly under Gabriel at the London office, and she says he barely tolerated Victoria's visits there." "Mate choice isn't always about personal preference," replied a tall man with an unusual amber pendant visible at his throat. "Sometimes it's about strengthening bloodlines, forging alliances. The Reeves pack has controlled the Eastern Territories for generations. With their alliance, the Gorains would be untouchable. Mate choice, bloodlines, packs, and territories." Lily's mind spun with the strange vocabulary these people used so casually, as if discussing business mergers rather than marriage. She circulated further into the room, straining to catch more of these peculiar conversations while maintaining her professional demeanor. The guests spoke of moon cycles and shifting patterns of pack hierarchies and territory disputes. If Lily didn't know better, she might think they were discussing wolves rather than business associates. A ripple of anticipation passed through the crowd, heads turning toward the grand staircase. Diana Gorain descended, resplendent in a gown of midnight blue that seemed to absorb and reflect moonlight simultaneously. Though Lily had glimpsed her occasionally during cleaning shifts, she'd never seen the Gorain matriarch in her element, commanding attention without effort. Diana moved through the crowd with measured grace, accepting greetings with regal nods. When she reached the center of the ballroom, she raised her hand slightly, and the room fell instantly silent. "Friends, family, honored allies," she began, her voice carrying effortlessly. "Tonight we celebrate not only the return of my son to Silver Ridge, but the beginning of a new era for our pack and our enterprises." Pack again. Lily edged closer, intrigued despite herself. "For 14 years, Gabriel has honored our traditions by learning our ways beyond our territories, strengthening relations with distant allies, and preparing himself to lead with wisdom and strength." Ziana smiled, though Lily thought she detected tension beneath the expression. "Now, he returns to claim his birthright as Alpha, to lead us into a future of prosperity and growth." The crowd murmured approval, raising glasses in a toast. Lily used the moment to collect empty flutes, replacing them with full ones from her tray. And of course, Diana continued with a significant glance toward the entrance, to fulfill all the responsibilities such leadership entails. As if on cue, the grand doors at the far end of the ballroom opened. A striking blonde woman entered on the arm of an austere older man with the same ice-blue eyes. The woman, who could only be Victoria Reeves, wore a gown of pure white that contrasted dramatically with Diana's dark elegance. Diamonds glittered at her throat and wrists, catching light with every calculated movement. The crowd parted for them, conversations resuming with renewed energy. Lily overheard snippets as she served more champagne. Perfect match, really. The Reeves bloodline is nearly as ancient as the Gorains. Here, Victoria's father demanded formal recognition of the alliance tonight, before the moon reaches its zenith. Wonder if Gabriel will finally announce their mating, after all these years of delay. Victoria moved through the crowd like someone accustomed to being watched, her smile practiced and perfect. Her father seemed less concerned with charm, his gaze sweeping the room with predatory assessment. Lily was so distracted by their entrance that she nearly collided with another server, a young woman carrying a tray of red wine. "Sorry," Lily whispered, steadying both their trays with surprising dexterity. The other server nodded gratefully before continuing toward a group that included Victoria and her father. Lily watched as Victoria's gaze flicked to the approaching server, a flash of calculation crossing her flawless features. What happened next occurred so quickly that most guests missed it entirely. As the server extended her tray toward Victoria, the blonde shifted her position slightly, her elbow making seemingly accidental contact with the server's arm. The tray tilted, sending 3 glasses of red wine cascading down the front of the server's silver uniform. A collective gasp rose from nearby guests, followed by Victoria's perfectly pitched exclamation of dismay. "Oh, how clumsy." Her tone conveyed concern, while her words assigned blame to the mortified server. "You've ruined your uniform." The young woman stood frozen in humiliation, red wine dripping onto the marble floor, her face flushing deep crimson to match the stains spreading across her silver dress. Without thinking, Lily set her tray on a nearby table and moved swiftly to the server's side. She pulled a clean napkin from her pocket, blotting the worst of the spill. "It's going to be okay," she murmured to the trembling girl. "Accidents happen." Victoria's cold gaze shifted to Lily, narrowing slightly. "How kind of you to assist your colleague, but I'm afraid you're creating a scene. Perhaps you should both remove yourselves until this mess is properly addressed." Something in the woman's tone, the casual cruelty beneath the polished veneer, stirred a heat in Lily's chest that had nothing to do with embarrassment. She met Victoria's eyes directly, a social breach she hadn't intended but couldn't bring herself to regret. "Of course," Lily replied, her voice steadier than she expected. "We wouldn't want to disrupt such an important evening." A flash of surprise crossed Victoria's face at being directly addressed by a server. Her father's expression darkened, his nostrils flaring as if catching an unexpected scent. "You," he said, addressing Lily with sudden intensity, "what's your name?" Before Lily could respond, Mrs. Porter materialized at her side, face tight with controlled panic. "Please excuse the disruption," the housekeeper said smoothly. "Both servers will be replaced immediately." She gripped Lily's elbow with surprising strength. "Come along, now." Lily allowed herself to be led away, supporting the still trembling server with her free arm. As they neared the service doors, she glanced back to find Victoria's father still watching her, his expression disturbingly intent. In the preparation room, Mrs. Porter's professional composure cracked. "What were you thinking? You never engage directly with the guests, especially not those guests." "I was just helping her," Lily defended, gesturing to the server who was being whisked away by Beth for a uniform change. "Victoria deliberately caused that spill. I saw her do it." Mrs. Porter's face paled. "Lower your voice and never make such accusations. Ms. Reeves is a valued family connection." "She's cruel," Lily stated flatly. "She is powerful," Mrs. Porter countered, "and you would do well to remember your position here." She pinched the bridge of her nose, clearly stressed. "Take a 5-minute break to compose yourself, then resume serving. And Lily, her voice dropped to an urgent whisper, do not draw attention to yourself again tonight, for your own sake. Left alone, Lily took several deep breaths, trying to understand her own reaction. Why had Victoria's petty cruelty affected her so strongly? And why had the woman's father looked at her with such sudden interest? Rose's warnings echoed in her mind. Their kind will be at their most powerful, most likely to recognize what you are. Shaking off the unsettling thought, Lily collected a fresh tray of champagne and prepared to return to the ballroom. Whatever strange dynamics were at play among the Gorains and their associates, she was here to work, not to unravel mysteries. Triple pay, she reminded herself. Just focus on the triple pay. Lily had just re-entered the ballroom when it happened. A hush fell over the crowd, spreading from the main entrance like a wave. Conversations halted mid-sentence, glasses paused halfway to lips. Even the string quartet's melody faltered momentarily before resuming at a lower volume. Gabriel Gorain had arrived. He stood in the grand doorway, tall and imposing in a perfectly tailored black suit that emphasized the breadth of his shoulders and the lean strength of his frame. His dark hair, longer than was fashionable in Silver Ridge, was tied back at the nape of his neck, accentuating the strong lines of his jaw and cheekbones. Lily's first coherent thought was that the photographs in his study hadn't done him justice. Those had captured his features, but missed entirely the presence he commanded, the sense of barely contained power that seemed to radiate from him like heat from a flame. Deanna moved to greet her son, placing a formal kiss on each of his cheeks. The guests remained respectfully silent, watching the reunion with undisguised fascination. Even Victoria, who had positioned herself prominently in Gabriel's sightline, maintained a calculated distance, awaiting proper acknowledgement. Lily should have been invisible among the servers lining the walls with their trays. She should have been beneath notice, a silver-clad shadow existing only to provide refreshment. She should have been watching the floor, as Jean-Claude had instructed. Instead, she was staring directly at Gabriel Gorain when he lifted his gaze to scan the room, and his eyes locked with hers. Time stuttered to a halt. The clamor of the party receded to a distant hum. The space between them, 50 feet of crowded ballroom, seemed simultaneously vast and non-existent. Lily couldn't have looked away if her life depended on it. His eyes were extraordinary, deep brown with hints of amber and gold, like sunlight through whiskey. But it wasn't their color that held her transfixed. It was the shock she saw register in them, followed by something fiercer, more primal, recognition, though they'd never met. Hunger, though he'd never seen her before this moment. Heat bloomed at the base of Lily's spine, spreading upward along her vertebrae and outward through her limbs like wildfire catching dry tinder. The champagne flutes on her tray chimed softly against each other as a tremor passed through her hands. Her lungs struggled to draw sufficient air, as if the oxygen in the room had suddenly thinned. Her vision tunneled, the periphery of the ballroom blurring while Gabriel remained in perfect, heightened focus. She could see details that should have been impossible at this distance. The slight dilation of his pupils, the faint flush rising along his throat, the almost imperceptible flare of his nostrils, as if catching her scent across the crowded room. Most disconcerting of all, she could hear his heartbeat, or was it her own? A strong, rapid rhythm that seemed to synchronize with the throb of blood in her veins. Gabriel took one step forward, breaking formation with his mother, his intent clear in the predatory grace of his movement. He was coming to her, protocol and propriety be damned. Whispers rippled through the gathered guests. What is he doing? Who is she? Diana looks furious. Lily stood frozen, unable to retreat, unwilling to break the connection humming between them like a plucked wire. Some part of her recognized the strangeness of this moment, the impropriety of a server and host engaging this way. A more primal part, the same part that ran as a wolf in her dreams, recognized something else entirely. Inevitability. Gabriel moved through the crowd with fluid efficiency, guests instinctively stepping aside to clear his path. His eyes never left hers, not even when Victoria attempted to intercept him with a perfectly manicured hand on his sleeve. He simply sidestepped her without acknowledgement, leaving the blonde staring after him in stunned disbelief. Then he was before her, close enough that Lily could detect his scent, cedar and leather and something wild, like forest after rain. The same scent she'd noticed in his study, but stronger, more intoxicating. "Sir," she managed, her voice barely a whisper. "Champagne?" Gabriel didn't look at the tray. His gaze remained fixed on her face, searching, almost disbelieving. "What's your name?" His voice was deep, with a slight rasp that suggested disuse, as if he spoke rarely and only when necessary. "Lily," she answered automatically. "Lily Carter." "Lily," he repeated, the two syllables sounding like both question and answer on his tongue. She became acutely aware of every person watching them, of Diana Gorain's penetrating stare, of Victoria's icy fury. This interaction was breaking every rule of her employment, yet she couldn't bring herself to look away, to step back, to remember her place. Gabriel's expression shifted, softening from intensity to wonder. He lifted his hand, slowly, as if approaching a wild creature that might bolt, and extended it palm up between them. The proper response would be to place a champagne flute in his hand. The proper response would be to nod respectfully and move on to the next guest. The proper response was anything but what Lily did next. She balanced her tray against her hip with her left hand and placed her right hand in his. The contact was electric, a current of sensation racing from her fingertips up her arm and through her entire body. Gabriel's breath caught audibly, his fingers closing around hers with gentle but unmistakable possession. Then, still holding her gaze, he lifted her hand to his lips and pressed them against her knuckles. It wasn't a kiss of social courtesy. It wasn't the perfunctory gesture a gentleman might bestow upon meeting a lady. It was something far more primal, a claiming, an acknowledgement, a recognition. His lips lingered against her skin, warm and firm. When he inhaled deeply through his nose, Lily knew with inexplicable certainty that he was breathing in her scent, committing it to memory. The thought should have disturbed her. Instead, it sent another wave of heat cascading through her body. When he finally lowered her hand, he didn't release it immediately. His thumb traced a small circle on her palm, the simple touch more intimate than a kiss. "You shouldn't be serving," he said quietly, for her ears alone. "Not tonight, not ever again." Before Lily could respond to this baffling statement, Mrs. Porter appeared at her side, face carefully composed despite the extraordinary situation. "Mr. Gorain," she said with a deferential nod, "your mother requests your presence for the formal welcome." Gabriel's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. His gaze remained fixed on Lily for another heartbeat before he released her hand with evident reluctance. "We'll speak again," he said to Lily, the words carrying the weight of an unbreakable promise. Then, with one last lingering look, he turned and followed Mrs. Porter toward the center of the room where Diana waited. Lily stood rooted to the spot, her hand still tingling where his lips had touched it, her heart hammering against her ribs like a captured bird. Around her, the party resumed its rhythm, but now with a new undercurrent of speculation and whispered questions. A server brushed past, jolting Lily back to awareness of her surroundings. She straightened her spine, adjusted her tray, and forced herself to continue circulating with champagne as if nothing extraordinary had just occurred. But everything had changed. She felt it in her bones, in her blood, in the very air she breathed. Gabriel Gorain had looked at her, really looked at her, and something ancient and powerful had awakened in response. Rose's warnings, Mike's cryptic comments, Beth's strange behavior, all of it suddenly seemed connected to this moment, this recognition, as if her entire life had been leading to this encounter, this man, this night. From across the room, she felt Gabriel's gaze following her movements, a tangible weight of attention that both thrilled and terrified her. What had just happened between them? Why had he singled her out? And most troubling of all, why did some deep, instinctual part of her feel like she'd just found something she'd been searching for her entire life without knowing it was missing? Lily had come to the gourmet gala expecting to serve champagne and earn triple pay. Instead, she'd stepped into a world where the rules were different, where looks could convey more than words, and where a simple touch could rewrite everything she thought she knew about herself. The full moon shone through the ballroom windows, bathing everything in silver light, and somewhere in the back of her mind, Lily heard Rose's voice again. "The moon is calling you." For the first time, she wondered if she should have listened. Chapter 3. Moonlight courtship. Lily woke to sunlight streaming through her thin curtains and the sound of Rose's oxygen machine humming in the next room. For a moment she lay still, wondering if the events of the previous night had been another of her strange dreams. But the silver uniform hanging on her closet door confirmed reality, as did the lingering sensation of Gabriel Gorain's lips against her knuckles. She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the moonstone pendant beneath her nightshirt. What had happened between them defied explanation. The connection had been immediate and visceral, as if some part of her had recognized him on a level deeper than conscious thought. The memory of his eyes locking with hers across the crowded ballroom sent another wave of warmth through her body. "Lily," Rose called from the next room, "are you awake?" Pushing aside the confusing memories, Lily pulled on her robe and went to check on her grandmother. Rose looked better this morning, her color improved, her breathing less labored, but her dark eyes were sharp with worry as they fixed on Lily's face. "You came home late," Rose said, not a question. "The gala ran long," Lily explained, busying herself with Rose's morning medications. "I had to wait for the last bus." Rose's gaze didn't waver. "Did anything unusual happen?" The question was too pointed to be casual curiosity. Lily hesitated, torn between honesty and the desire to spare Rose unnecessary worry. "It was just a fancy party. Nothing I couldn't handle." "You met him, didn't you?" Rose's voice dropped, tension evident in every syllable. "Gabriel Gorain." Lily nearly dropped the pill cup. "How did you know?" "I can smell him on you." Rose's nostrils flared slightly. "Cedar and wild rain. The Gorain scent has remained unchanged for generations." The statement was so bizarre that Lily could only stare. Rose had always had a keen sense of smell, complaining about perfumes and cleaning products that others found mild. But this was different. This was impossible. "Abuela, that's ridiculous. I was working in their house, serving drinks. Of course there might be some lingering scent from the environment." She deliberately omitted the moment when Gabriel had taken her hand, brought it to his lips. Rose wasn't fooled. "Did he touch you?" Heat flared in Lily's cheeks. "It wasn't like that. He took my hand. It was nothing inappropriate." "Nothing inappropriate," Rose echoed, her expression darkening. "Did he look at you differently? Did you feel strange when he was near?" The uncanny accuracy of Rose's questions sent a chill down Lily's spine. "Abuela, what do you know about the Gourmandjis that you're not telling me?" Before Rose could answer, Lily's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Gorain Estate flashed on the screen for the second time in 2 days. Rose's eyes widened in alarm. "Don't answer it." "I have to. It's my employer." Lily stepped into the hallway and accepted the call. "Hello? Miss Carter." Mrs. Porter's voice was crisp and formal. "Your presence is requested at the estate this morning at your earliest convenience." Lily's stomach dropped. Of course she was being fired. Her interaction with Gabrielle had broken every rule of professional service. "I understand," she replied, trying to keep disappointment from her voice. "I can be there in an hour." "Very good. Come to my office directly." Mrs. Porter paused, then added in a softer tone, "And Miss Carter, this is not a disciplinary meeting." The line disconnected before Lily could ask what kind of meeting it was, if not disciplinary. She returned to Rose's room, where her grandmother was attempting to get out of bed. "What are you doing?" Lily rushed to her side. "You know you shouldn't exert yourself without your oxygen. We need to leave." Rose's voice was urgent, her eyes wild. "Pack only what we need. I still have contacts in Arizona who can help us disappear." "Abuela, stop." Lily gently but firmly guided Rose back against her pillows. "Nobody's disappearing anywhere. Mrs. Porter just called me in for a meeting, that's all." "It's starting," Rose whispered, gripping Lily's wrist. "Just like with your mother. He's found you, and now nothing will stop him." The mention of her mother, a topic Rose rarely broached, caught Lily off guard. "What about my mother? What do the Gourmains have to do with her?" Rose closed her eyes, a tear escaping down her weathered cheek. "I promised to protect you. I promised her." "And you have protected me," Lily smoothed Rose's silver-streaked hair. "But I'm a grown woman, and I need this job. I'll be careful, I promise." Rose's fingers touched the moonstone pendant at Lily's throat. "Wear this. And the herbs. Don't take them off, especially not around him." To appease her grandmother, Lily tucked the leather pouch of herbs into her pocket before leaving. But as she caught the bus to Gorain Estate, Rose's frightened warnings echoed in her mind. What could possibly have happened between the Goramans and her mother to inspire such fear? The morning was bright and clear, the mountains standing in sharp relief against a cloudless sky. Last night's full moon had waned, but Lily could still feel its lingering influence like a gentle pull beneath her skin. Another oddity to add to the growing list of unexplained sensations. At the estate's gates, Lily was surprised when the security guard waved her through immediately, as if she were expected. Even more surprising was Mrs. Porter herself, waiting at the front entrance rather than the service door Lily normally used. "Good morning, Miss Carter." The housekeeper's tone was formal, but not unfriendly. "Thank you for coming promptly." She led Lily not to the small office near the kitchen where staff matters were typically addressed, but to an elegant sitting room overlooking the gardens. Morning sunlight streamed through tall windows, illuminating comfortable furnishings that Lily had previously only cleaned, never used. "Please, sit." Mrs. Porter gestured to a cream-colored armchair. "Would you care for tea?" The courteous treatment was so unexpected that Lily perched awkwardly on the edge of the chair, half convinced she was being set up for an even more humiliating dismissal. "No, thank you. Mrs. Porter, if I'm being let go because of what happened last night, I understand completely." The housekeeper's eyebrows rose slightly. "Let go?" "Quite the contrary, Miss Carter." She settled into the chair opposite Lily's. "I've called you here on behalf of Mr. Gabriel Gorain, who has made a specific request regarding your services." Lily's pulse quickened. "My services?" "Indeed. Mr. Gorain has expressed interest in exploring the local wilderness areas during his time in Silver Ridge. He requires a knowledgeable guide familiar with the mountain trails and points of interest." Mrs. Porter's steady gaze held Lily's. "Has specifically requested you for this role." Of all the possibilities Lily had imagined, this hadn't even made the list. "Me? But I'm just a cleaner and a part-time waitress. I'm not a professional guide." Mr. Gorain was quite insistent. He mentioned that you grew up in this area and would have local knowledge that professional guides brought in from elsewhere might lack. How could he possibly know where she'd grown up? They'd barely exchanged a dozen words. "I don't understand," Lily said slowly. "Last night was the first time we ever met. Why would he ask for me specifically?" Something flickered in Mrs. Porter's expression. Awareness, perhaps, or caution. "Mr. Gorain has his reasons, which are not for me to question. The position would be well compensated, of course, considerably more than your current arrangement." "How considerably?" Lily asked, practical concerns momentarily overriding her confusion. Mrs. Porter named a figure that made Lily's breath catch. It was more than she earned in a month of combined diner and cleaning shifts. That's very generous," she managed. "The Gorains value loyalty and discretion." Mrs. Porter leaned forward slightly. "I should mention, Miss Carter, that this is rather unprecedented. In all my years of service to this family, I have never known Mr. Gabriel to show such interest in anyone, particularly not a woman he's just met." The implication hung in the air between them. Mrs. Porter was telling her, in the most circumspect way possible, that Gabriel's interest in Lily went beyond needing a hiking guide. "I don't know if I should accept," Lily said honestly. "My grandmother depends on me, and I already have 2 jobs. The arrangement would be flexible, accommodating your existing commitments." Mrs. Porter hesitated, then added more softly, "If I may speak personally for a moment, Miss Carter?" Lily nodded, surprised by the shift in tone. "I have served the Gorain family for 37 years. I have watched Gabriel grow from a serious child into the man he is today. He has always been different, focused on duty, on responsibilities, on living up to the legacy his father left behind." A hint of genuine warmth crept into her voice. "Last night was the first time I have ever seen him truly affected by another person's presence. Whatever passed between you altered something fundamental in him." The frank assessment left Lily speechless. She remembered the intensity in Gabriel's eyes when they'd locked with hers, the way the rest of the room had seemed to fade away. I'm not suggesting you should accept this position for any reason other than its professional merits, Mrs. Porter continued, her professional demeanor returning. Merely that if you do accept, you should be prepared for the possibility that Mr. Gorain's interest may extend beyond your knowledge of local trails. Heat crept up Lily's neck. I don't have much experience with that sort of thing. No, I don't imagine you would. Mrs. Porter's gaze was assessing, but not unkind. You're not like the women who typically orbit the Gorain sphere of influence. You mean I'm not wealthy or connected? Lily said bluntly. I mean, you're genuine, Mrs. Porter corrected. A quality in short supply among those seeking proximity to power. She rose, signaling the end of their conversation. Mr. Gorain has asked that you consider his offer and provide an answer by this evening. If you agree, the first excursion would take place tomorrow afternoon. Lily stood as well, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts. The money would be a godsend, addressing their most immediate financial concerns. But Rose's warnings, coupled with her own inexplicable reaction to Gabriel, suggested complications beyond a simple employer-employee relationship. I need to think about it, she said finally. Of course. Mrs. Porter escorted her to the door. You may call me with your decision. And Miss Carter? She paused, something like concern crossing her features. Whatever you decide, proceed with caution. The Gorains are traditional in ways that may not be immediately apparent to outsiders. Traditional, another carefully chosen word that seemed to carry hidden meaning. Outside, Lily stood on the mansion's front steps, staring at the mountains beyond the manicured grounds. What was she getting herself into? The sensible choice would be to decline politely, to maintain professional boundaries, to heed Rose's warnings. But the memory of Gabriel's touch lingered on her skin like a promise, and the mountains called to her with a voice that seemed to echo from her very bones. Against all logic, against all caution, Lily knew what her answer would be. The following afternoon found Lily waiting at the trailhead to Sentinel Ridge, the anxiety that had kept her awake most of the night now manifesting as restless energy. She'd spent an hour deliberating what to wear before settling on practical hiking attire. Sturdy boots, breathable cargo pants, and a light blue, moisture-wicking top. Rose had taken the news of her new assignment with tight-lipped disapproval, but hadn't forbidden it outright. Whether that was acceptance or resignation, Lily couldn't tell. Either way, she'd promised to be home before sunset and to stay in public areas, concessions that had somewhat eased her grandmother's concern. The rumble of an approaching vehicle drew Lily's attention to the parking area. Her breath caught at the sight of a sleek black Range Rover pulling into the space beside her used sedan, looking as out of place as a wolf among sheep. The contrast between their vehicles crystallized the vast difference in their worlds. Gabriel Gorain emerged from the driver's side, and Lily's carefully rehearsed greeting evaporated from her mind. He wore hiking boots, dark jeans, and a charcoal Henley pushed up to his elbows, revealing muscular forearms dusted with dark hair. His long hair was tied back as it had been at the gala, but today the style looked rugged rather than formal. Less CEO, more adventurer. He moved toward her with that same fluid grace she'd noticed at the gala, the confidence of someone completely at home in his own body. Up close, in daylight, she could see details she'd missed before. The faint scar bisecting one eyebrow, the hint of stubble along his jaw, the flecks of gold in his brown eyes that seemed to catch the sunlight. Lily. He spoke her name like it was something precious, to be savored. Thank you for coming. His voice sent a ripple of awareness down her spine. She straightened, determined to maintain a professional demeanor despite the flutter in her stomach. Mr. Gorain, she replied with a nod. I've planned a route that should show you some of the best views without being too strenuous. About 4 miles round trip. A smile touched the corner of his mouth. Gabriel, please, and I assure you I can handle strenuous terrain. She had no doubt of that, given his obvious physical fitness, but kept the observation to herself. The trail starts here and follows the ridgeline before looping back through the valley. We'll have views of 3 different mountain ranges if the weather holds. Lead the way, he gestured, falling into step beside her as she started up the path. They walked in silence at first, Lily acutely conscious of his presence just behind her right shoulder. The forest embraced them, sunlight filtering through pine boughs to dapple the dirt path. Spring wildflowers had begun to emerge in sunny patches, adding splashes of color to the predominantly green landscape. "You know these trails well," Gabriel observed after they'd been walking for several minutes. Not a question, but an assessment. "I grew up exploring these mountains," Lily confirmed. "My parents used to take me hiking before they died. After that, I would come up here when I needed space to think." "And what did you think about, alone in the wilderness?" The personal nature of the question caught her off guard. That's a rather intimate thing to ask someone you've just met. Gabriel's pace didn't falter, but something changed in his expression, a subtle intensity that made her pulse quicken. "We aren't strangers, Lily Carter. I think we both felt that the moment our eyes met." Heat crept up her neck, but she refused to be flustered. "With respect, you don't know anything about me." "I know more than you might think," he replied, his voice dropping to a register that seemed to vibrate through her bones. "I know you've been the night cleaner at my family's estate for nearly 2 years. I know you work a second job at the diner in town to support your grandmother who requires oxygen and expensive medications. I know you graduated top of your class at Silver Ridge High but couldn't afford college." Lily stopped abruptly, turning to face him. "Have you been investigating me?" "I've been curious about you." His gaze was unapologetic. "From the moment I returned home, I sensed something different in my study. Your presence lingered there, distinct and intriguing." The admission sent a chill down Lily's spine. "That's more than a little creepy, Mr. Gorain." "Gabriel," he corrected again, stepping closer. "And I don't mean to unsettle you, it's simply—" He paused, seeming to search for the right words. "I've always had a heightened awareness of my surroundings, of the people who move through my spaces. Your energy was unique. I found myself wanting to know who had left such an impression." They stood on the narrow trail, barely 2 feet separating them. The forest quiet around them except for birdsong and the whisper of wind through pines. Lily knew she should step back, maintain professional distance, but something in his gaze held her rooted to the spot. "You touch something in my study," he said, his voice lowering further. "The medallion box." Lily's eyes widened. "How could you possibly know that?" "I felt it," he said simply. "Just as I felt your presence the moment I entered the ballroom last night." This conversation was veering into territory that made Lily's rational mind sound alarm bells. Yet instead of fear, she felt a strange, compelling curiosity. "I should have been fired for touching your things," she said. "Mrs. Porter practically had a heart attack when she caught me." "Mrs. Porter understands the significance of certain family heirlooms." Gabriel's eyes never left hers. "She also recognizes when unusual circumstances arise." "Like you asking the night cleaner to be your hiking guide." A smile curved his mouth, a real one this time, revealing a hint of dimple in his right cheek. Precisely like that. Something about that smile disarmed her defenses slightly. She turned and resumed walking, if only to break the intensity of the moment. "Well, since you know so much about me already, perhaps you can tell me why you really wanted me to show you these trails. I'm sure your family could have hired a professional guide with far more expertise." Gabrielle fell into step beside her, closer than before. "Professional guides lack your unique perspective, and none of them would have your connection to these mountains." "My connection?" "The way you walk these paths like you belong to them, and they to you." His observation was startling in its accuracy. "You said you came here to think. What conclusions did you reach in these forests, Lily?" Again, the personal nature of his questions surprised her, but something about the tranquil forest setting, the physical distance from Rose's warnings and Silver Ridge's gossip, loosened her usual reserve. "That I was meant for something more than Silver Ridge could offer," she admitted. "Not that I don't love this place, but I've always felt, I don't know, like I was waiting for something to happen, something important." "And has it happened yet?" The question hung between them, weighted with significance beyond its simple words. Billy thought of the strange events of the past week, the medallion vision, the heightened senses, the inexplicable connection she'd felt the moment Gabriel's eyes met hers across the ballroom. "I'm not sure," she answered honestly. They had reached a section of trail where a massive pine had fallen across the path. Years of hikers climbing over it had worn the bark smooth in places. Gabriel reached the obstacle first and vaulted over it with graceful ease before turning back to offer his hand. "I can manage," Lily assured him, accustomed to navigating the trail's challenges alone. "I don't doubt it," he replied, his hand remaining extended. "But I'd like to help if you'll let me." Something in the simple statement, the acknowledgement of her capability coupled with the desire to assist anyway, touched her unexpectedly. She placed her hand in his. The contact was just as electric as it had been in the ballroom, a current of warmth that traveled from their joined hands up her arm and through her body. Gabriel's fingers tightened around hers, his intake of breath suggesting he felt it too. With seemingly effortless strength, he helped her over the fallen tree. Instead of releasing her once she was safely on the other side, Gabriel's hands moved to her waist to steady her as she landed. Heat bloomed where he touched her, even through the fabric of her hiking top. His fingers pressed ever so slightly, as if testing the reality of her beneath his hands. Lily's breath caught in her throat. They stood close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his body, could detect that distinctive scent of cedar and wild rain that Rose had identified. His eyes had darkened, the gold flecks more pronounced as he looked down at her. "Your heart is racing," he observed, his voice a low rumble. "So is yours," she countered, able to hear its steady thunder, though she couldn't explain how. His lips curved slightly. "You can hear it?" The question was loaded with meaning she couldn't fully decipher. "Figure of speech," she lied, breaking eye contact. Gabriel's hands lingered at her waist a moment longer before he reluctantly released her. They continued along the trail, but something had shifted between them, a barrier lowered, a distance breached. As they walked, their conversation turned to lighter topics. Lily pointed out native plants and their traditional uses, wildlife habitats, and the history of the area. Gabriel proved to be a good listener, asking insightful questions that revealed his own considerable knowledge of natural ecosystems. "You know a lot about forest ecology for a businessman," Lily observed as they paused by a mountain stream to drink from their water bottles. "The Gorain interests have always included land conservation," he replied. "And I spent much of my time abroad working on environmental initiatives. Corporate responsibility isn't just a buzzword for our family." "Is that why you stayed away so long? For work?" A shadow crossed his features. "Partly. Gorain tradition requires the heir to gain experience beyond our traditional territories before assuming leadership." There it was again, that word. Traditional. Used in that same careful way Mrs. Porter had employed it. "Your mother spoke about tradition at the gala too," Lily noted. "She mentioned responsibilities that come with leadership. I got the impression she was referring to more than just running the family business." Gabriel studied her face, as if making a decision. "The Gorains have maintained certain cultural practices that might seem antiquated to outsiders. Family lines, arranged alliances, prescribed roles. These things matter in our community." "You mean your mother expects you to marry someone suitable?" Lily translated bluntly. "Someone like Victoria Reeves." His expression hardened at the mention of Victoria. "My mother understands that some traditions must evolve or die. The old ways aren't always the best ways, but some people disagree," Lily guessed. "That's why everyone was so shocked when you approached me at the gala. I wasn't part of the script." Gabriel's gaze intensified. "You were never in anyone's script, Lily Carter. That's precisely what makes you so extraordinary." The compliment, delivered with such quiet certainty, left her momentarily speechless. They resumed walking, the trail now climbing toward a rocky overlook that offered spectacular views of the valley below. "We're almost there," Lily said, as they navigated the final steep section. "It's worth the climb, I promise." When they reached the overlook, Gabriel stopped beside her, both of them slightly breathless from the exertion. The vista spread before them was stunning, mountains rolling into the distance like frozen waves, valleys carved by ancient glaciers, forests stretching to the horizon. Far below, Silver Ridge looked like a miniature model village, the Gorain estate a barely visible landmark on its outskirts. "This is my favorite spot," Lily admitted, the beauty never failing to move her. "You can see 3 states from here on a clear day." Gabriel wasn't looking at the view. His gaze remained fixed on her face, studying her with an intensity that made her skin tingle. "What?" she asked, self-conscious under his scrutiny. "You belong here," he said simply. "In this wild place? It suits you in a way Silver Ridge never could." The observation was uncomfortably perceptive. "And where do you belong, Gabriel Gorain? In boardrooms and ballrooms making business deals and upholding family traditions?" "I belong wherever you are." The words hung in the mountain air between them, startling in their directness. Lily's breath caught, her pulse accelerating. "You can't say things like that. You don't even know me." "You don't." He stepped closer, into her personal space. "I know your courage. I saw it when you defended that server against Victoria. I know your intelligence. It's evident in how you speak about these mountains and their ecosystems. I know your loyalty. It shows in how you've sacrificed your own ambitions to care for your grandmother." Each word drew him closer until barely inches separated them. The rational part of Lily's brain screamed at her to step back, to maintain distance, both physical and emotional. But another part, the part that ran as a wolf in her dreams, the part that had recognized something essential in Gabriel the moment their eyes met, held her in place. "What I don't yet know," he continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "is whether you feel this too, this connection, this recognition." His honesty deserved her own. "I feel something I can't explain," she admitted, "but it frightens me. It's too much, too fast, too—" "Inevitable," he supplied, his hand rising to cup her cheek with exquisite gentleness. The touch sent cascades of warmth through her, as if her body recognized his on a cellular level. Lily closed her eyes, overwhelmed by the intensity of her response to this man she barely knew yet somehow recognized bone deep. "Look at me, Lily," he murmured. She opened her eyes to find his face closer still, his gaze dropping to her lips with unmistakable intent. He was going to kiss her, here, on this mountain overlook with 3 states spread before them and the wind carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers. He hesitated, giving her time to pull away if she wanted. She didn't. When his lips finally touched hers, the contact was whisper-soft, tentative despite the certainty in his eyes, a question rather than a demand. Lily answered by leaning into him, her hands finding purchase on his solid chest. The gentle exploration lasted only moments before something shifted between them, something primal and hungry awakening in response to that first cautious touch. Gabriel made a sound low in his throat, his arms encircling her waist to draw her closer as the kiss deepened. Lily had been kissed before, but nothing had prepared her for this. This was wildfire and lightning strike, thunder in her blood and earthquake beneath her feet. His mouth moved over hers with increasing urgency, as if he'd been starving for her taste. Her hand slid up to his shoulders, feeling the coiled strength beneath the soft fabric of his shirt. When his tongue traced the seam of her lips, she opened to him without hesitation, meeting his exploration with her own. The kiss transcended physical sensation, becoming something else entirely, a recognition, a claiming, a homecoming. The intensity built between them until Lily felt nearly dizzy with it, her entire body humming with awareness. Gabriel's hands splayed across her back, pressing her closer until she could feel the hard planes of his body aligned with her softer curves, the thundering of his heart matching the rapid pace of her own. It was Gabriel who finally broke the kiss, pulling back with visible reluctance, his breathing as unsteady as hers. They stared at each other in stunned silence, both shaken by what had just passed between them. "That was—" Lily struggled to find adequate words. "Inevitable," Gabriel finished for her, his voice rough with emotion. He rested his forehead against hers, his eyes closed as if committing the moment to memory. "From the moment I caught your scent in my study, I knew you existed. From the moment our eyes met across that ballroom, I knew you were mine." The possessive statement should have alarmed her. Instead, it resonated with something deep and instinctual within her. Still, caution made her step back slightly, needing distance to think clearly. "This is insane," she said, though whether to him or herself wasn't clear. "We've known each other for all of 24 hours. Gabriel's smile held a hint of sadness. "Some recognitions transcend time, Lily. Some connections exist before the first meeting. You're talking about What, love at first sight, soulmates, destiny? She shook her head. Those are fairy tales. Are they? His expression grew serious. Haven't you ever felt that there are aspects of this world that defy rational explanation, things that exist in the spaces between what we're taught is possible and what we know bone deep to be true? The question struck too close to her recent experiences. The medallion vision, the heightened senses, the strange dreams that had plagued her for years. She turned away from him toward the vista spread before them, gathering her composure. Even if I believed in such things, she said finally, our worlds are too different. You're Gabriel Gorain, heir to an empire. I'm Lily Carter, the night cleaner who can barely afford her grandmother's medication. Those are circumstances, not identities, he argued, coming to stand beside her at the overlook's edge. And circumstances can change. Not that much, not that quickly. Gabriel was quiet for a long moment, his gaze following hers out over the landscape. There are things about me, about my family, that I need to explain to you. Things that might help you understand why what's happening between us matters more than social distinctions or financial disparities. Something in his tone raised goosebumps along Lily's arms. What kind of things? He turned to face her fully. I need you to trust me a little longer. Can you do that? Can you reserve judgment until I've had a chance to show you the truth? The request was cryptic yet earnest, his expression more vulnerable than she'd yet seen it. Despite every logical argument against it, despite Rose's warnings and her own misgivings, Lily found herself nodding. I can try, she said softly. Relief washed over his features. He reached for her hand, entwining their fingers with deliberate care. That's all I ask. For now. They stood together at the mountain's edge, hands linked, surrounded by wilderness and sky. Below them, Silver Ridge continued its placid existence, unaware that on this overlook something ancient and powerful had awakened between two people drawn together by forces neither fully understood. As they eventually turned to begin their descent, Lily couldn't shake the feeling that she stood at a threshold, that in agreeing to trust Gabriel Gorain, she had taken a step away from the life she'd always known and toward something both thrilling and terrifying in its unknown dimensions. The trees welcomed them back beneath their canopy, dappled sunlight playing across the path before them. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled, an unusual sound in daylight hours. Gabriel paused, head tilted as if listening to a message in the mournful call. We should hurry, he said, his hand tightening around hers. The light will be fading soon. Lily glanced at the sun's position, still well above the horizon. We have hours before sunset. Gabriel's expression was unreadable. Nevertheless, I promise to have you home before dark, and a Gorain always keeps his promises. The statement carried weight beyond its simple meaning, a declaration of intent, a pledge of honor, a warning of complications to come. As they made their way down the mountain, their joined hands a physical manifestation of their new connection, Lily wondered what other promises Gabriel Gorain might make to her, and whether, when the full truth he hinted at was finally revealed, she would be strong enough to either accept or walk away. For a week, Lily lived in two worlds. By day, she performed her usual routines, caring for Rose, serving customers at the diner, managing their precarious finances. By evening, she stepped into something magical. Hikes with Gabriel through mountain trails, drives along scenic roads with the windows down, conversations that stretched for hours as they discovered each other. Each meeting deepened the inexplicable connection between them. Each goodbye grew more difficult, and through it all, Lily maintained the pretense to Rose that these were merely professional guiding sessions, nothing more. She wasn't sure her grandmother believed the lie, but Rose had stopped voicing her objections quite so vehemently, perhaps recognizing the futility. Or perhaps noting the subtle changes in Lily, the new lightness in her step, the color in her cheeks, the spark that had returned to her eyes. On Friday evening, Gabriel picked her up in his Range Rover, as usual, but instead of heading to their typical meeting spots, he drove deeper into the mountains, following unmarked forest roads that Lily had never explored. Where are we going? She asked, watching familiar landmarks disappear behind them. Somewhere private. Gabriel replied, his profile strong and assured in the golden light of setting sun. "Somewhere we can talk without interruption." The cryptic answer sent anticipation spiraling through her. Throughout their week of meetings, Gabriel had been attentive, passionate in his kisses, but also restrained, as if holding some essential part of himself in check until she was ready for it. Tonight felt different. Tonight felt like a threshold. The forest grew denser around them, ancient pines standing sentinel beside the narrow road. Just when Lily thought they must be utterly lost, the trees opened to reveal a small clearing. Nestled against the mountainside stood a cabin, not rustic or primitive as she'd expected, but a beautifully crafted structure of stone and timber that seemed to grow organically from the landscape. "My grandfather built this place as a sanctuary," Gabriel explained as he parked beside it. "A retreat from the demands of leadership. Few people know of its existence. The significance of him bringing her here wasn't lost on Lily. This wasn't just another date. This was Gabriel inviting her into a private piece of his world, a place of family history and personal meaning." Inside, the cabin proved both luxurious and intimate. A great room with soaring ceilings and floor-to-ceiling windows, a stone fireplace dominating one wall, comfortable furnishings in earth tones. The kitchen, though compact, featured high-end appliances and was open to the main living area. "It's beautiful," Lily breathed, drawn immediately to the windows that framed a spectacular view of the valley below. The setting sun painted the mountains in shades of amber and gold, the sky ablaze with color. "I thought we might cook dinner together," Gabriel suggested, shrugging off his jacket to reveal a simple black Henley that hugged the broad planes of his chest and shoulders. "I brought ingredients." The domestic suggestion surprised her. In Silver Ridge, Gabriel Gorain was treated like royalty, his every need anticipated and fulfilled by staff. The image of him doing something as ordinary as preparing a meal seemed incongruous. "You cook?" she couldn't help asking. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. "I've lived alone for many years. Did you think I survived on restaurant meals and takeout all this time?" The glimpse into his independent life abroad intrigued her. This wasn't the pampered heir she'd imagined, but a man who valued self-sufficiency. "What are we making?" she asked, joining him in the kitchen where he was unpacking groceries from a cooler. Herb-crusted rack of lamb, roasted vegetables, and wild rice. He moved with easy confidence in the small space, retrieving pans and utensils with familiar precision. "My grandfather taught me to cook when I was a boy. He said every wolf should know how to provide for himself." Lily paused in the act of washing her hands. "Wolf? Figure of speech," Gabrielle replied smoothly. "The Gourmets have always identified with wolves. Their independence, their family loyalty, their connection to these mountains." Something in his tone suggested he wasn't telling the whole truth, but Lily let it pass. Gabrielle assigned her to preparing vegetables while he handled the lamb, seasoning it with herbs she recognized from her own garden. They worked together in companionable rhythm, the small kitchen bringing them into constant proximity. When Gabrielle reached past her for the olive oil, his chest brushed against her back, sending warmth cascading through her. When she handed him a knife, their fingers tangled together longer than necessary. Each small contact built a current of awareness between them, a hungry anticipation that had less to do with food than with the isolation of their setting and the night ahead. "How did you learn to cook?" Gabriel asked as they worked side by side, his arm occasionally brushing against hers. "My grandmother taught me. Rose believes food is medicine, that the right ingredients prepared with intention can heal body and spirit." Lily smiled at a memory. "When I was little, she'd let me help her in the kitchen, explaining each herb and spice like they were magical ingredients in a potion." "Perhaps they are," Gabriel said, his voice dropping to that register that seemed to vibrate through her bones. "Ancient wisdom often contains more truth than modern science acknowledges." Their fingers brushed again as they both reached for the salt, and this time Gabriel captured her hand in his, raising it to his lips in a gesture that had become familiar, yet still sent her pulse racing. His eyes held hers as he pressed a kiss to her palm, then each fingertip in turn, the simple contact somehow more intimate than their most passionate embraces. When dinner was finally ready, Gabriel opened a bottle of wine, and they ate at a small table positioned to capture the last light of sunset. Conversation flowed easily between them, covering books they'd both read, places Gabriel had traveled, Lily's dreams of someday seeing the world beyond Silver Ridge. "You will," he promised when she spoke of visiting the ancient forests of Europe. "I'll take you there myself." The casual certainty with which he included her in his future both thrilled and unsettled her. Their connection was undeniable, their chemistry explosive, but the practical obstacles remained daunting. Different worlds, different expectations, Rose's mysterious objections to the Gorains. As darkness fell, Gabriel lit candles and built a fire in the stone hearth, filling the cabin with golden light and the comforting scent of wood smoke. Outside, the nearly full moon rose above the mountains, streaming silver light through the windows to create shifting patterns across the floor. Lily stood, watching the moonlight, awareness tingling through her body, as it always did when the moon was strong. Since touching the medallion in Gabrielle's study, these sensations had intensified. Heightened senses, strange dreams, a restless energy that built with the lunar cycle. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Gabrielle's voice came from directly behind her, though she hadn't heard him approach. Another impossibility to add to the growing list. "It calls to me," she admitted softly, the moonlight loosening her usual reserve. "I've always felt it, especially when it's full or nearly so, like it's trying to tell me something I can't quite understand." Gabriel's hands settled on her shoulders, their warmth seeping through the thin fabric of her sweater. "The moon speaks to those with ears to hear," he murmured, his breath stirring the hair near her ear, "those whose blood recognizes its power." There was meaning beneath his words, significance beyond poetry. Lily turned in his arms to face him, finding his expression grave in the mingled light of fire and moon. "What are you trying to tell me, Gabriel?" He studied her face, seeming to measure her readiness for whatever truth he held back. "Do you trust me, Lily?" Despite the rational arguments against it, despite Rose's warnings and the mysteries that still surrounded him, her answer came without hesitation. "Yes." He took a deep breath. "There are things about me, about what I am, that I need you to know. Things that might frighten you or make you question your own sanity, but I promise you, they're real." A chill that had nothing to do with fear trickled down Lily's spine. This, finally, was the revelation he'd been leading toward all week. "Show me," she whispered. Gabrielle stepped back slightly, giving her space. "The Gorains aren't simply a wealthy family with unusual traditions. We're something else entirely. Something older, bound to these mountains and forests for centuries." Moonlight cast half his face in silver, the other half in shadow as he held her gaze. "Watch my eyes, Lily." At first she saw only Gabrielle's familiar dark gaze, intense but human. Then, as if a veil had been lifted, they changed. The brown bleeding away to be replaced by a luminous amber gold that caught the firelight and reflected it back like a predator's gaze in the dark. Not just the iris, but the entire eye glowed with an inner fire that was decidedly not human. Lily's breath caught, but she didn't step back, didn't look away. Some part of her had been expecting this, had known on a subconscious level that Gabriel was more than he appeared. "There's more," he said, his voice rougher now, touched with a growl that raised the fine hairs on the back of her neck. He held up his hand, palm toward her, fingers spread. As she watched, the nails lengthened and curved, transforming into claws that gleamed wickedly in the firelight. Not costume prosthetics or special effects, but a genuine metamorphosis of human flesh into something animal. "This is what I am," Gabriel said quietly, "what all Gorains are. Wolf and human, both and neither, a species apart that has existed alongside humanity for millennia, hidden in plain sight. Werewolf." The word formed in Lily's mind, but didn't pass her lips. Too fantastical to utter aloud, despite the evidence before her eyes. "Are you afraid?" he asked, watching her closely, his transformed features highlighting the predator nature that always simmered beneath his civilized exterior. She should have been. Any rational person would have been terrified, would have run screaming into the night. But Lily felt something entirely different. A sense of pieces falling into place, mysteries finally explained, questions she'd carried her entire life suddenly finding answers. "No," she said, her voice steadier than she'd expected. I'm not afraid of you. Relief washed over his features. The claws retracted, his eyes gradually returning to their human appearance, though Lily knew she'd never see them quite the same way again. How is this possible? She asked. How have your kind remained hidden? We are few and careful, Gabriel explained, moving to pour them each another glass of wine with hands now entirely human. We adapt, we blend in, we maintain strict rules about who can know of our existence. The Gorain fortune wasn't built on tech innovation alone. Centuries of careful investment tend to compound rather impressively. Lily accepted the glass, grateful for something to hold. And Silver Ridge, do people know? Some suspect. Old families in these mountains have passed down stories for generations, legends of the wolf people who protect the forests and maintain the balance of nature. A wry smile touched his lips. Mostly people see what they expect to see. They attribute our differences to wealth or eccentricity. Those who know the truth are either pack themselves or bound to us by oaths of loyalty. Pack, Lily repeated, the word finally making sense. That's why everyone calls you the Alpha? You're literally the leader of a wolf pack? Gabriel nodded. The Gorain Alpha leads not just our family, but all werewolves in this territory. A responsibility passed down through bloodlines since before these mountains had names. Lily moved to sit on the couch, legs suddenly unsteady as implications cascaded through her mind. The strange terminology she'd overheard at the gala. Rose's inexplicable fear of the Gorains, the figure that had followed her through the forest that night, the heightened senses she'd experienced since touching the medallion. Does this have something to do with how I've been feeling lately? She asked. The changes in my senses, the dreams, the strange connection to the moon. Gabrielle sat beside her, careful to maintain a small distance, giving her space to process. I believe so, yes, though I can't explain exactly why the medallion affected you as it did. It's an artifact of power in our world, meant to be handled only by alphas and their mates. Mates, Lily echoed, remembering the conversations she'd overheard about Gabriel's reluctance to take a mate, about Victoria being an appropriate match. When werewolves choose life partners, it's not merely marriage, Gabriel explained carefully. It's a bond that goes deeper than human commitment, a connection of body, mind, and spirit that lasts a lifetime. Some are arranged for political advantage or to strengthen bloodlines. Others? Lily prompted when he hesitated. Others are recognized by instinct, by something ancient in our blood that identifies a perfect match. His gaze held hers, intense and unwavering. What humans might call soulmates, we call fated mates. So rare that many believe them only legend. The implication hung between them, electric with possibility. Are you saying, from the moment I scented you in my study, I knew you were different? Gabriel admitted, his voice dropping to that resonant register that seemed to vibrate through her bones. When our eyes met across that ballroom, something ancient and powerful recognized you as mine. Every instinct I possess insists that you're my fated mate, Lily Carter, though by all logic and tradition it should be impossible. Because I'm human? Lily guessed. A shadow crossed Gabriel's expression. That's part of the complication, yes. Without conscious thought, Lily reached for him, her fingers finding his face, tracing the strong line of his jaw. The contact seemed to break something loose in Gabriel, a control he'd been maintaining since his revelation. With a sound that was almost a growl, he captured her lips with his. The kiss was different from their previous encounters. Deeper, wilder, touched with the primal energy he'd revealed. His hands tangled in her hair, angling her face to deepen the connection. Lily matched his passion without hesitation, her body recognizing on some cellular level that this was right, this was meant, this was inevitable. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing hard, pupils dilated, hearts racing in perfect synchronicity. Gabriel rested his forehead against hers, his control visibly fraying at the edges. I've wanted to tell you since that first day on the mountain, he confessed. Needed to tell you, but I was afraid of frightening you away. It explains so much, Lily said, thinking of all the inexplicable sensations and occurrences of recent weeks. But it raises even more questions. Why would I react to your medallion if I'm human? Why do I feel the moon's pull? And why does Rose fear your family so much? Gabriel pulled back slightly, studying her face with renewed intensity. Those are excellent questions, Lily. Questions that suggest your connection to our world might be more complex than either of us yet understands. Before she could ask what he meant, Gabriel rose and extended his hand to her. Dance with me, he requested softly. There's no music, she pointed out, though she placed her hand in his nonetheless. We don't need any. He drew her to the center of the room, where moonlight streamed through the windows, puddling on the wooden floor like liquid silver. His arms circled her waist, drawing her body flush against his. Their joined hands he held against his chest, where she could feel the strong, steady beat of his heart. They began to move in slow circles, their bodies finding natural harmony in the silence broken only by the crackling fire and their synchronized breathing. The mate bond is sacred among our kind, Gabriel murmured, his lips near her ear as they swayed together. More binding than marriage, deeper than love, though love is certainly part of it, it links two souls across distance, allowing mates to sense each other's emotions, to know when the other is in danger, to find each other no matter how far apart they might be. His hand splayed across her lower back, warm and possessive. When the bond is fully formed, mates share strength, share healing, share life itself. It's why unmated wolves are more vulnerable, why an alpha without a mate is considered incomplete. Lily's head rested naturally in the hollow of his shoulder, their bodies fitting together with uncanny perfection. No wonder your mother is pressuring you to choose someone. My mother understands more than most the importance of following one's heart in such matters, Gabriel replied cryptically. She would never force me to take a mate for political advantage alone, despite what others in the pack might prefer. They continued their slow dance, the moonlight seeming to embrace them, to approve this pairing that defied expectation and tradition. Lily could feel Gabriel's strength contained beneath his gentle hold, the predator nature he'd revealed now an acknowledged presence between them rather than a secret. I need you to understand what this means, Gabriel said, his voice serious despite their intimate embrace. If what I suspect is true, if you are indeed my fated mate, then everything changes, not just for us, but for the entire pack's structure. There are those who will resist, who will see you as a threat to their power and position. Victoria? Lily guessed. Among others. His hand tightened slightly at her waist. The Reeves pack has expected an alliance through mating for generations. Victoria has been raised to believe she would one day be the Gorain alpha female. No pressure there, Lily muttered, trying to lighten the suddenly heavy mood. Gabriel's lips curved against her temple. You joke, but the situation is potentially dangerous, which is why I've been careful to keep our meetings private this past week, why I brought you here tonight instead of somewhere we might be observed. The reminder of potential danger should have sobered Lily, but wrapped in Gabriel's arms, moving together in the moonlight, she couldn't bring herself to fear the future. For the first time in her life, she felt as if she'd found where she belonged. Not a place, but a person. A connection that transcended rational explanation but felt as natural as breathing. What happens now? She asked, tilting her face up to meet his gaze. Now, Gabriel said softly, we see if you can accept what I am, what we might be together. And I try to solve the mystery of why a supposedly human woman responds to wolf magic and moonlight as if born to it. His lips found hers again, gentler this time, but no less potent. In that kiss was promise and question, possession and petition. Lily answered with her own certainty, her own growing recognition that whatever Gabriel Gorain was, werewolf, alpha, potential mate, he was also, somehow inevitably, hers. The moon witnessed their silent vow as it climbed higher in the night sky, casting its ancient light on a union as old as the mountains themselves, yet new as spring in this particular expression. Wolf and woman bound by forces neither fully understood but both increasingly embraced. Life changed with dizzying speed after Gabrielle's revelation. With the truth between them, or at least the beginning of it, their relationship deepened, no longer hindered by the weight of secrets unspoken. The immediate challenge was Rose, who remained stubbornly suspicious of Gabriel despite his efforts to win her over. When he appeared at their cottage door on Sunday afternoon bearing treatment options from specialists that even Lily hadn't known existed, Rose had regarded him with narrow-eyed suspicion. "I don't need charity from gourmets," she'd declared, though the wheezing rasp in her voice belied her pride. "It's not charity, Mrs. Carter," Gabriel had replied with respectful patience. "It's appropriate care that should have been available to you years ago. And why would you concern yourself with my care, young man?" Rose's gaze had been penetrating, challenging. "Because Lily cares for you," he'd answered simply, "and I care for Lily." That straightforward declaration had seemed to surprise Rose, though she'd maintained her wariness. Still, she hadn't refused the treatments Gabriel arranged, experimental therapies involving stem cells and gene activation that seemed to work small miracles on her respiratory function within days. Nor had she objected when Lily accepted the position Gabriel created for her at Gourmandner Enterprises, cultural liaison, a deliberately vague title that came with flexible hours, an office on the executive floor, and a salary that made Lily's eyes widen when she saw the employment contract. "This is too much," she'd protested in Gabriel's private office, the contract unsigned on his desk between them. "I don't have the qualifications for this kind of position." "You have exactly the qualifications I need," Gabriel had countered, leaning against his desk beside her chair. "Knowledge of local history and culture, natural diplomatic abilities, intelligence, and integrity. The position is real, Lily, not a sinecure. You'll be helping bridge the gap between gourmet interests and local communities, both human and otherwise. The otherwise had hung meaningful between them." In the weeks since his revelation, Gabrielle had explained more about pack dynamics and werewolf society, how they maintained their secret existence while still influencing the human world around them, how they governed themselves with traditions older than the nation in which they now lived. "People will talk," Lily had warned him. "They'll say I got this job because we're involved." "Let them talk," Gabriel had replied with a shrug that spoke of alpha confidence. "Your work will prove your value, and our involvement, as you put it, is no one's business but our own." Now, entering her third week in the position, Lily had to admit that Gabriel had been right. The job was demanding but fascinating. Research into local folkways and traditions, meetings with community elders, both human and werewolf, the latter introduced gradually and carefully, proposals for conservation initiatives that would benefit all residents of the area while protecting the secrets of those who preferred to run on four legs beneath the moon. Her office adjoined Gabriel's, connected by a private door that remained mostly open, allowing them to work in tandem throughout the day. Sometimes she would look up to find his eyes on her, that amber glow briefly visible before he blinked it away and returned to his work. Other times, she would feel the weight of his attention even before she saw it, another inexplicable development in her growing awareness of him, on levels that transcended ordinary human perception. The physical transformation in Lily's life was nearly as dramatic as the professional one. Her first paycheck had funded desperately needed repairs to Rose's cottage. Her second had allowed her to purchase a reliable used car to replace her perpetually breaking down sedan. Her third had bought her a wardrobe appropriate to her new position, clothes she'd selected with Beth's help. The stylist from the gala, now a friend and confidant who clearly knew more about werewolves than she let on. Silver Ridge had responded to her rise with the predictable mixture of gossip, envy, and reassessment. People who had previously looked through her now looked at her, some with calculation, others with genuine pleasure at her good fortune. At the diner, where she still stopped for coffee most mornings, Mike watched her transformation with gruff approval. "Always knew you were meant for more than waiting tables," he'd said when she came in wearing a tailored suit instead of the Sunnyside uniform. "Just watch yourself up there with the gourmets. Some worlds don't mix easily." If he only knew the half of it, Lily often thought. The werewolf revelation had explained so much about Silver Ridge and its peculiar dynamics. The deference shown to the gourmets, the subtle divide between old families and newcomers, the strange tensions that sometimes arose around full moons when certain businesses inexplicably closed for family events. It also explained Rose's fear, though her grandmother still refused to discuss the history between her family and the werewolves of Silver Ridge. Each time Lily tried to broach the subject, Rose would grow distressed, her breathing would worsen, and Lily would back off, unwilling to risk her health. Gabriel had promised that answers would come in time, but for now the mystery of Rose's connection to the werewolf world remained unsolved. Today marked 3 weeks since the night at the cabin, 3 weeks of balancing two worlds, the human one she'd always known and the supernatural one she was just beginning to understand. Lily sat at her desk, reviewing historical documents about land usage in the mountains, when her intercom buzzed. "Miss Carter, there's a delivery for you," announced the receptionist. Moments later, a young man entered bearing a small package wrapped in silver paper and tied with a moonstone blue ribbon. "From Mr. Gorain," he explained before withdrawing discreetly. Gabriel was away today, meeting with pack representatives from neighboring territories. The negotiations were delicate. The first steps in what he hoped would be a new era of cooperation between previously competitive packs. He'd been tense about the meetings, aware that his unorthodox relationship with Lily had already generated ripples of concern among more traditional werewolves. The package sat on her desk like a promise. Lily untied the ribbon carefully and removed the wrapping to reveal a black velvet box. Inside, nestled on white silk, lay a pendant unlike any she'd seen before. A crescent moon of pure silver embracing a wolf carved from moonstone. The creature's eyes tiny chips of amber that caught the light with supernatural fire. A note, written in Gabriel's strong, elegant hand, accompanied the gift. "To acknowledge what is beginning between us. Wear it always." Lily lifted the pendant from its box, surprised by its weight and the immediate warmth that spread from the metal to her fingers. The silver chain was long enough that the pendant would rest over her heart when worn. As she fastened it around her neck, the sensation of warmth intensified, spreading from the point where the pendant touched her skin, outward through her body like gentle fire. For a moment, her vision sharpened dramatically, colors becoming more vivid, details jumping into focus with preternatural clarity. She caught a hint of Gabriel's scent, cedar and wild rain, though he was miles away. The pendant was more than jewelry. It was something magical, something significant in werewolf culture. Gabriel had explained enough about their ways for Lily to understand that such a gift carried meaning, a public declaration of his intentions, a marker of her place in his world. The intercom buzzed again. "Miss Carter? Mr. Gorain is on line 1 for you." Of course he would call now, as if he somehow knew the exact moment she'd put on his gift. Lily pressed the button to accept the call, her free hand rising to touch the pendant where it rested warm against her skin. "It's beautiful," she said without preamble, knowing he would understand. "You feel it?" Gabriel's voice came through the line, satisfaction evident in his tone. "The connection." "It warmed immediately," Lily confirmed. "And for a moment I could smell you, as if you were in the room with me." A low sound of pleasure rumbled through the phone. The pendant is traditional among our kind, given when an alpha has chosen his mate, but before the formal bonding ceremony. It contains elements of both partners. Silver from my family mines, moonstone from the mountains where you grew up, amber that matches my wolf's eyes. "It feels alive," Lily murmured, still stroking the pendant with her fingertips. "In a sense, it is. Pack magic infuses it. Meant to offer you protection when I'm not with you, to mark you as mine to any wolf who might encounter you." His voice deepened, that hint of growl emerging that never failed to send shivers down Lily's spine. "Do you accept it, Lily? Do you accept what it means?" The question carried weight far beyond the simple acceptance of a gift. Gabriel was asking if she accepted her place in his world, the role of potential mate to an alpha werewolf, the complications and dangers such a position would inevitably bring. 3 weeks ago, such a question would have terrified her. Now, with the pendant warming against her skin and Gabriel's voice in her ear, the answer came without hesitation. "I accept it," she said softly. "I accept you." His exhale was audible. Relief and satisfaction mingled. "I'll be home tonight. Wait for me at the cabin." The simple request hummed with anticipation, with promises yet to be fulfilled. "I'll be there." After they disconnected, Lily remained at her desk, hand pressed to the pendant, thoughts spinning with the implications of what had just transpired. She had just accepted, in terms any werewolf would recognize, the courtship of the most powerful alpha in the region. had publicly aligned herself with Gabriel Gorain in ways that would make their relationship impossible to ignore or dismiss. Victoria would be furious. Other pack members would be confused or resistant. Challenges would come, not just from the werewolf world, but from the human one as well, where her sudden rise would generate increasing speculation and scrutiny. Yet, for the first time in her life, Lily felt she was exactly where she was meant to be, moving toward a future that called to her as powerfully as the moon. The pendant against her heart seemed to pulse in agreement, a tangible symbol of the bridge she was becoming between two worlds long separated, but perhaps, through her and Gabriel, finally ready to reconnect. Outside her office window, Silver Ridge spread below, the town that had always felt too small, now appearing different. Not a trap, but a foundation. Not a limitation, but a starting point. And beyond it rose the mountains, ancient and enduring, where wolves had run for centuries and would continue to run for centuries more. Lily touched the pendant once more, feeling Gabriel's presence within it like a promise, like a future unfolding before her, one moonlit step at a time. Chapter 4. Shadow of the Moon. Lily smoothed nervous hands down the front of her midnight blue dress, the silky fabric catching slightly on her fingertips. The pendant Gabriel had given her 2 weeks earlier rested warm against her skin beneath the dress's modest neckline, its presence a comfort as she faced what promised to be the most challenging evening of her new life. "Remember," Gabriel murmured, his hand settling reassuringly at the small of her back as they approached the grand entrance to Gorain Estate's rarely used ceremonial hall. "You belong here, with me." Easy for him to say. He wasn't about to face a room full of werewolves who likely saw him as their birthright and her as an interloper. The past 2 weeks had been a blur of preparation for this night. Gabriel teaching her pack protocols, explaining hierarchies, coaching her on how to respond to the various dominance displays she might encounter. Tonight was the spring gathering, when werewolves from throughout the Gorain territory assembled to reaffirm alliances, settle disputes, and acknowledge their alpha. And tonight, Gabriel intended to formally present Lily as his chosen. "What if they reject me?" she asked, voicing the fear that had kept her awake through the previous night. Gabriel turned to face her fully, framing her face between his warm palms. "They might challenge, they might question, but no one has the authority to reject my choice." His voice dropped to that register that never failed to send shivers down her spine. "Besides, anyone who tried would answer to me. Directly." The simple statement carried lethal promise, reminding Lily that beneath Gabriel's civilized exterior lurked a predator who commanded not through politics, but through primal power. She'd seen glimpses of that power over the past weeks, his eyes flashing gold when provoked, the low growl that emerged when he sensed threat, the controlled strength in his hands when he touched her that spoke of far greater force held carefully in check. "Ready?" he asked, searching her face. Lily took a deep breath, drawing strength from the pendant's warmth and Gabriel's steadfast presence. "Ready." The ceremonial hall was nothing like the ballroom where they'd first met. Where that space had been designed to impress humans with displays of wealth and taste, this room spoke to older, wilder sensibilities. Rough-hewn timber beams crossed the vaulted ceiling. Wrought iron chandeliers holding actual flames rather than electric lights cast flickering shadows across stone walls. Tapestries depicting wolves running beneath full moons hung between tall windows that framed the actual full moon now rising beyond the mountains. And the people, they looked outwardly human, but carried themselves differently, with a fluid grace and alert watchfulness that marked them as other. Many lifted their heads as Gabriel and Lily entered, nostrils flaring subtly as they caught her scent. Conversation dimmed momentarily before resuming at a lower volume, attention now fixed on the alpha and the unfamiliar woman at his side. "Breathe," Gabriel whispered, his hand warm and steady at her waist as he guided her into the room. Easier said than done. Despite weeks of preparation, the reality of facing a gathering of actual werewolves sent Lily's heart racing. These weren't the sanitized movie monsters of Hollywood, but real predators with human intelligence, many of whom viewed humans as inferior at best and prey at worst. And here she stood, a supposed human surrounded by creatures who could tear her apart in seconds if they chose. Yet beneath her very rational fear ran another current, a strange sense of recognition, as if some part of her recognized these people on a level deeper than conscious thought. It was the same feeling she'd experienced when Gabriel first revealed his true nature, a sense of pieces clicking into place rather than her world being upended. The crowd parted before them, Gabriel acknowledging greetings with regal nods as he led Lily toward the far end of the hall, where a woman stood watching their approach with an unreadable expression. Deanna Gorain wore a gown of forest green that complemented her copper skin and set off the silver in her dark hair. Unlike the gala where she'd dressed to impress human associates, tonight she wore symbols of her status as alpha female. A silver circlet set with moonstones at her brow, ceremonial tattoos visible on her exposed forearms, a pendant similar to Lily's but larger and clearly ancient hanging over her heart. "Mother," Gabriel greeted her formally, inclining his head the precise degree that conveyed respect without submission. "My son." Diana's gaze shifted to Lily, sharp and assessing. "And Ms. Carter, welcome to your first gathering." The careful phrasing, "first gathering," implying there would be more, wasn't lost on Lily. Whatever Diana Gorain's private reservations about her son's choice might be, she was publicly acknowledging Lily's place at Gabriel's side. "Thank you for having me," Lily replied, the formal words Gabriel had taught her falling easily from her lips. "I'm honored to witness the pack's traditions." Something like approval flickered in Diana's eyes. "You've prepared her well," she said to Gabriel. "Good. She'll need every advantage tonight." Before Gabriel could respond, an older werewolf approached, his silver hair and lined face suggesting considerable age despite the strength evident in his stance. "So this is the human who's captured our alpha's attention," he said without preamble, his gaze raking over Lily with unconcealed curiosity. Unusual, to say the least. "Elder Matthews," Gabriel acknowledged with cool courtesy. "Allow me to present Lily Carter. Lily, James Matthews is the oldest living member of our pack and serves on the Council of Elders." Lily inclined her head in the gesture of respect Gabriel had taught her for addressing pack elders. "It's an honor to meet you, sir." Matthews circled her slowly, making no attempt to disguise the fact that he was scenting her. "Interesting," he murmured, more to himself than the others. "Very interesting indeed. Is there a problem, Elder?" Gabriel's tone remained even, but Lily caught the subtle tension in his posture, the way he positioned himself slightly between her and the older werewolf. "Problem? No, not precisely." Matthews completed his circle, coming to stand before Lily again with his head tilted in consideration. "But a puzzle, certainly. Her scent is unusual. Not entirely human, I would say." Diana stepped forward, effectively ending the uncomfortable scrutiny. "The formalities will begin shortly. James, the other elders are gathering by the hearth." With a final curious glance at Lily, Matthews moved away, immediately engaged in intense conversation with another silver-hailed werewolf, both occasionally glancing back in her direction. "Well, that was subtle," Lily murmured to Gabriel. A smile touched his lips, though tension lingered in his eyes. Werewolves rarely are, especially the older generations. They rely more on senses than social niceties. "What did he mean about my scent?" she asked, troubled by the implications. Gabriel's expression grew serious. "I'm not sure. I've noticed it myself. There's something different about your scent, something that doesn't quite match ordinary humans. I assumed it was the result of our increasing connection, perhaps the influence of the pendant, but you don't really believe that," Lily guessed, reading the doubt in his eyes. Before Gabriel could respond, Diana rejoined them. "It's time to begin. The alphas from our allied packs have arrived, and the elders are ready." She touched her son's arm, a maternal gesture at odds with her regal bearing. "Remember what we discussed. Tradition matters to our kind, but so does the strength of an alpha's conviction. Show no uncertainty." With a brief nod to his mother, Gabriel guided Lily toward the center of the hall, where a raised platform held a single chair carved from dark wood, wolf heads forming its arms, the Gorain crest emblazoned on its high back. Not quite a throne, but clearly a seat of power. Lily's earlier nervousness returned tenfold as she felt the weight of dozens of gazes tracking their progress. Gabrielle had explained that tonight's announcement would be controversial. An alpha publicly claiming a human as mate went against centuries of tradition and secrecy. Some would see it as diluting the strength of the bloodline. Others would fear the security risk of bringing an outsider into the heart of pack politics. What Gabrielle hadn't needed to explain was that the most vocal opposition would likely come from Victoria Reeves and her father. The blonde werewolf had made her displeasure increasingly apparent over the past weeks, from pointed comments in meetings to thinly veiled threats disguised as concerns for pack welfare. Her absence from tonight's gathering so far was conspicuous and concerning. As they reached the platform, Gabrielle ascended the 2 steps alone, turning to face the assembled werewolves with the easy confidence of born authority. Lily remained at the foot of the platform as they'd rehearsed, waiting for the formal invitation to join him that would signal her acceptance by the alpha. The crowd fell silent as Gabriel surveyed them, his posture straight but not rigid, his presence commanding without effort. This was Gabriel in his element, not the businessman in a tailored suit or the lover who held her with gentle passion, but the alpha whose power was as much spiritual as physical, whose right to lead was written in his blood and proven by his strength. Brothers and sisters of the pack, he began, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hall. Honored allies and elders, we gather tonight as we have for generations, beneath the spring moon, to renew our bonds and look toward our shared future. The formal greeting received nods of approval from the older werewolves. Lily allowed herself to relax slightly. So far, so good. As your alpha, I have led our pack through 14 years of growth and prosperity, Gabriel continued. I have expanded our territories, strengthened our alliances, and increased our influence in the human world that surrounds us. Tonight, I bring before you a decision that will shape the next generation of Gorain leadership. A ripple of anticipation moved through the crowd. This was the moment they'd been waiting for, the announcement of Gabriel's chosen mate, the future mother of the next Gorain alpha. Lily's heart hammered against her ribs as Gabriel's gaze found hers, his expression softening momentarily before returning to the mask of alpha authority. Tradition tells us that strength comes from purity of bloodlines, from alliances forged between old families, from maintaining the ways that have sustained our kind for centuries. Gabriel paused, allowing the traditional viewpoint its due before challenging it. But I believe true strength comes from adaptation, from embracing change when change is needed, from recognizing that the old ways must sometimes give way to new vision. Murmurs rose from several quarters, some approving, others distinctly not. From her position below the platform, Lily could see Deanna watching with carefully controlled expression, her hands clasped tightly before her. Tonight, I stand before you to announce my choice of mate, a choice made not from political calculation or tradition, but from the recognition of a bond older and more powerful than any of our laws or customs. Gabriel extended his hand toward Lily in the formal gesture that would begin the presentation ritual. I present to you Lily Carter, my chosen. The massive double doors at the far end of the hall crashed open, cutting off Gabriel's words. Every head turned as Victoria Reeves swept into the room, her white gown billowing dramatically, her father and several members of their pack following in her wake. Unlike her entrance at the gala, where she had affected elegant grace, tonight Victoria moved with predatory intent, her eyes already glowing amber with partial shift, her lips curled to reveal lengthened canines. I challenge this abomination, she announced, her voice ringing through the suddenly silent hall. The Gorain alpha would pollute our bloodline and betray our most sacred laws by taking as mate not merely a human but an enemy of our very existence. Shock rippled through the gathering. Gabriel remained outwardly calm, though Lily could sense his tension from several feet away. You interrupt sacred proceedings, Victoria, he stated, his voice dangerously quiet. Explain yourself or withdraw. Victoria's smile was all teeth as she moved forward, her followers spreading out behind her in a clearly practiced formation. Oh, I'll explain, Gabrielle. I'll explain exactly what kind of viper you've invited into our midst. She turned to address the crowd directly. Your alpha believes he's chosen a simple human woman, perhaps unusual but harmless. He is deceived. Lily Carter is neither simple nor harmless. She is the direct descendant of the shadow hunters, sworn enemies of all wolf kind. The accusation hit the gathering like a physical blow. Gasps and growls erupted from all quarters, many of the older werewolves backing away from Lily as if she carried contagion. Even Diana looked stricken, her composure cracking to reveal genuine alarm. Lily stood frozen, Victoria's accusation echoing in her mind. Shadow hunters. The term meant nothing to her, yet it clearly meant everything to the werewolves surrounding her, whose expressions had transformed from curiosity to fear and hatred in an instant. A serious claim, Gabriel replied, his voice level despite the chaos erupting around them. Do you have evidence, or merely spite dressed as concern? Victoria's father stepped forward, a leather portfolio in his hands. We have proof, Alpha. Incontrovertible proof gathered over months of investigation. He opened the portfolio and removed several photographs and documents, which an associate began distributing to the elders. Birth records, genealogical research, photographic evidence, all confirming that Lily Carter is the granddaughter of Elena Vasquez, one of the most notorious shadow hunters of the last century. Lily's knees nearly buckled. Elena Vasquez, Rose's maiden name before she married Lily's grandfather. The grandmother who had raised her, who had warned her about the Gormanis, who wore the herbs that blocked werewolf senses. What are shadow hunters? She managed to ask, her voice small in the large space. An elder answered before Gabriel could, his tone harsh with ancient hatred. Humans who have dedicated themselves to the extermination of our kind for nearly 1,000 years. Trained killers who pass their techniques and weapons through bloodlines, who have hunted us to near extinction in some regions, the most devoted and dangerous enemies werewolves have ever faced. Impossible, Lily whispered, though doubt crept into her mind along with memories. Rose's inexplicable fear of the Gormans, her warnings about the full moon, her knowledge of herbs that affected werewolf senses. Is it? Victoria countered, clearly savoring the moment. Ask your grandmother about the Silver Ridge Massacre of 1986, when Elena Vasquez led a team of shadow hunters against a peaceful gathering much like this one. Ask her how many wolf children died that night, how many families were destroyed. Horror washed through Lily in a cold wave. No. Rose would never. Rose Vasquez Carter. Victoria's father interrupted, reading from a document. Formerly known as Elena Vasquez before she assumed a new identity. Wanted by packs across North America for crimes against wolfkind. Believed killed in action until we traced her through her daughter's marriage certificate. Your mother's, Ms. Carter. The hall had erupted into chaos. Werewolves shouting questions and accusations, some demanding immediate action against the perceived threat in their midst. Through it all, Gabriel remained strangely silent, his expression unreadable as he stared at the documents an elder had thrust into his hands. Desperate, Lily moved toward the platform, reaching for Gabriel. I didn't know, she pleaded. Whatever Rose may have been, whatever she may have done, I had no idea. You have to believe me. The moment her fingers brushed his arm, the familiar heat bloomed between them, that instant connection that had drawn them together from the beginning. Gabriel's eyes met hers, and she saw the conflict raging within him. The alpha, responsible for his pack's safety, wrestling with the man who had declared her his mate. For a heartbeat, hope flared in Lily's chest as his hand started to rise toward hers. Then, with visible effort, he pulled away, stepping back from her outstretched fingers. These accusations must be investigated, he announced, addressing the room rather than her. Until the truth is determined, the presentation ceremony is suspended. The formal words fell like blows. Suspended, not canceled. A distinction that probably mattered in pack law, but felt like abandonment to Lily as she stood alone at the foot of the Alpha's platform, surrounded by hostile faces and suspicious growls. Gabriel, please, she whispered, reaching for him again despite the public setting. This time, when their hands connected, the spark between them remained, that undeniable heat and recognition, but Gabriel withdrew more deliberately, pain etched in every line of his face as he severed the contact. I can't let personal feelings override my duty to the pack, he said, his voice pitched for her ears alone. Not until we know the truth. I am the truth, Lily responded, fighting back tears that threatened to spill. Everything between us has been real. Whatever Rose may have done, whatever blood may run in my veins, my feelings for you have been honest from the beginning. Conflict raged behind Gabriel's eyes, but before he could respond, Diana stepped between them, her expression grave. Miss Carter should leave now, for her own safety. The pack needs time to process these revelations and determine the appropriate response. I'll escort her, Gabriel began, but his mother laid a restraining hand on his arm. You cannot. Not now. Your place is here, calming the pack and maintaining order. Diana's voice softened slightly. I'll see that she reaches home safely. The dismissal was as clear as it was painful. Gabriel wasn't choosing Lily over his responsibilities. He was choosing his role as alpha first, as he'd been raised to do, as the centuries of Gorain leadership demanded. Yet knowing the reason didn't lessen the sting of watching him step back, allowing his mother to guide Lily toward a side exit, while Victoria looked on with undisguised triumph. This isn't over, Diana murmured as they moved through the agitated crowd. But tonight, emotions are too high for rational discussion. Go home, speak with your grandmother, learn the truth of your heritage before confronting the pack again. The truth? Lily wasn't sure she was ready for it. Not if it meant discovering that the woman who had raised her, who had loved her and sacrificed for her, was also a killer who had targeted families like Gabriel's. Not if it meant that the blood in her veins carried a legacy of hatred against the very beings she had come to respect and care for. Not if it meant losing Gabriel permanently to the weight of history and obligation. As Diana handed her into a waiting car with a driver instructed to take her directly home, Lily touched the pendant still warm against her skin, the symbol of a bond that had seemed so certain mere hours ago, and now hung by a thread as fragile as hope. The cottage was dark when Lily arrived, save for a single light burning in Rose's bedroom. The familiar sight, once comforting, now filled her with apprehension. How many nights had she returned to find that welcoming glow, never questioning the history of the woman who waited within? The driver Gabriel had assigned to her, Owen, a young werewolf who had become something of a friend over the past weeks, caught her arm gently as she moved to exit the car. I should come in with you, he said, his expression serious. If what they're saying is true. Then what? Lily challenged, sudden anger flaring through her grief. You think my 72-year-old grandmother is going to attack a werewolf? That I'm going to complete her mission of genocide? Owen had the grace to look abashed. No, but if word of tonight's revelation spreads to certain factions, some might take matters into their own hands. Seek revenge for old wounds. The implication chilled her. You think Rose is in danger from the pack? I think both of you might be until this is resolved. His gaze darted to the dark forest that surrounded the small cottage. Let me at least check the perimeter, make sure no one followed us. Lily nodded, waiting in the car while Owen circled the property, his heightened senses alert for any threat. When he returned and pronounced it clear, she allowed him to escort her to the door. I'll stay nearby tonight, he promised. Alpha's orders. Gabriel hadn't abandoned her entirely then. The knowledge provided small comfort as Lily entered the cottage, bracing herself for the confrontation to come. She found Rose sitting up in bed, more alert than Lily had seen her in months. The new treatments Gabriel had arranged had worked minor miracles, reducing her dependence on oxygen and restoring some of her former vigor. Tonight, that renewed strength manifested in the straight set of her shoulders and the clear watchfulness in her dark eyes. You're home early, Rose observed, setting aside the book she'd been reading. I didn't expect you until much later. Lily remained in the doorway, studying the familiar features of the woman who had raised her. Was there something she'd missed all these years? Some sign of the deadly hunter Victoria had described? The gathering ended unexpectedly, Lily said carefully. Rose's gaze sharpened. What happened? Victoria Reeves happened. Lily moved into the room but didn't sit on the bed as she normally would. She made some accusations about you. About us. A shadow crossed Rose's face, followed by resignation. I knew this day would come eventually. I had hoped to spare you from it a little longer." The simple acknowledgement hit harder than any denial could have. "So, it's true then? You're Elena Vasquez, a shadow hunter?" "I was Elena, yes, long ago." Rose's gaze never wavered. "And I was a shadow hunter, trained from childhood to track and kill werewolves. But that's not all I was, Mahita. Not all I am." "They said you led a massacre." Lily's voice caught on the word. "That you killed children." Pain contorted Rose's features. "No, that was never—" She stopped, visibly collecting herself. "Sit, Lily, please. This story can't be told in pieces or half-truths. You deserve to know everything." After a moment's hesitation, Lily perched on the edge of the bed, maintaining physical distance even as Rose reached for the truth between them. "My family, the Vasquez line, has hunted werewolves for nearly 8 centuries, Rose began, her voice taking on the cadence of a history often silently recited. "We began in Spain during the Inquisition, when the church sanctioned the extermination of demonic creatures they didn't understand. Over generations, we developed specialized weapons, training techniques, and tracking methods passed from parent to child." She paused, reaching for the glass of water beside her bed with hands that trembled slightly. "We believed our cause was just, that we were protecting humanity from monsters who lived among us, predators in human skin who could strike at any moment." "Were you wrong?" Lily asked, needing to hear it explicitly. Rose's expression grew distant. "We were wrong about many things, but not in the way you might think. We weren't hunting mindless beasts. We were hunting a people, a culture, families with their own laws and ethics and right to exist. It took me too long to understand that distinction." "What changed?" Lily prompted when Rose fell silent. "I met your grandfather." A smile touched Rose's lips, lighting her face with remembered joy. "Carlos Carter was the first person outside the hunter community I ever truly knew. He showed me that the world was wider than the narrow path I'd been raised to walk, that there was room for compassion alongside duty." She reached for a small wooden box on her nightstand. The same box Lily had seen her retrieve the moonstone pendant from weeks earlier. From it, Rose withdrew a faded photograph of a handsome young man with Lily's amber eyes and warm smile. "I was sent to Silver Ridge in 1985 to investigate rumors of a large pack establishing territory in the mountains," Rose continued. "I was young, recently promoted to lead my own team of hunters, eager to prove myself. Carlos owned the diner in town then, the same one you work at now. He knew nothing of werewolves or hunters. He only knew that I was a strange woman who ordered the same meal every day and seemed to have no reason for being in Silver Ridge." Fondness softened her voice. "He courted me with terrible jokes and free pie. By the time I realized I was falling in love with him, I'd already confirmed that the Gorain pack had indeed settled in the area, a large, powerful group that my superiors viewed as a significant threat." "What did you do?" Lily asked, drawn into the story despite her lingering anger and confusion. "I sent false reports, claimed the rumors were unfounded, that there was no unusual activity in the area." Rose's expression darkened. "But my second-in-command grew suspicious. Raymond had been raised more strictly than I had, taught to view werewolves as nothing but animals to be put down. He conducted his own surveillance and discovered not only the pack but also my relationship with Carlos." Rose drew a shaky breath, the telling clearly painful. "Raymond contacted our leadership behind my back. They sent a larger team, with orders to eliminate the entire Gorain pack during their spring gathering. The same ceremony interrupted tonight." Horror crawled up Lily's spine. "That's the massacre Victoria mentioned." "It wasn't a massacre," Rose said firmly. "It was an attempted massacre that I prevented. When I discovered what Raymond had planned, I warned the Goraines. I helped evacuate their most vulnerable members, the children, the elderly, the pregnant women, before Raymond's team attacked." Relief washed through Lily so powerful it left her lightheaded. "You saved them." "I tried, but Raymond had more men than I expected, and they came earlier than planned. There was fighting, hunters died, and so did werewolves. Good people on both sides." Rose's hand found Lily's, gripping it with surprising strength. I killed Raymond myself when I found him about to execute Diana Gorain's young son." "Gabriel," Lily whispered, the pieces falling into place. "You saved Gabriel." Rose nodded. "He was just a boy, 14 years old, already showing the courage that would make him alpha someday. He'd stayed behind to help the others escape, putting himself in danger. When I found them, Raymond had him pinned, silver knife raised." Her voice dropped. "I made my choice in that moment. Not hunter or human or werewolf, but simply right or wrong. I put a crossbow bolt through Raymond's throat. The image was violent but oddly satisfying. Rose, younger and stronger, defending a child against a killer who happened to be one of her own kind. Did Gabriel recognize you tonight? Did he remember? I doubt it. He was badly injured, barely conscious by the time I reached him, and afterward Carlos and I had to run, not just from the remaining hunters, but from the werewolves who, understandably, didn't trust my sudden change of heart." Rose sighed. "We fled to Arizona, changed our names, started a new life. When your mother was born a year later, we swore to protect her from both worlds that would claim her." A new question formed in Lily's mind, one that tied together many loose threads. My mother, was she half hunter, yes, with all the heightened reflexes, enhanced senses, and natural fighting abilities our bloodline carries? Rose's gaze grew searching. "You've inherited some of those traits yourself, though they typically don't fully manifest until early adulthood. Haven't you noticed your senses sharpening recently, your reflexes improving, your connection to the moon's phases growing stronger?" Lily had attributed those changes to her increasing bond with Gabriel, to the influence of the pendant, to the werewolf magic she'd been exposed to. But if Rose was right, the changes had come from within her own body, her own heritage awakening. "If I'm part hunter," Lily said slowly, "then why do I feel such a connection to Gabriel, to his world? Victoria made it sound like hunters and werewolves are natural enemies." "That's what both sides have believed for centuries," Rose confirmed. "But the truth is more complex. Our bloodlines have been entangled longer than either side would care to admit. The very abilities that make hunters effective against werewolves, enhanced senses, accelerated healing, increased strength, came from somewhere." Her gaze grew significant. "Some believe the first hunters were werewolves who lost the ability to shift but retained other aspects of their supernatural nature." The implication stunned Lily. "You're saying hunters might be, devolved werewolves? Or evolved humans who developed similar traits through different means? The truth is lost to history." Rose squeezed Lily's hand. "What matters is that the division between our kinds has never been as absolute as the old stories claim. Your mother proved that when she fell in love with your father, a man who, unknown to her, carried recessive werewolf genes from ancestors generations back." Lily's world tilted on its axis. "My father had werewolf blood? Very diluted, but yes. Not enough to shift himself, but enough to recognize something kindred in your mother, just as she recognized something in him." Rose's expression softened. "And enough, when combined with the hunter genes from my side, to create something unique in you, Mahita. Something neither fully hunter nor werewolf nor human, but a bridge between all three worlds." The revelation explained so much. Her reaction to Gabriel's medallion, her natural affinity for the wolves, the strange comments about her scent being not entirely human. It explained why the mate bond with Gabriel had formed so quickly and powerfully. "Does Gabriel know any of this?" Lily asked, urgency suddenly gripping her. "About you saving him? About my mixed heritage? I don't know." Rose released Lily's hand to reach for a leather-bound journal on her nightstand. "But he needs to. All of it. I've kept this record of everything that happened, names, dates, my actions during the attack, what I've learned about our bloodline since. Take it to him. If he's the man you believe him to be, he'll listen." Lily accepted the journal, its weight substantial in her hands. "Why didn't you tell me any of this before? Why let me walk into the pack gathering unprepared?" Pain and regret crossed Rose's features. Fear. Simple human fear. "I was afraid that once you knew the truth, you'd be drawn into the conflict between our worlds, that you'd face the same impossible choices I did." She touched Lily's cheek gently, and selfishly, I feared losing you to the Gorain world entirely. You're all I have left of your mother, of the family we tried to build away from all this. The admission dissolved the last of Lily's anger, leaving only compassion for the complex woman who had raised her. Whatever Rose had been in her youth, whatever crimes she might have committed before finding redemption, she had loved Lily completely and sacrificed everything to keep her safe. I need to go back, Lily said, rising from the bed with new determination. I need to tell Gabriel everything, make him understand. Not tonight, Rose cautioned, alarm replacing the openness of moments before. Emotions will be running too high. Wait until morning, when cooler heads prevail. I can't wait, Lily insisted, already moving toward the door. Victoria will be poisoning the pack against us, consolidating her position. Every hour I delay gives her more opportunity to undermine whatever trust Gabriel and I have built. Lily, please, Rose called after her. At least take the herbs, for protection. But Lily was already gone, the journal clutched to her chest, the pendant warm against her skin, as if approving her decision. Outside, Owen straightened from where he'd been leaning against the car. Take me back to the estate, she commanded, her voice carrying a new authority that made the young werewolf blink in surprise. Alpha ordered me to keep you safe here, he hedged, though he opened the car door automatically. And I'm telling you that the safest place for me right now is with Gabriel, Lily countered, sliding into the passenger seat. Unless you'd prefer I walk there alone through woods potentially full of angry werewolves who think I'm a hunter. Owen's conflicted expression would have been comical under other circumstances. He's going to kill me, he muttered, starting the engine. No, he won't, Lily replied with newfound confidence. Because I'm going to save him. Just like my grandmother did all those years ago, whether he knows it yet or not. As the car pulled away from the cottage, Lily opened Rose's journal to the first page, determination hardening within her. She had spent her whole life feeling like she was waiting for something important to happen. Now that it had, she wouldn't let fear or convention or ancient hatreds tear it away from her. She was Lily Carter, granddaughter of a shadow hunter and descendant of werewolves, carrier of two bloodlines thought incompatible for centuries, and she was going to fight for her place in Gabriel Gorain's world with every drop of that mixed blood. The scene in the ceremonial hall deteriorated rapidly after Gabriel's withdrawal. What had begun as shocked murmurs escalated to open hostility, werewolves who had politely nodded to Lily earlier now baring teeth and edging closer with predatory intent. Victoria stood at the center of the gathering, her triumph barely contained as she continued presenting evidence of the Carter family's crimes against wolfkind. The bloodline cannot be trusted, she declared, her voice carrying over the growing chaos. Hunter instincts are passed from generation to generation, just as our wolf is. The girl may not carry silver weapons tonight, but the drive to destroy our kind is written in her DNA. Several younger werewolves moved toward Lily, their eyes already glowing with partial shift. Gabriel remained on the platform, visibly torn between his role as alpha maintaining order and his instinct to protect Lily. When one particularly aggressive male stepped within striking distance of her, Gabriel's control slipped. A warning growl erupted from his chest, his eyes flashing brilliant gold as he started forward. Enough! Diana Gorain's authoritative voice cut through the tension. She stepped between Lily and the advancing werewolves, her slender frame somehow expanding to command the space around her. This is not how the Gorain pack conducts itself. We are not savages to threaten an unarmed woman based on accusations not yet proven. With respect, alpha female, Victoria's father countered, the evidence is substantial. At minimum, the hunter should be detained until we determine the extent of the threat. Diana's gaze swept the gathering, her expression implacable. There will be no detaining, no threats, no violence in this hall. Her voice dropped to that same register Gabriel used when issuing commands that bypassed rational thought and spoke directly to the wolf. The pack will disperse to the Great Hall for refreshment while the Council of Elders reviews the evidence presented. Any wolf who disobeys will answer directly to me. Few in the room would risk challenging Diana Gorain. Despite her age and the silver threading her dark hair, stories of her ferocity in protecting the pack were legendary. One by one, the werewolves backed down, though many cast hostile glances at Lily as they filed toward the adjoining hall. Diana turned to Gabriel, her expression softening fractionally. Go, calm them. Remind them that you remain alpha regardless of tonight's revelations. Gabriel's gaze locked with Lily's across the distance between them, anguish evident in his eyes despite his controlled expression. He gave a short nod to his mother, then, with visible effort, turned and followed the pack into the great hall, his shoulders set with determination. When only a handful of elders remained, clustered around Victoria's documents at the far end of the room, Diana gripped Lily's elbow and guided her swiftly toward a small door half hidden behind one of the tapestries. This way, she murmured, her grip firm but not painful. Quickly, before Victoria realizes you're leaving. Lily allowed herself to be led through the narrow door into a dimly lit corridor she'd never seen during her time working at the estate. Where are we going? Getting you safely away from here, Diana replied, her stride purposeful as they navigated what appeared to be a network of service passageways built into the walls of the mansion. Once emotions cool, rational conversation may be possible. Tonight, instinct rules over reason, and that puts you in danger. I need to talk to Gabriel, Lily insisted, struggling to keep pace with the older woman. To explain about Rose, about what really happened. Later. Gabriel must focus on maintaining pack unity right now. Victoria's faction has been looking for any opportunity to challenge his leadership. Your heritage is merely convenient ammunition. They emerged into a small garage housing several vehicles, including a modest sedan that looked deliberately unremarkable compared to the luxury cars the Gormanis typically drove. Diana removed a key from her dress pocket and pressed it into Lily's hand. Take this to the East Access Road. The gate code is 1986. She gave Lily a meaningful look. The year everything changed for both our families. Lily stared at her in shock. You know about Rose? About what happened? I've suspected since the moment I scented you at the gala, Diana confirmed. There's something unique in your chemistry. Similar to the woman who saved my son's life during the Hunter attack, yet different. Evolved. Why didn't you say anything? Lily demanded, emotions raw after the night's revelations. Why let this ambush happen? Because suspicion isn't certainty, and certainty was required before bringing such explosive information to the pack. Diana's expression grew troubled, and because Gabriel is happier with you than I've ever seen him. I hoped there might be a way to introduce your heritage gradually, to prepare the pack for acceptance rather than rejection. Her candor stunned Lily. You don't hate me for being a hunter's granddaughter, child? Diana said softly. I'm the last person who would condemn someone for the blood in their veins rather than the choices they make. My own mother was human, a secret my father kept from the pack his entire life, fearing exactly the kind of reaction we witnessed tonight. The revelation explained much about Deanna's carefully neutral stance throughout Lily's relationship with Gabriel. Not disapproval, but caution born of personal experience with pack prejudice. Gabriel doesn't know that either, does he? Lily guessed. Few do. Those who might remember have either died or chosen to forget an inconvenient truth. Diana's smile was sad but determined. The pack clings to the myth of pure bloodlines because it's simpler than acknowledging the complex reality of our history. She reached into her pocket again and withdrew a small object, a flash drive on a silver chain. Here. This contains records that may help your case. Historical accounts of hunters who allied with wolves, evidence of genetic studies suggesting our kinds share more common ancestry than either side admits. Lily accepted it, tucking it securely in her dress alongside Rose's journal. Why are you helping me? Diana's expression softened, the regal alpha female momentarily giving way to the mother beneath. Because my son loves you, whether he's ready to admit it or not. Because the bond between you is real and rare, and because 37 years ago, a hunter chose mercy over hatred and saved my son's life at great personal cost. Without warning, Diana leaned forward and pressed a kiss to Lily's forehead, the gesture so maternal it brought unexpected tears to Lily's eyes. "Remember this, Lily Carter," she whispered, her lips still against Lily's skin. "Blood isn't destiny. The choices we make matter more than the heritage we carry. Both shadow hunters and werewolves have forgotten that truth, to our mutual detriment." When she pulled back, Diana's eyes shimmered with emotion usually kept carefully hidden. "Now go, return to your grandmother, learn everything she can tell you about your bloodline and its true history. When the time is right, when you're armed with knowledge as well as instinct, then fight for your place in my son's life, if that's still what you want." "It is," Lily said with certainty that surprised even herself. Despite the night's revelations, despite Gabriel's painful withdrawal, the bond between them remained, complicated now by history and heritage, but no less real. Diana nodded once, decisively. "And prove yourself stronger than the prejudices that would separate you. My son needs a mate who will stand firm when the storms come." With that, she opened the car door for Lily, then stepped back, resuming her alpha female demeanor. "Drive carefully, stay on main roads, and, Lily," her expression turned grave, "trust your instincts. They've been right more often than you know." Minutes later, Lily was navigating the long driveway toward the East Access Road, her mind reeling from the night's events. Diana's unexpected support provided a thin thread of hope amid the devastation of Gabriel's withdrawal and the pack's hostility. If the alpha female could see beyond centuries of hatred between hunters and werewolves, perhaps others could too, including Gabriel himself. The estate's perimeter road wound through dense forest, moonlight filtering through the trees to create a patchwork of silver and shadow across the asphalt. As Lily rounded a curve, her headlights illuminated a figure standing in the middle of the road. Victoria Reeves, alone and smiling with predatory anticipation. Lily slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a stop mere feet from the blonde werewolf. For a heartbeat, she considered simply accelerating, forcing Victoria to either move or be hit. But such an action would only confirm the worst stereotypes about hunters that Victoria had been promoting. Instead, Lily threw the car into reverse, intending to backtrack and find another exit. Before she could complete the maneuver, the rear window exploded inward, showering her with safety glass as a powerful arm reached through the opening. Strong fingers tangled in her hair, yanking her head back against the seat rest. "Going somewhere, Hunter?" a male voice growled near her ear. One of Victoria's pack members, she realized, who must have circled behind the car while Victoria held her attention. Fighting through pain and fear, Lily released the steering wheel and drove her elbow backward with all her strength. The blow connected with something solid, a jaw or cheekbone, producing a satisfying yelp of surprise. The grip on her hair loosened just enough for Lily to wrench free, leaving several strands behind as she lunged for the door handle. The car was still rolling backward slowly, the open driver's door scraping against bushes at the roadside. Lily tumbled out, her body responding with reflexes she hadn't known she possessed. She rolled once on impact, then sprang to her feet in a fighting stance that felt strangely natural despite her total lack of combat training. Victoria advanced slowly, her smile widening to reveal lengthened canines. "Impressive," she purred. The hunter instincts emerge when threatened. Exactly as I told the council they would. 2 more werewolves emerged from the trees. Victoria's companions, their eyes already glowing with partial shift, the one Lily had struck, rubbed his jaw, glaring at her with undisguised hatred. 3 against 1? Hardly seems sporting, Lily said, backing slowly toward the dense undergrowth at the forest's edge. Her heart hammered against her ribs, yet her mind remained oddly clear, assessing threats and options with preternatural calm. "Hunters have never fought fair," Victoria replied with a shrug. "Why should we? I'm not a hunter," Lily continued, edging toward the tree line. "I didn't even know about any of this until tonight. Convenient claim, impossible to disprove." Victoria's casual tone belied the predatory focus in her eyes. "But it doesn't really matter what you know or don't know. Your existence threatens everything. Gabriel's leadership, my rightful place as his mate, the purity of the Gorain line. That's enough reason to eliminate you," The blatant threat confirmed what Lily had suspected. This was no impromptu encounter, but a planned ambush. Victoria had no intention of letting her reach Rose or return to Gabriel with her side of the story. "Gabriel will know it was you," Lily warned, now mere feet from the protective darkness of the forest. "Even if you hide my body, he'll sense what happened through our bond." Victoria laughed, the sound chilling in its genuine amusement. "Bond? You flatter yourself, human. A true mate bond requires both parties to be of compatible supernatural essence. Whatever connection you imagine exists between you and Gabriel is nothing but primitive attraction, easily forgotten once you're gone." The words struck deeper than Victoria could know, echoing Lily's own insecurities about her place in Gabriel's world. But the pendant against her skin remained warm, a constant reminder of the connection that had formed between them, regardless of heritage or tradition. "Enough talk," growled one of Victoria's companions, his features beginning to elongate as his shift progressed further. "The longer we delay, the greater chance of discovery." Victoria nodded sharply. "Take her alive for now. I have questions about her grandmother that require answers before we finish this." The threat to Rose galvanized Lily more than concern for her own safety. As the werewolves lunged forward, she turned and plunged into the forest, abandoning the road for terrain that might offer more cover and escape routes. The forest closed around her like a living entity, branches whipping past her face as she ran deeper into its embrace. Behind her, she heard the sounds of pursuit, not the crashing progress of humans chasing through underbrush, but the nearly silent movement of predators born to hunt among trees. Lily ran without conscious direction, her body somehow knowing which way to turn, which fallen log to vault, which stream to splash through in hopes of confusing her scent trail. Her night vision seemed to sharpen with each passing minute, allowing her to navigate by the barest hints of moonlight filtering through the canopy. Her hearing expanded until she could track her pursuers' positions by their breathing and the subtle displacement of air as they moved. These weren't ordinary human capabilities. These were hunter traits, Rose had said. Dormant in her blood, but now awakening under the pressure of survival. Or perhaps werewolf traits inherited from her father's side, amplified by the pendant and her connection to Gabriel. Whatever their source, these enhanced abilities might be her only chance of escaping Victoria's pack and reaching home. Lily pushed harder, her muscles burning but responding with strength and endurance she'd never before tapped. The sounds of pursuit gradually faded behind her, suggesting she'd gained some distance on her trackers. But werewolves were relentless, capable of maintaining their hunt for hours without tiring. And these woods eventually gave way to the valley where Silver Ridge nestled, terrain that offered less cover and more exposure. Lily paused behind the massive trunk of an ancient pine, catching her breath while straining her heightened senses for any indication of her pursuers' locations. The night forest surrounded her with a symphony of sounds, insects chirping, small creatures rustling through underbrush, the distant call of an owl. But beneath those familiar noises lay something else. The subtle patting of paws on pine needles, approaching from her left. They'd shifted fully to wolf form to better track her through the forest, and they were closing in. Lily's hand found the pendant at her throat, its warmth a stark contrast to the chill night air. "Gabriel," she whispered, knowing he couldn't hear her, yet desperately wishing for the mate bond Victoria had dismissed. "I need you." No answering warmth surged through the pendant, no sense of connection spanning the distance between them. Whatever link they shared, it wasn't strong enough yet to serve as the telepathic bridge Gabriel had described between fully bonded mates. She was on her own. Pushing away from the tree, Lily resumed her flight, angling now toward the valley floor and the distant lights of Silver Ridge, visible through breaks in the canopy. If she could reach town, reach populated areas, Victoria and her pack would be forced to abandon their chase. Werewolves were nothing if not careful about maintaining their secret existence. The forest began to thin as she descended, moonlight growing stronger as the trees gave way to scrubby underbrush and rocky terrain. The change in landscape offered better visibility but less cover, forcing Lily to move more cautiously, using rock formations and scattered vegetation for concealment as she worked her way downslope. A flash of movement to her right, silver-white fur gleaming in moonlight as one of Victoria's wolves circled to cut off her path toward town. Another appeared to her left, darker in coloration but no less deadly in intent. They were hurting her, Lily realized with a sinking heart, directing her away from Silver Ridge, back toward the deeper forest where they could take her without witnesses. Her options narrowing, Lily changed tactics. Instead of continuing her flight, she searched for a defensible position, somewhere she could make a stand with at least some advantage. A rocky outcropping 30 yards ahead offered possibilities. Elevated terrain with limited approaches, large boulders providing both cover and potential weapons. Gathering her remaining strength, she sprinted for the rocks, scrambling up their rough surface with desperate speed. Sharp edges cut into her palms and tore her dress, but Lily barely registered the pain, focused entirely on reaching the summit before her pursuers closed the distance. She crested the formation just as the first wolf reached its base, the silver-white one, its ice-blue eyes unmistakably Victoria's even in wolf form. It circled the rocks, seeking an easy path up, while the darker wolf joined it, both creatures unnaturally silent in their deadly purpose. Lily grabbed a fist-sized rock, testing its weight before positioning herself at the outcropping's edge. When Victoria began picking her way up the slope, Lily took careful aim and threw with all her strength. The stone struck the white wolf's shoulder, producing a startled yelp and a momentary retreat. "That's right," Lily called, reaching for another rock. "Not such easy prey after all, am I?" Victoria snarled, baring impressive fangs as she repositioned for another attempt. Her companion divided to approach from the opposite side, trying to split Lily's attention and defense. The standoff couldn't last long. Even with her newly awakened abilities, Lily couldn't hope to fend off two determined werewolves indefinitely. But each minute she delayed them was another minute to think, to plan, to pray for some intervention or opportunity. As she prepared to repel Victoria's second approach, a sound cut through the night. A howl, deep and commanding, rising from the direction of Gorain estate. Victoria froze, head lifting as she processed the message contained in that primal communication. Her companion similarly paused, uncertainty evident in its posture. A second howl answered the first, then another and another until the night resonated with the voices of what must be the entire Gorain pack. Whatever message they conveyed clearly alarmed Victoria. With a frustrated growl, she backed away from the rocks, gesturing with sharp head movements for her companion to follow. Within moments, they vanished into the forest, leaving Lily trembling atop her rocky refuge, uncertain whether to trust this apparent reprieve. Had Gabriel sent the pack to find her? Or was this some new development in pack politics that had nothing to do with her plight? Either way, she couldn't remain exposed on the rocks indefinitely. Rose might be in danger if Victoria's threats about questioning her were genuine. Lily needed to reach home, to ensure her grandmother's safety, to retrieve the journal that might hold keys to resolving this tangled heritage. Carefully descending from the outcropping, Lily oriented herself towards Silver Ridge and resumed her journey, every sense stretched to its limit for any hint of renewed pursuit. The forest felt different now, less threatening, more familiar, as if her brief battle atop the rocks had changed her relationship to this wild place. By the time the trees gave way to the outlying properties of Silver Ridge, Lily's dress was torn beyond repair, her hair a tangled mess, her skin scratched and bruised from her flight. But she was alive, her mind clear despite the night's revelations and dangers, her purpose fixed on reaching home and protecting Rose from whatever threats might follow. As she approached the small cottage on Maple Street, exhaustion finally began to claim its toll. Her enhanced senses, pushed beyond their limits by fear and necessity, were fading back to more normal parameters. The adrenaline that had fueled her escape ebbed, leaving her muscles trembling and her thoughts increasingly disjointed. But something was wrong. The cottage sat dark and silent, no welcoming light burning in Rose's bedroom window. The front door stood partially open, swaying slightly in the night breeze. Rose never left the door unlocked, let alone open. Fear providing one final surge of energy, Lily rushed forward, pushing through the door into darkness broken only by moonlight streaming through windows. "Rose?" she called, fumbling for the light switch. When illumination flooded the small living room, Lily froze in horror. Furniture lay overturned, cushions slashed open, Rose's collection of small pottery pieces shattered across the floor. Signs of struggle were everywhere. A lamp knocked sideways, a picture frame cracked, dark smears on the wall that looked disturbingly like blood. "Rose!" Lily ran toward the bedroom, heart hammering against her ribs. The destruction continued there. Medications swept from the nightstand, oxygen equipment toppled, the bed empty with sheets torn and pillows disemboweled. No sign of Rose herself, either alive or... Lily couldn't complete the thought. A flash of white caught her eye, a note pinned to the bedroom wall with what appeared to be a silver dagger of unusual design. Lily approached cautiously, noting the intricate engravings on the blade that matched descriptions she'd heard of hunter weapons. The note itself was handwritten on heavy paper, the penmanship flowing and elegant despite its ominous content. "The hunter who betrayed her kind will answer for her crimes. If you wish to see her alive again, come alone to Gorain Ridge at midnight tomorrow. No wolves, no weapons, no tricks. A life for a life. Your surrender for her freedom. Tell anyone, and she dies screaming." Victoria, it could only be Victoria, using Rose as leverage to draw Lily into the open where she could be eliminated without interference. The tactic was as predictable as it was effective. Of course Lily would come. Of course she would trade herself for Rose's safety. Victoria was counting on exactly that selflessness. With shaking hands, Lily retrieved her phone from her torn dress pocket. The screen was cracked from her headlong flight through the forest, but it still functioned. She dialed Gabriel's number from memory, praying he would answer despite the night's revelations and his painful withdrawal. Straight to voicemail. She tried again with the same result. Desperation mounting, Lily called the estate's main number, only to be informed by the night secretary that Gabriel was unavailable and could not be disturbed. No message she left conveyed sufficient urgency to breach the walls of pack protocol that now stood between them. Defeated, Lily sank to the floor amid the destruction of her home, Rose's journal clutched to her chest, Victoria's note crushed in her fist. The pendant that had remained warm against her skin throughout her forest ordeal now felt cold and lifeless, its connection to Gabriel seemingly severed by distance or circumstance, or his own withdrawal. For the first time since the nightmare began, Lily allowed herself to cry. For Rose in Victoria's cruel hands, for Gabriel torn between duty and connection, for her own shattered illusions about the future she'd begun to envision at his side. The tears came in racking sobs that bent her double, grief and fear and exhaustion combining into a storm that left her gasping on the floor of her ransacked home. As night deepened toward dawn, Lily curled around Rose's journal like a talisman, her tears gradually slowing as emotional numbness replaced their raw edge. Victoria had given her until midnight tomorrow, time enough to plan, to prepare, to make whatever peace she could with the likely outcome of her surrender. If these were to be her final hours of freedom, Lily would use them to understand exactly who and what she was. Hunter and werewolf and human, all combined in a unique heritage that had brought her both profound connection and devastating loss. Rose's journal might hold answers that could change everything, or nothing at all. Either way, when she faced Victoria on Gorain Ridge, she would do so knowing the truth of her bloodline and the choices that had shaped her existence. Blood might not be destiny, as Diana had said, but it was legacy, history, foundation. And Lily Carter would stand on that foundation to face whatever came next. Alone, but not without resources. Abandoned, but not without hope. The pendant lay cold between her breasts, its magic dormant or damaged. But as dawn's first light crept through the shattered windows of her childhood home, Lily pressed it to her lips in silent promise. This wasn't over. Not while she still breathed. Not while Rose remained alive, not while the bond between her and Gabriel, faint but persistent, continued to whisper beneath her grief that some connections transcended bloodlines, traditions, and the machinations of those who feared what they didn't understand. Tomorrow at midnight, she would face Victoria on Gorain Ridge. But she would not go gentle into that dark confrontation. Hunter blood and werewolf heritage combined in her veins, creating something neither side had anticipated or prepared for. It was time they learned exactly what that combination could do when pushed to its limits. Chapter 5. Blood Tricks. Dawn's pale light filtered through the cottage's broken windows, illuminating the devastation in harsh detail. Lily had spent the night alternating between tears and determined planning, Rose's journal providing some answers but raising even more questions. Victoria's deadline, midnight tonight, ticked closer with each passing moment. Sleep had been impossible. Instead, Lily had methodically combed through the wreckage of their home, searching for anything that might help her understand her heritage more fully or provide an advantage when facing Victoria. Rose must have kept other records, other artifacts from her hunter past, information that might explain why Victoria had specifically targeted Rose rather than simply using her as bait. Think, Lily muttered to herself, standing in the center of Rose's destroyed bedroom. If I were Rose, where would I hide something truly important? Her gaze swept the room for the 100th time. Upended dresser, mattress, half off the bed frame, shattered mirror, medications scattered like confetti across the hardwood floor. Victoria's pack had been thorough in their search, suggesting they'd been looking for something specific beyond just kidnapping Rose. The floor. Something about the floor nagged at Lily's consciousness. She knelt beside the bed, running her fingers along the baseboards, seeking anything unusual. A memory surfaced, Rose insisting that Lily never rearranged the furniture, particularly the bed, which had remained in the exact same position for 18 years. At the time, Lily had attributed it to an older woman's stubborn habits. Now it seemed suspicious. Shoving the bed frame completely off its spot revealed nothing obvious, just the same hardwood as the rest of the room. Lily pressed her palms against the floor, closing her eyes to concentrate on sensations beyond the visual. There, a subtle difference in temperature between one board and those surrounding it. Her fingers probed the edges of the slightly cooler plank until she found a nearly invisible seam. Pressing down on one end caused the opposite end to rise just enough to grip. With trembling fingers, Lily lifted the board to reveal a narrow compartment built into the floor joists below. Inside lay a wooden box, approximately the size of a thick hardcover book. Unlike the cottage's modest furnishings, this box was exquisitely crafted from dark walnut with silver inlay forming intricate patterns around its edges. Most prominent was a symbol on the lid that made Lily's breath catch. A crescent moon embracing a wolf, nearly identical to the medallion in Gabriel's study that had triggered her first supernatural experience. Her fingers hovered over the box, sudden apprehension making her hesitate. Whatever secrets it contained had been important enough for Rose to hide beneath the floor of her bedroom, important enough that not even Victoria's thorough search had discovered it. Once opened, there would be no going back to the comfortable ignorance of her former life. For Rose, Lily whispered, gathering her courage and lifting the lid, the contents were few but significant. A leather-bound journal, older and more worn than the one Rose had given her last night, several yellowed photographs, a small velvet pouch, and most disturbing, a silver dagger, nearly identical to the one Victoria had used to pin her threatening note to the wall. Lily lifted the dagger first, surprised by its perfect balance and the way it seemed to warm in her grip. The hilt was wrapped in dark leather, worn smooth by years of handling, while the blade itself gleamed with an almost supernatural brightness, despite its obvious age. Etched into the metal was that same wolf and moon symbol, though here it was bisected by a line, suggesting conflict or division. Setting the weapon aside, she turned to the photograph. The first showed a young couple, a serious-faced woman with Rose's sharp cheekbones, and a handsome man with kind eyes that Lily recognized as her grandfather Carlos from the few pictures Rose had shared. They stood before a small diner, presumably the predecessor to Sunnyside that Rose had mentioned in her story. The second photograph made Lily's hands shake. A young woman who could only be her mother held a baby swaddled in a blanket embroidered with the same wolf moon symbol. Beside her stood a man Lily had never seen before. tall and broad-shouldered with amber eyes startlingly similar to her own. Her father, whom Rose had rarely discussed and of whom Lily had no clear memories. The third image was the most shocking. Rose, decades younger but unmistakable, standing in what appeared to be a formal line of black-clad individuals, all holding weapons similar to the silver dagger. A training cadre of shadow hunters, Lily realized, her stomach tightening, proof of the heritage Victoria had thrown in her face at the gathering. With unsteady hands, Lily opened the journal, its leather binding creaking with age. The handwriting inside was not Rose's familiar script, but something more formal, more angular. A different person entirely. The first page bore a simple inscription. Personal record of Elena Vasquez, Chief Instructor, Western Division, Order of the Silver Moon. Elena. Rose's true name, the one Victoria had accused her of abandoning along with her hunter identity. Forcing herself to breathe slowly, Lily began to read. March 15, 1982. The council has assigned me to lead the investigation into rumors of a major pack establishing territory in the Silver Ridge Mountains. Initial intelligence suggests this may be the Gorain pack, thought destroyed in the Quebec Purge of '67. If confirmed, this represents a significant threat requiring immediate response. The clinical detachment in those early entries chilled Lily. This was not the warm, protective Rose she knew, but a dedicated hunter viewing werewolves as targets to be eliminated. As she read further, however, the tone gradually shifted. August 3, 1984. Carlos asked me to dinner again. I should decline. Personal entanglements with locals compromise operational security, but there is something about him that calms the constant vigilance, something that makes me question paths I've walked without hesitation for 30 years. December 24, 1984. Surveillance confirms the Gorain pack has fully established in Silver Ridge, including construction of a ceremonial hall for their quarterly gatherings. I have submitted incomplete reports to the council, claiming insufficient evidence for a full strike team. Carlos asked me today if I believe in redemption. I did not know how to answer. The journal chronicled Elena/Rose's growing relationship with Carlos, alongside her increasing doubts about the hunter mission. By early 1985, she was actively concealing information from her superiors, protecting the werewolves she had been sent to expose by misdirecting council resources to other regions. Then came entries that made Lily's blood run cold. May 17, 1985, Raymond suspects my deception. I found him reviewing my field notes without authorization. When confronted, he mentioned Carlos by name, though I have been careful never to reference him in official communications. I fear I have placed both Carlos and the Gorains in danger through my carelessness. June 9, 1985, Raymond has disappeared from base camp. My attempts to contact him have failed. Council reports no recall order. I must assume the worst, that he has either gone rogue or contacted the council directly with his suspicions about my compromised status. June 12, 1985, disaster. Raymond returned with a full strike team, authorization directly from the High Council. The attack on the Gorain gathering is scheduled for tomorrow night's full moon, when most of the pack will be present and vulnerable during their ceremonies. I cannot allow this slaughter. Not now that I understand these are not monsters, but people. Families with children, elders, traditions as rich as our own. I've made my decision. May the Moon Queen forgive me for what comes next. The next entry was dated nearly a week later, the handwriting shaky and irregular. June 19, 1985. Carlos has hidden me in his cabin above the lake while my wounds heal. The Gorains escaped with minimal casualties, thanks to my warning, though the younger wolves who stayed to fight suffered grievously. I killed Raymond as he prepared to execute Diana Gorain's son, a boy no older than 14 who fought with the courage of a seasoned warrior to protect the pack's retreat. The council now believes me dead, killed in the chaos of the failed raid. Better they think so. There can be no return to my former life. Elena Vasquez died that night in the ceremonial hall. Whoever I am now must find a new path forward. Lily closed the journal, her thoughts spinning. The timeline aligned with Victoria's accusations, but painted a very different picture. Rose Elena hadn't led a massacre against werewolves. She'd betrayed her own kind to prevent one, and in doing so, she'd saved a young Gabriel Gorain's life, just as she'd claimed. With growing urgency, Lily opened the velvet pouch. Inside nestled a silver key attached to a disc engraved with coordinates and a simple instruction. When there is nowhere else to go, come home. The final item in the box was a folded document that proved to be a birth certificate, not Lily's, but her mother's. Maria Elena Vasquez, born to Elena Vasquez and Carlos Carter in Tucson, Arizona, July 1986. No grandparents listed on either side, which meant, "Rose isn't my grandmother," Lily whispered to the empty room. "She's my mother's mother, my actual grandmother." The realization shouldn't have been shocking after everything else she'd learned, but somehow this final deception, this fundamental revision of her family structure, hit Lily hard. Rose had never been her mother's stepmother, who stepped in after her parents died. She was her biological grandmother, who had created an elaborate fiction to hide both their identities from the Hunter Council that would view them as traitors and the werewolf community that would view them as enemies. A note tucked inside the birth certificate provided the last piece of the puzzle. "My dearest Lily, if you are reading this, then the past I tried so hard to outrun has finally caught up to us. I pray you have found this box without guidance, as that would mean I am gone or worse. The coordinates on the key will lead you to the truth I should have shared years ago, about your parents, about your heritage, about the unique gift and burden you carry in your blood. The cabin has remained hidden and protected since your parents' deaths there 18 years ago. What you find inside may help you understand why I kept so many secrets, why I feared the Gorains even as I respected them, why I watched you with both hope and dread as you grew into the remarkable woman you've become. Know that every deception, every half-truth, every omission was meant to protect you from those who would exploit or destroy what you represent. The possibility of reconciliation between ancient enemies. Your mother and father believed their love could heal centuries of hatred. Their research may yet prove them right, though they did not live to complete it. Trust your instincts, Mahida. They are the voice of both bloodlines speaking through you, hunter and wolf, protector and predator, human and other. You alone can choose which aspects to embrace and which to transcend. With eternal love, Rose. Melina pressed the note to her heart, tears flowing freely now. All these years, Rose had carried this burden alone. The weight of her past actions, the loss of her daughter, the responsibility of raising her granddaughter while constantly looking over her shoulder for threats from both sides of an ancient conflict. And now Victoria held her, using Rose's life as leverage to draw Lily into a trap. But Victoria didn't know about this box, about the coordinates, about the possibility of finding weapons or information that might level the playing field. The midnight deadline suddenly seemed less like a death sentence and more like an opportunity. If Lily could reach the hidden cabin, discover what her parents had been researching, perhaps find something that would give her an edge against a vengeful werewolf determined to eliminate her, with renewed purpose, Lily gathered the items from the box and placed them carefully in a backpack, along with Rose's journal from the previous night, the flash drive Deanna had given her, a change of clothes, and what little food remained unspoiled in the ransacked kitchen. The silver dagger she hesitated over before securing it in a leather sheath she found beneath it in the box and strapping it to her calf beneath her jeans. A weapon designed to kill werewolves. The irony wasn't lost on her that she might have to use a hunter artifact to save herself and Rose from those who viewed them as enemies based on that very hunter heritage. But if Gabriel and his mother were right about one thing, it was that blood wasn't destiny. Choices mattered more than heritage, and Lily was choosing to fight for her place in a world that included both her grandmother's legacy and her own future, a future she still couldn't imagine without Gabriel, despite his painful withdrawal. The pendant he'd given her remained cold against her skin, its magic dormant, if not completely gone. Lily touched it briefly, allowing herself one moment of grief for what might have been, before squaring her shoulders and heading for the door. She had coordinates to follow, and less than 12 hours before Victoria's deadline. Whatever awaited at the hidden cabin Whatever secrets her parents had died protecting, Lily would face it with the combined strength of both bloodlines flowing through her veins. Hunter and werewolf, protector and predator. Granddaughter of Elena Vasquez and mate bond of Gabriel Gorain. All of it true. All of it hers to either embrace or transcend. The coordinates led deep into the national forest that bordered Silver Ridge to the north, rugged terrain rarely visited by hikers or campers due to its steep slopes and dense undergrowth. Lily's used car struggled with the last mile of neglected fire road before the path disappeared entirely, forcing her to continue on foot through wilderness that showed no signs of human passage. According to her GPS, the exact location was less than a mile ahead, though the device's signal flickered unreliably beneath the thick forest canopy. Lily pressed forward, her newly awakened senses proving more reliable than technology as she navigated by subtle landmarks and inexplicable intuition. The forest felt strangely familiar, though she was certain she'd never visited this particular section before. Something about the quality of light filtering through the leaves, the specific mix of pine and cedar scenting the air, the way certain rock formations created natural boundaries, all registered as significant, almost welcoming. Lily's hunter heritage, Rose had said, included heightened senses that had always lain dormant within her. Now, faced with crisis and separated from the protective influence of the pack, those latent abilities were emerging with startling rapidity. She found herself instinctively testing the wind for scents, identifying animal tracks with inexplicable certainty, moving through dense underbrush with a silence that would have been impossible just days ago. The pendant at her throat remained cold, but Lily had stopped checking it. Whatever connection it had facilitated with Gabriel was either severed by distance or deliberately blocked by his withdrawal. Either way, she was on her own. At least until she discovered whatever resources her parents might have left behind. After 40 minutes of hiking, Lily reached a natural stone arch draped with vines and moss. Standing beneath it, she consulted her GPS one last time, confirming she was mere yards from the coordinates on the key. Yet nothing resembling a cabin was visible in any direction. Just more forest, a small stream bubbling over rocks, and a steep hillside rising to her right. The key. She hadn't tried the key yet. Removing it from her pocket, Lily studied the silver disc attached to it more carefully. Beneath the coordinates was an additional marking she hadn't noticed before, a tiny arrow pointing upward. Following its direction, she examined the stone arch above her. There, nearly invisible unless you knew to look for it, a small keyhole carved into the living rock, disguised by moss and lichen that had been deliberately cultivated around it. Lily stretched to reach it, inserting the key with a certainty that felt like memory, though she'd never been here before. The key turned with surprising ease for a lock presumably untouched for 18 years. A soft click echoed through the arch, followed by the scrape of stone against stone. The hillside to Lily's right shifted, a section of seemingly solid rock pivoting inward to reveal a narrow passageway leading into darkness. A hidden door, Lily breathed, impressed despite her apprehension. Straight out of a fantasy novel. As she approached the opening, she noticed symbols carved into the stone on either side of the passage. Protective sigils, similar to the ones Rose burned occasionally, claiming they purified the air and eased her breathing. Now, Lily recognized them as hunter wards, designed to repel werewolves and conceal human presence. Yet, as she passed between them, the symbols seemed to respond to her proximity. Glowing faintly with a silver-blue light that pulsed once before fading. Recognition, not rejection. The magic accepted her despite her mixed heritage, perhaps even because of it. The passageway extended about 20 feet before opening into a small cavern illuminated by natural light filtering through cleverly disguised openings in the hillside. Within this natural chamber stood a cabin, or perhaps more accurately, a substantial wooden structure that had been built to incorporate the cavern's natural features. Stone formed two of its walls while hand-hewn timber completed the others, the entire construction designed to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. A perfect sanctuary, hidden from both hunter and werewolf detection by natural barriers, enhanced with magical protections. The ultimate safe house for a couple caught between two worlds that would reject their union. Lily approached slowly, half expecting more magical responses, but the cabin itself appeared dormant, waiting for the right person to awaken it from 18 years of solitude. The door was secured with another lock that accepted the same key, though this one turned with more resistance, its mechanisms stiff from disuse. Inside, time seemed to have frozen. A layer of dust covered every surface, but otherwise the cabin appeared as if its occupants had simply stepped out momentarily and might return at any second. Books lay open on a large desk surrounded by neatly organized research materials. 2 coffee cups sat side by side near a sink in the small kitchen area. A leather jacket hung by the door, sized for a man with Gabriel's broad shoulders. The space was essentially one large room, divided into functional areas. Living space with comfortable furniture, kitchen with basic amenities, workspace dominated by the research desk, and a sleeping area partially concealed behind a decorative screen. Every element showed thoughtful design and quality craftsmanship, creating a space that was both practical and beautiful. But it was the walls that immediately captured Lily's attention. Every available surface was covered with maps, diagrams, genealogical charts, and photographs connected by colored strings in an elaborate web of information. At the center of this massive research display hung a large chart titled Convergent Evolution, Hunter-Shifter Genetic Compatibility Study. Her parents had been researchers then, scientists studying the genetic connections between hunters and werewolves. Lily approached the chart, her heart pounding as she began to grasp the significance of their work. The diagram showed 2 distinct genetic lineages. One labeled Canis primus, representing werewolves, the other Homo venator, representing hunters. But rather than depicting them as entirely separate species, the chart illustrated points of convergence, where similar traits had developed independently in both populations. Enhanced strength, accelerated healing, heightened senses, extended lifespan, and most surprisingly, lunar sensitivity. Notes in the margins, written in 2 distinct handwritings, theorized that both groups descended from a common ancestor that had experienced a genetic split approximately 10,000 years ago. One branch developed the ability to physically transform. The other maintained human form, but developed specialized traits for tracking and fighting the first group. "They're cousins," Lily whispered. The implications staggering. Not natural enemies, but divergent branches of the same evolutionary tree. She moved to the desk, where journals and research papers were organized in neat stacks. The topmost journal bore her mother's name, Maria Carter, and appeared to be a personal diary rather than formal research notes. With trembling hands, Lily opened it, finding an entry dated just 3 days before her parents' supposed car accident. April 3, 2007. The genetic compatibility tests confirm our hypothesis. Hunter and werewolf DNA can not only coexist without conflict, but may actually complement each other in ways neither the Council nor the packs have imagined. Lily's latest blood work shows stable integration of both marker sets, with none of the autoimmune responses the old texts predicted. She is truly the first of her kind, a perfect hybrid, expressing strengths from both lineages without the traditional limitations of either. Thomas believes we should publish our findings immediately, force both communities to confront their shared origins and potential future. I remain cautious. The Council still hunts Mother for her betrayal, and the Gorain pack has never acknowledged Thomas despite his paternal line's connection to their founding alpha. Our research challenges foundational beliefs on both sides, beliefs used to justify centuries of violence and separation. Such revelations endanger not just us, but Lily, whose very existence proves everything both sides think they know is wrong. For now, we maintain the sanctuary's protections and continue our work in secret. But Thomas is right, this knowledge cannot remain hidden forever. The genetic drift affecting both populations has reached critical levels. Without cross-lineage introduction, the gifts that make both hunters and werewolves special will eventually fade or transform into true genetic disorders. Our people need each other, whether they're prepared to accept that truth or not. Meanwhile, our beautiful girl grows stronger each day, showing neither the hunter's vulnerability to lunar cycles nor the werewolf's compulsory shifting. She is the future made flesh, if we can keep her safe long enough for that future to arrive. Lily sank into the desk chair, her mother's words resonating with terrible clarity. Her parents hadn't died in a random car accident. They'd been researchers, on the verge of revealing controversial findings that threatened the foundational beliefs of both communities, findings that centered on their daughter, on Lily herself, as living proof of their theories. With growing urgency, she began examining the other journals and papers, reconstructing her parents' work through their meticulous notes. Thomas Carter, her father, had indeed been distantly related to the Gorain line, a connection severed generations back when his ancestor had been born without the ability to shift and was subsequently banished from the pack. Such dormant werewolves often integrated into human society, their supernatural heritage diluting with each generation until only trace markers remained. Yet those markers had been sufficient, when combined with Maria's hunter genetics, to create something unprecedented in Lily, a hybrid who carried the strengths of both lineages in perfect balance. Her mother's notes detailed careful observation of Lily's development throughout childhood, documenting subtle differences that distinguished her from normal human children: slightly accelerated healing, heightened sensory perception, unusual comfort in wilderness settings, natural affinity for tracking and pathfinding. Nothing dramatic enough to raise suspicion in the human world, but collectively painting a picture of a child whose unique genetic inheritance was expressing itself in subtle but significant ways that would likely intensify as she reached full maturity. As Lily absorbed this information, she found herself drawn to a small wooden chest on a shelf near the sleeping area. Unlike the research materials, this seemed personal rather than scientific. Following instinct, she opened it to find keepsakes of her childhood: baby clothes, tiny shoes, a lock of dark hair tied with ribbon, drawings she'd made as a toddler. Beneath these mementos lay a small book bound in soft leather, the pages filled with a woman's handwriting Lily recognized from the research journals. Her mother's private diary, distinct from her scientific notes. The entries were addressed directly to Lily, as if Maria had always intended for her daughter to find them someday. "My dearest Lily, you are sleeping in my arms as I write this, not quite 3 years old and already so curious about the world. Today you followed a butterfly through the garden for nearly an hour, observing its every movement with the focus of a born naturalist. Your father says you have my patience and his stubbornness, a combination that will serve you well in life. I wonder what you will think of us when you're grown. Will you understand the choices we've made, the secrets we've kept, the work that consumes so much of our attention, even as we try to give you a normal childhood?" Normal. Such a strange concept for a family like ours. Your grandmother, my mother, lives a double life in Silver Ridge, watching over our research site while maintaining her cover as Rose Carter, widow and diner waitress. Your father and I divide our time between our public work as environmental consultants and our true research here in the sanctuary. And you, my beautiful girl, carry 2 ancient bloodlines in your very cells, their centuries-old conflict reconciled in your perfect being. I hope that by the time you read these words, if you ever do, the world will be ready for what you represent, that hunters and werewolves will have found their way to reconciliation, or at least to recognizing their common origins and potential shared future. But if that day hasn't yet come, know this: you were created in love by 2 people who crossed impossible boundaries to be together. Your very existence is proof that those boundaries were always artificial, constructs of fear and tradition, rather than biological imperatives. You are not half of anything, but wholly yourself, a bridge between worlds that need no longer be divided. As Lily read deeper into the journal, the entries became more than words on a page. Something extraordinary happened. Each memory her mother described triggered corresponding sensations within Lily herself, as if the words were keys unlocking compartments in her mind where these moments had been preserved despite her young age when they occurred. Her mother described rocking infant Lily to sleep while singing a Spanish lullaby, and suddenly Lily could hear the melody, feel the gentle sway of her mother's arms, smell the subtle lavender scent that always surrounded Maria Carter. The memory was so vivid, so immediate, that tears sprang to Lily's eyes, her body remembering what her conscious mind had forgotten. You were so excited about the full moon last night. While other hunter children often grow fussy during peak lunar phases, you reached for it through the window, laughing as if greeting an old friend. Your father says the wolf in your blood recognizes its ancient patron, while the hunter aspects protect you from being overwhelmed by its power. Such a perfect balance you maintain even at this young age. With this entry came the sensation of moonlight on her skin, a bubbling joy rising from deep within, a sense of rightness and connection to the glowing orb in the night sky. Not fear or compulsion, as werewolves experienced, not wariness, as hunters maintained, but celebration, recognition of the moon as catalyst and complement to her unique nature. You found a wolf in the forest today, or perhaps it found you. A great black beast that would have terrified any other child, but you simply sat in the clearing, watching it watch you. When I came looking for you, heart pounding with fear, I found you 2 yards from a predator that could have killed you in seconds. Yet neither of you showed any aggression. The wolf acknowledged me with a glance, then melted back into the tree. Your father believes it was a gourmet scout, perhaps drawn by some recognition of your dual nature. We've increased security around the sanctuary, though I wonder if it's truly necessary. There was something in that moment of connection between you and the wolf that seemed prophetic. This memory struck Lily with particular force, the black wolf materializing in her mind with perfect clarity, its intelligent eyes studying her without fear or aggression, a sense of recognition passing between them. Could it have been Gabriel in wolf form? The timing made it unlikely. He would have been away at school when Lily was a small child, but perhaps another gourmet wolf, sensing something unusual but not threatening in the child with mixed blood? Page after page, Lily absorbed not just information, but emotions, sensations, connections long buried beneath the trauma of her parents' deaths and the carefully constructed normal life Rose had created for her afterward. Her mother's love flowed through every entry, along with fierce pride in her daughter's unique nature and determination to create a world where that nature could be fully expressed. The final entry was dated April 7, 2007, the day before her parents allegedly died in the car accident Rose had described. We've made a decision, my darling girl. Your father and I will approach the Gourmet Alpha directly, Diana, not her council of elders who remain too entrenched in old thinking. We'll present our research, including the genetic projections, showing the eventual consequences if both populations continue to isolate. Most importantly, we'll introduce you, living proof that reconciliation is not just possible, but necessary for the survival of both bloodlines. It's a risk. Diana may reject us outright, or worse. But we can't continue hiding this knowledge while both hunters and werewolves suffer increasing fertility issues, autoimmune disorders, and genetic drift. Your grandmother believes we should wait, approach more moderate factions on the hunter side first. But time grows short. The world is changing, and our people must change with it or face eventual extinction. Whatever happens tomorrow, know that we act out of love for you, for each other, for the future we believe is possible. If our approach is rejected, we have contingency plans. Your grandmother will take you to safety while we regroup and consider alternative strategies. I look at you sleeping now, so peaceful, so perfect in your integration of bloodlines long divided, and I know with bone-deep certainty that you were born for something momentous. Not because of prophecy or destiny, but because love crossed boundaries thought impermeable, creating something extraordinary in the process. Sleep well, my bridge between worlds. Tomorrow begins the next chapter of our journey. The entry ended there, the last words Maria Carter had written, before whatever truly happened the following day. Not a car accident, as Rose had claimed, but some confrontation or event significant enough that Rose had felt compelled to create an entirely different narrative to protect her granddaughter. Had they actually met with Diana Gourmet? Had someone from either the Hunter Council or traditionalist werewolf factions discovered their research and moved to silence them? The journals contained no answers to these critical questions, only the unmistakable evidence that Lily's parents had been murdered to prevent their revelations from reaching the wider community. Tears streamed down Lily's face as she closed the journal, holding it against her heart as if she could somehow embrace her mother through this tangible connection to her thoughts and feelings. The vivid sensory memories continued to surface. Her mother's voice singing lullabies, her father's deep laugh as he tossed her into the air. The sense of absolute safety in their presence, despite the dangers that had surrounded them. "I remember you," she whispered to the empty cabin. "I remember everything." These weren't just intellectual discoveries, but emotional reconnections, filling gaps in Lily's sense of self that she hadn't even recognized existed. She wasn't an ordinary human girl who had stumbled into the supernatural world through chance encounter with Gabriel's medallion. She was the deliberate creation of two brave researchers who had loved across boundaries and produced a child meant to prove those boundaries unnecessary. The pendant around her neck remained cold, its connection to Gabrielle still severed. But Lily no longer felt adrift or abandoned. Her parents' research, their love, their sacrifice, all created a foundation much broader and stronger than a single relationship, no matter how powerful the initial connection had seemed. Rising from the desk with renewed purpose, Lily began gathering materials she would need for tonight's confrontation with Victoria. Her parents had been developing not just theories, but practical applications, including specialized weapons and tools designed to affect werewolves without killing them, pharmaceuticals that could temporarily suppress shifting abilities, protective charms that disrupted werewolf senses without harming the wolves themselves, not tools of destruction as traditional hunters had wielded, but instruments of protection and balance, created by researchers who respected both sides of an ancient conflict while working toward reconciliation. Tools Lily could use to rescue Rose without killing Victoria or her pack members, preserving the possibility of the very reconciliation her parents had died trying to initiate. As the afternoon light began to fade, Lily sorted through her parents' research one final time, seeking any clue to what might have actually happened the day they died. A single notation on a calendar page caught her attention. DB, 8 p.m., Brian, written in her father's hand. Diana Gorain, 8 p.m., Gorain Ridge. The same location where Victoria had demanded Lily surrender herself tonight. The coincidence seemed impossible. Yet it suggested that whatever had happened 18 years ago might be directly connected to events unfolding now. Had Victoria somehow discovered the truth about that long-ago meeting? Was her kidnapping of Rose and targeting of Lily motivated by more than simple jealousy over Gabriel's attention? The midnight deadline approached with inexorable steadiness. Lily packed only what she absolutely needed: her parents' most promising non-lethal technologies, the silver dagger as last resort, and most importantly, the journals documenting their research and conclusions. If she couldn't convince Victoria with words or force, perhaps the scientific evidence might reach some rational part of the werewolf's mind. As she prepared to leave the sanctuary, Lily paused beside a family photograph hanging near the door. Her parents standing before the cabin. 3-year-old Lily held between them, all three smiling with genuine happiness, despite the pressures and dangers that had surrounded them. She touched each face gently, reconnecting with the love that radiated from the image. "I'll finish what you started," she promised them softly. "Whatever happens tonight, I won't let your work die with you." Outside, the forest had grown darker as evening approached, but Lily found she could see with surprising clarity, her enhanced senses adapting to the diminished light. The path back to her car seemed obvious now, marked by subtle signs her newly awakened abilities easily interpreted. Hours remained before Victoria's midnight deadline, but Lily wanted to reach Gorain Ridge with time to scout the location and prepare. Unlike her parents, she wouldn't walk blindly into whatever confrontation awaited. The combined heritage they had given her, hunter instincts for strategy and preparation, werewolf connection to the natural world around her, provided advantages neither of her parents had possessed independently. As she made her way through the darkening forest, Lily felt the pendant against her skin stir with the faintest hint of warmth. Not imagination or wishful thinking, but a definite change from the cold deadness it had maintained since Gabriel's withdrawal at the pack gathering. Whether coincidence or genuine reconnection, the timing gave Lily hope. Perhaps Gabrielle had finally reviewed the evidence more carefully. Perhaps Diana had shared what she knew about Rose's role in saving her son years ago. Perhaps the mate bond between them was stronger than the prejudices and politics trying to sever it. Or perhaps the pendant was responding to Lily's own growing understanding and acceptance of her true nature, recognizing that she was indeed what Gabriel had instinctively sensed from the beginning. His perfect complement, a mate whose unique heritage made her not less suitable but more perfectly matched to an alpha seeking to lead his pack into a new era. Whatever the reason, Lily welcomed the warmth as she continued toward her confrontation with Victoria. She would face whatever awaited at Gorain Ridge not as the confused, frightened woman who had fled the pack gathering, but as the daughter of Thomas and Maria Carter, granddaughter of Elena Vasquez, carrier of dual heritage and rightful mate to Gabriel Gorain, whether he currently acknowledged it or not. The pendant's subtle heat seemed to pulse in agreement, matching the steady rhythm of her heart as she emerged from the forest to where her car waited. Destiny, her mother had written, was too simple a concept for what Lily represented. Not fate, but choice. Not prophecy, but possibility. Tonight, she would make choices that honored both sides of her heritage. She would create possibilities where others saw only conflict. She would become the bridge her parents had believed she could be, or die trying. Either way, she would no longer allow others to define her value or determine her place in a world that belonged to her by birthright, by blood, by truth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the mountainside, Lily started her car and turned toward Gorain Ridge, her path illuminated by the rising moon that had called to her blood since birth. Hunter and werewolf, protector and predator, granddaughter and mate, all aspects of a single integrated self now moving with clear purpose toward the confrontation that might define not just her future, but the future of two communities long divided by hatred and misunderstanding. The pendant's warmth continued to build against her skin, like a beacon calling her home, not to a place, but to her true self, and all the possibilities that self contained. Dusk settled over the mountain as Lily prepared to leave the sanctuary. She had packed her father's research on non-lethal werewolf deterrence, her mother's journals documenting her dual heritage, and the silver dagger, a last resort she hoped not to use. Victoria's midnight deadline approached, and Lily needed to reach Gorain Ridge with enough time to scout the location and form a rescue plan for Rose. Before leaving, she took one final look through her father's notes on Lily's unique genetic makeup. The passages painted a fascinating picture of what her dual bloodlines might mean. Subject: LC shows perfect integration of Canis primus and Homo venator genetic markers, while hunter bloodlines typically manifest enhanced senses and reflexes by puberty. Werewolf traits normally emerge at adolescence, with compulsory shifting during full moons. LC has demonstrated hunter abilities emerging gradually over past decade, but no shifting response to lunar cycle. Hypothesis: the balanced genetic expression may delay shifting ability until full physical maturity, approximate age 25 to 27, but once triggered, subject likely capable of voluntary transformation without lunar compulsion. First shift may require significant emotional/physical catalyst plus lunar proximity. Lily froze, rereading the passage. Age 25 to 27, she had turned 26 3 months ago. Significant emotional catalysts plus lunar proximity. The past days had certainly provided emotional catalysts. Gabriel's withdrawal, Rose's kidnapping, the discovery of her true heritage. And tonight was the full moon, hanging heavy and expectant on the horizon. Could she be on the verge of her first shift? The possibility hadn't occurred to her until this moment. Her father's notes continued, detailing observable pre-shift indicators: increased body temperature, heightened sensory awareness, unusual muscle tension, sensitivity to moonlight. All symptoms Lily had attributed to stress and her awakening hunter abilities. As if summoned by her realization, a shaft of silver light broke through the sanctuary's cleverly disguised skylights, falling directly across Lily's face. The contact was electric, moonlight striking her skin like physical touch, sending tingles of awareness through her entire body. Her heartbeat accelerated, her skin suddenly too tight, too confining, too human. "Not now," she whispered, even as her body began to respond to the moon's call. "I don't have time for this. Rose needs me." But the transformation cared nothing for her plans or preferences. The moonlight seemed to sink beneath her skin, illuminating her from within, awakening genetic coding that had lain dormant for 26 years, waiting for this precise moment. When she knew her true nature, when the emotional catalyst was sufficient, when the full moon could complete what her parents' love had begun a generation earlier. Lily staggered to the center of the cabin, her legs suddenly unreliable as tremors worked through her muscles. The pain began subtly, a deep ache in her bones that quickly intensified to burning pressure. She fell to her knees, gasping as her spine seemed to realign itself vertebra by vertebra. "Father," she managed through gritted teeth, "if you left instructions for this, now would be an excellent time to find them." No convenient manual appeared, but her body seemed to know what to do, even as her mind struggled to process the transformation. The initial pain gave way to a different sensation, not agony, but intensity. Every cell vibrating with potential as her DNA activated sequences dormant since birth. Her skin prickled as if touched by 1,000 gentle fingers, sensitivity increasing until she could feel the movement of air molecules against her body. The cabin's scents intensified. Wood polish, old paper, lingering traces of her parents, her own fear and excitement creating a complex olfactory tapestry. Her hearing expanded until she could detect mice nesting in the hillside beyond the sanctuary walls, an owl gliding silently above the forest canopy, her own heartbeat thundering like a ceremonial drum. These enhanced senses weren't entirely new. Her hunter heritage had been awakening similar abilities gradually, but their sudden amplification overwhelmed her capacity to process. Lily closed her eyes, trying to center herself as her body continued its relentless transformation. The real shift began with her hands, fingers shortened, nails extending and curving into claws that scraped against the wooden floor. The bones of her wrists and palms rearranged themselves with audible pops and cracks, forming structures better suited to quadrupedal movement than human dexterity. Rather than fighting the transformation, Lily surrendered to it, instinctively recognizing that resistance would only increase the pain and possibly damage the delicate process her body was undertaking. As she yielded, the experience shifted from overwhelming to almost sensuous. Her awareness of her own body heightened to unprecedented levels, each change bringing new sensations that bordered on pleasure despite their intensity. Her jaw and facial structure began to elongate, teeth reshaping into the sharp implements of a predator. The pressure of her skull reforming should have been excruciating, but instead conveyed a strange satisfaction, as if her body was finally achieving its true form after years of constraint. Her ears migrated upward, becoming more mobile, more attuned to the symphony of sounds surrounding her. The most remarkable aspect was her skin. As fur emerged across her transforming body, Lily experienced not the horror of a human becoming something else, but the wonder of becoming more completely herself. The fur grew in a rush of tickling warmth, spreading from her center outward until her human skin was replaced by a thick, luxurious coat that seemed to capture and reflect the moonlight streaming through the skylights. The process accelerated once her body's framework had been established, the final reshaping happening in a swift cascade of changes too numerous to track individually. Lily's consciousness expanded rather than diminished, her human intellect remaining intact while primal instincts and awareness bloomed alongside it, not replacing her humanity but complementing it, creating a composite being that was neither wholly human nor wholly wolf, but perfectly, uniquely herself. When the transformation completed, Lily remained still for several moments, adjusting to her new form. The disorientation faded quickly as her brain integrated dual processing systems. Human analytical thought working in tandem with wolf instincts and sensory interpretation. She turned her head, catching sight of her reflection in a decorative mirror hanging near the cabin's sleeping area. A wolf gazed back at her, But unlike any wolf in her parents' research photographs, her coat was pure white, luminous in the moonlight, marked with unusual silver patterns across her shoulders and back that formed shapes reminiscent of the crescent moon symbol from Gabriel's medallion. Her eyes remained recognizably her own, amber with silver flecks that now seemed to glow with inner light. With cautious movements, Lily tested her new body, standing on 4 legs that felt simultaneously alien and natural. Her balance came instinctively, muscle memory she'd never created guiding her as she took her first experimental steps across the cabin floor. Each movement became more confident than the last, her wolf form responding with grace that her human body had never possessed. The world through wolf senses was a revelation. Colors appeared muted, but textures and movements stood out with remarkable clarity. Scents told stories her human nose could never have detected. The age of the wood comprising the cabin walls, small animals that had investigated the exterior recently, ancient mineral deposits in the stone that formed the rear walls. Sounds separated into distinct layers, each identifiable and locatable with precise accuracy. Most extraordinary was her sense of connection to the earth beneath her paws, to the forest beyond the sanctuary walls, to the moon itself pulsing in her blood like a second heartbeat. This wasn't just enhanced perception, but a fundamental shift in her relationship to the world around her. From observer to participant, from visitor to rightful inhabitant. Lily moved to the cabin door, realizing with wolf mind practicality that she would need to figure out how to operate the handle with paws and muzzle rather than hands. Before she could attempt this new challenge, a strange tingling sensation washed over her, centered on the medallion that had somehow adjusted to remain around her wolf neck. The pendant grew warm against her fur, its magic responding to her successful transformation. With that warmth came knowledge, not in words, but in impressions and instinctive understanding. She could shift back to human form at will, unlike born werewolves who remained locked in wolf shape until moonset during their early years. Her hybrid nature granted her control that neither pure bloodline possessed independently. Testing this newfound knowledge, Lily focused her will on her human form, visualizing the reverse transformation. The shift back happened more quickly, with less discomfort, her body flowing from wolf to human in a cascade of changes that left her kneeling, naked but unharmed, on the cabin floor. "That's convenient," she murmured, surprised to find her voice unchanged despite the throat restructuring she'd just experienced. Rising on slightly shaky legs, Lily quickly dressed in the clothes she'd packed, her mind racing with the implications of her successful transformation. This new ability could change everything about her confrontation with Victoria. The element of surprise alone might give her the advantage she needed to rescue Rose without bloodshed. More importantly, she now understood her heritage on a cellular level, not just intellectually, but experientially. She was both hunter and werewolf, each aspect fully expressed rather than diluted by the other. The perfect integration her father's notes had described wasn't theoretical but literal, allowing her to access both bloodlines' strengths without their traditional weaknesses. As she finished gathering her supplies, Lily's gaze fell on the clock above her parents' research desk. 10:30. Victoria's midnight deadline approached with inexorable steadiness, but Lily no longer felt the desperation that had driven her to the sanctuary. Instead, calm determination settled over her, along with a new plan. She wouldn't approach Gorain Ridge as a defenseless human walking into a werewolf trap. She would go as what she truly was, a hybrid with abilities neither Victoria nor her pack would expect. The white wolf would track Rose's scent, locate her grandmother without alerting the captors, and use the element of surprise to free her before Victoria even realized what was happening. With her decision made, Lily stepped outside the sanctuary into the full moonlight. This time, rather than fighting the transformation, she embraced it, calling the shift willingly. Her body responded instantly, flowing from human to wolf with fluid grace that felt almost like joy. Cells and bones and muscles reshaping themselves with practiced ease, despite this being only her second transformation. The white wolf stood in the clearing before the hidden entrance, moonlight silvering her unusual coat, amber silver eyes surveying the forest with newfound clarity. She lifted her muzzle to the night air, testing the breeze for information, then turned deliberately toward Gorain Ridge. She would run as her ancestors had run for millennia, swift and silent through moonlit forests. She would hunt as both bloodlines had taught her, with strategy and instinct working in perfect harmony. And she would face Victoria not as prey but as equal predator, with generations of both hunter and werewolf knowledge flowing through her veins. The white wolf with silver markings began to move, gradually building from cautious trot to ground-eating lope to full, exhilarating run. For the first time in her life, Lily Carter felt completely, uncompromisingly herself, all aspects of her nature aligned in singular purpose. Her unique heritage, not a burden to be hidden, but power to be wielded in protection of those she loved. The moon watched her passage through the forest, its ancient light blessing the bridge between worlds that her parents had created and that she now embodied. Not destiny, but choice. Not fate, but possibility. With each powerful stride, Lily embraced both. The forest opened itself to Lily's wolf form, revealing secrets invisible to human perception. Game trails appeared as glowing pathways through the underbrush. Scent markers left by territorial animals formed an olfactory map overlaid on the physical landscape. The movements of nocturnal creatures registered as subtle disturbances in the ambient sounds of wind through trees and water over stones. She ran with instinctive grace, her body knowing how to navigate obstacles without conscious thought, leaping fallen logs, fording shallow streams, ducking beneath low-hanging branches with fluid efficiency. The exhilaration of pure movement, of speed without exhaustion, of strength without limitation, filled her with wild joy that emerged as an occasional exuberant leap or playful spin despite the serious purpose driving her forward. As Gorain Ridge drew closer, Lily slowed her pace, caution tempering enthusiasm. Her white coat, while beautiful, offered little camouflage in the dark forest. She would need to rely on stealth and strategy rather than speed when she reached Victoria's chosen meeting place. The first step was locating Rose. Lily paused in a small clearing, raising her muzzle to sample the night air methodically. Thousands of scents registered. Pine resin, damp earth, small mammals, insects, neighboring werewolf territories marked hours earlier. She filtered through them with remarkable precision, searching for the specific combination of medicinal herbs, subtle perfume, and underlying human biochemistry that constituted Rose's scent signature. There, faint but distinctive, carried on the shifting breeze. Rose had been brought this way recently, her scent trail leading toward the rocky outcropping that crowned Gorain Ridge. Lily detected fear pheromones mixed with Rose's familiar scent, along with something else, a chemical tang suggesting sedation. Victoria was keeping her grandmother drugged, likely to prevent escape attempts or resistance. Anger flickered through Lily, but her wolf mind processed the emotion differently than her human consciousness might have. Not as blind rage, but as focused intensity, sharpening her senses and quickening her reflexes in preparation for conflict. She began moving again, following Rose's scent trail with single-minded determination. As she approached the ridge, new scents entered her awareness. Werewolves, at least 4 distinct individuals, including Victoria, whose cold, sharp scent Lily recognized from their previous encounters. They had positioned themselves strategically around the meeting point, prepared to trap Lily when she arrived for the midnight confrontation. But they were expecting a human woman approaching on foot, not a white wolf with hunter training and werewolf senses. Lily circled wide, using the terrain to mask her approach as she analyzed their positions and planned her route to Rose. Her grandmother's scent led to a small cave halfway up the ridge. Little more than an overhang, really, but sufficient to provide shelter and a defensible position for holding a captive. A single werewolf guard stood at its entrance, occasionally pacing with the restless energy of a predator confined to sentry duty. Lily had nearly completed her reconnaissance when a new scent caught her attention. Cedar and wild rain. Distinctive and achingly familiar. Gabriel. He was here, somewhere in these woods, in wolf form. The realization sent conflicting emotions coursing through her, hope and wariness, longing and uncertainty, Had he come to support Victoria's ambush, or was he here for other reasons? The pendant at her throat warmed slightly against her fur, suggesting the latter, but Lily couldn't afford misplaced trust, not with Rose's life at stake. She changed her position, moving downwind to better track Gabriel's location without revealing her own. His scent grew stronger as she approached a densely wooded section of the slope below the ridge. He was alone, his movements suggesting he was searching for something. Or someone. Before she could decide whether to reveal herself or remain hidden, the decision was made for her. A massive black wolf stepped into a patch of moonlight 30 yards ahead, his head raised as he caught her scent on the shifting breeze. Gabriel's wolf form was magnificent. Powerful shoulders, thick midnight fur, and eyes that glowed golden in the darkness, currently widened in unmistakable shock as he processed the unfamiliar yet somehow recognizable scent. Their gazes locked across the moonlit space. For a heartbeat, neither moved, both frozen in mutual assessment. Gabriel's wolf posture conveyed confusion, giving way to dawning recognition. Head tilted, ears forward, body tense but not aggressive. Lily remained equally still, unsure how to communicate her identity or intentions without the benefit of human speech. Then Gabriel took a tentative step forward, his movements deliberately slow and non-threatening. Lily matched his advance, her own steps cautious but steady. They approached each other with the wariness of strangers combined with the inexplicable familiarity of souls who had recognized each other once before. When only feet separated them, Gabriel lowered his massive head, nostrils flaring as he took in her scent more deeply. Lily allowed this investigation, understanding its importance in wolf communication. His golden eyes never left hers, searching for confirmation of what his senses were telling him, that this white wolf with silver markings carried Lily's scent interwoven with something new, yet ancient. Recognition dawned in those intelligent eyes, followed by wonder, and what looked remarkably like joy. Gabriel made a soft sound, not quite a whine, not quite a growl, but something uniquely communicative that conveyed astonishment and delight in equal measure. Lily responded instinctively, her muzzle dropping slightly in acknowledgement as her tail gave a single, tentative wag. Yes, it's me. Yes, I've changed. Yes, I understand now what I am. They circled each other slowly, two predators engaged in assessment that had nothing to do with establishing dominance, and everything to do with rediscovery. Gabriel was larger, his wolf form reflecting his alpha status and years of experience shifting, but Lily moved with equal confidence, her unusual coloring and markings suggesting power of a different sort. When they had completed their circle, they stood facing each other once more, the distance between them reduced to mere inches. In a gesture as old as wolves themselves, Lily cautiously extended her muzzle toward Gabriel's. He met her halfway, their noses touching in the formal greeting of wolves meeting on neutral ground. The contact was electric. The moment their muzzles connected, something snapped into place between them. A connection far deeper and more profound than the initial attraction that had drawn them together in human form. Colors intensified around them, the forest momentarily illuminated as if by hidden lightning. The pendant at Lily's throat flared with heat, its magic responding to the connection forming between the two wolves. This was the true mate bond Gabriel had described during their dance in the moonlit cabin. Not just emotional attachment or physical attraction, but soul-deep recognition that transcended species and circumstance. Information flowed between them in a rush of impressions too swift for linear processing. Emotions, sensations, fragmentary thoughts, and memories passing directly from mind to mind without the limitations of language. Lily experienced Gabriel's shock upon learning of her hunter heritage, his conflict between duty to his pack and the bond already forming between them, his withdrawal at the gathering not from rejection, but from fear of failing her if he chose wrong. She felt his devastation when she disappeared, his growing suspicion of Victoria's convenient evidence, his discovery of documents in the Gorain archives confirming Rose had indeed saved his life during the hunter attack rather than leading it. Most poignantly, she experienced his desperate search for her after learning from his mother that Victoria had threatened Rose, his fear that he might be too late, that he had lost her forever, through his momentary hesitation. In return, Gabriel received Lily's journey in emotional flashes: her discovery of Rose's past, her flight through the forest, her exploration of the sanctuary, her first transformation, and most importantly, her unflagging determination to forge her own path, despite obstacles from both werewolf and hunter worlds. The bond conveyed more than just recent events. It connected them on levels neither had experienced before. Gabriel's wolf recognized Lily's dual nature not as dilution, but as strength, the perfect complement to his own purebred power. Her hunter heritage offered protection from weaknesses that had plagued werewolves for generations, while her wolf aspect provided connection to traditions and abilities her hunter ancestors had lost. When the initial flood of shared consciousness stabilized, they remained connected but distinct, two separate minds now permanently attuned to each other's presence, emotions, and general will. Lily could sense Gabriel's current state with perfect clarity. His relief at finding her, his awe at her transformation, his determination to make amends for his withdrawal, and underneath it all, a fierce protectiveness, intensified by her newly revealed abilities rather than diminished by them. Gabriel broke the physical contact first, taking a small step back to look at her with new understanding in his golden eyes. He projected a clear thought through their fledgling bond. Victoria lied about everything. Lily sent back understanding, followed by urgency. Rose is being held in the cave. Victoria and 3 others wait to ambush me at midnight. Gabriel's response came as a complex mixture of images and intentions rather than words. Victoria's actions constituting challenge to his alpha authority, pack law permitting his direct intervention, a strategy forming for approaching the ridge from multiple directions. Communication in this form was more efficient than spoken language but required adjustment. Lily concentrated on conveying her own plan, utilizing her unexpected wolf form as surprise, approaching from above rather than below, freeing Rose while Gabriel confronted Victoria directly. Their strategy took shape through this silent exchange, each contributing their strengths. Gabriel's knowledge of pack politics and Victoria's psychology, Lily's hunter training and newfound werewolf abilities. Within minutes, they had formulated an approach that maximized their advantages while minimizing risk to Rose. Gabrielle's thoughts shifted from tactical to personal, a wave of emotion flowing through their bond. Regret for his hesitation at the gathering, apology for causing her pain, determination to stand beside her regardless of heritage or tradition. The sentiment required no words, its sincerity evident in the very fabric of the bond connecting them. Lily responded with forgiveness freely given and her own complex emotions, understanding of his position, appreciation for his eventual choice to seek her out, commitment to facing whatever came next together rather than separately. Their reconciliation occurred not through spoken promises, but through the absolute honesty of minds directly connected, incapable of deception or reservation. With their immediate feelings addressed, Gabriel refocused on the situation at hand. Through their bond, he conveyed that he had come alone rather than bringing pack enforcers, uncertain of Victoria's intentions, and unwilling to risk escalation until he understood the full situation. This limited their numerical advantage, but preserved the element of surprise. Victoria would be expecting a lone, vulnerable human woman, not an alpha werewolf and his newly shifted mate, approaching from different directions. A distant howl broke their communion, one of Victoria's sentries signaling that midnight approached. Time was running short. Lily and Gabriel needed to move immediately to position themselves before Victoria grew suspicious at Lily's apparent tardiness. With one final exchange of determination and support flowing through their bond, they separated. Gabrielle circling to approach the confrontation point directly, while Lily used her smaller size and unfamiliar scent to slip past the sentries toward the cave where Rose was held. As she moved stealthily through the underbrush, Lily marveled at the bond still humming between them despite physical separation. She could sense Gabriel's location, his focused concentration, his absolute confidence in her abilities. The connection provided not just tactical advantage, but profound reassurance. Whatever happened in the coming confrontation, neither of them faced it alone. The white wolf with silver markings scaled the rocky slope with silent efficiency, her unusual coloring blending surprisingly well with the moonlit stone. The sentry guarding Rose remained unaware of her approach, his attention fixed on the clearing below, where Victoria waited for a human woman who would never arrive as expected. Instead, Victoria would face an alpha, reclaiming his authority, and a hybrid, embodying the union of bloodlines long divided. Together, they would demonstrate the truth Lily's parents had died trying to reveal, that the future belonged not to those who maintained artificial boundaries between werewolf and hunter, but to those with courage to recognize their common origins and shared destiny. Through their newly formed bond, Lily felt Gabriel move into position, felt his certainty and strength flowing into her as she prepared for her own role in what was to come. The pendant at her throat pulsed with steady heat, no longer just a symbol but a conduit, amplifying the connection between mates now joined in purpose as well as heart. Rose's scent grew stronger as Lily reached the cave entrance. She crouched in the shadows, gathering herself for the leap that would begin their counterattack. Gabriel's presence in her mind steadied her, his confidence becoming her own as the final seconds ticked toward midnight and the confrontation that would determine not just Rose's fate, but the future of two ancient bloodlines long overdue for reconciliation. The white wolf tensed, muscles coiling beneath her luminous coat. In perfect synchronization with her mate, she prepared to spring.